A very good morning and welcome along to day 5 of the Yas in Schools National Finals presented by ADNOC for 2024. We've reached the 5th day. This is the final day of competition before Wednesday's awards shows, and today we are focusing on the very top tier of competition. It is all about 4x4 in schools. We've had a very busy weekend. It all began on Thursday morning. We've seen a record number of participants across so many different disciplines in Yas in Schools for the national finals this year. And to my left, alongside me for what I hope to be another enthralling day of action, is a former competitor of 4x4 in schools, a former world finalist of F1 in schools. This young lady has done it all. It is Aisha Torbit. Aisha, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you. Yeah, there'll be lots for us to talk about, lots to see going on over on the obstacle courses. So I'm really looking forward to today. There's a record number of participants in 4x4, and I think we'll see some really interesting and action-packed driving down in the courses.
We've been here for the duration of the weekend, Aisha. We've seen yesterday and obviously on Saturday as well, Formula Ithara, which is the gateway program to F1 in schools. Now, this is a little bit different, isn't it? This is not so much about racing. We're not about pace. We're not about speed. This is all about intricacy. This is actually all about some high-level programming, coding, robotics, electronics, things that I struggle to personally understand. So I'm going to be relying on you quite strongly to help me out on that front. But really, this is about university standard, kind of really intense and very intricate sort of knowledge and programming.
Yeah, I think that's what 4x4 sets itself apart from F1, because in F1, you don't have any university students, but because of all of like the programming and the higher level engineering that goes into 4x4, they actually do have a universities category.
So for Thursday and Friday, we had F1 in schools, another record number, a great turnout there for the F1 in schools program. Of course, we will be judging those over the course of the weekend and finding out on Wednesday who will be going to the World Finals. Aisha, a former World finalist herself, were you impressed with what you saw during F1 in schools over Thursday and Friday?
Oh yeah, the pit displays, the reaction times, the racing, the cars themselves. It was very different from when I competed, and if anything, I consider myself very lucky that I finished before all of these guys, because the competition's becoming way more stiff.
So. It certainly did. The competition got hot. It got hot in Formula Ithara as well over the weekend, where I think it was 130 teams in total turned out, with such a huge support crew as well, of parents, of teachers, of people that have helped out, even a big supporting rail. Some of the students from the school came to support the teams that were in action. We saw some great energy out there on the track, and I know you and Reese had some fun in the pit displays as well, but there was just so much energy out there with the racing.
Yeah, I think this was, like, it was completely packed, especially compared to last year, and it did get a little hot from everyone there, but yeah, I think I'd take the heat over not having anyone here any day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was a real energy to the Yas Central venue here. It was absolutely packed out, as Aisha mentioned there, and we saw some exhilarating action on the track, certainly some moments that I will not soon forget. We're dialing the pace down a little bit today. This is all a little bit more calculated. This is 4x4 in schools, and what we can do is check back on some of the action from 2023 and the national finals.
Great to see the 13th edition of the Yas in Schools program and how it's grown and evolved and reached where we are today.
Let's go racing!
Bellon's Racing have gone straight to the top of that leaderboard. The national finals for both F1 in schools and Formula Ithara may be over, but there's a year-round opportunity to experience what Yas in Schools presented by ADNOC is all about when you visit the ADNOC Experience Center. It's located right here at Yas Marina Circuit. It's fantastic in terms of its ability to roll out the program to schools nationwide, and that's why we've seen such an amazing uptake, and we continue to see record numbers of participants year on year, because when everyone comes down to the Yas Experience Center, they get a little bit of a flavor as to what the program is all about. And it's great to have a central hub, isn't it, Aisha, where students, where teachers can even learn, they can get trained, because it's not just about the students experiencing the program, it's actually about the teachers being trained in implementing how to roll the program out.
Yeah, I think that the Experience Center is more of like an incubator for, you know, engineers of the future. They have everything from A to Z of everything you'll need to get started in Formula Thara and in F1.
Yeah, so if you are intrigued, if you're watching on our live stream, and you're more than welcome, and we love having you on that live stream. You can obviously get involved on the hashtags as well. Hashtag Yas in Schools if you're posting on social media. Hashtag Thrills and Skills as well. Don't forget to hashtag us. Don't forget to comment as well on that live YouTube stream. But we can now hear from Ali Al-Bashir. He's the Motorsport Development Executive Director at Thara, and he explains a little bit more about what the ADNOC Yas in Schools Experience Center is all about.
This is Ali Al-Bashir. I am Executive Director of Motorsport Development in Thara. We are today celebrating the 15th year of Yas in School program within Thara and celebrate a 5-year partnership with ADNOC. Since the partnership has been in place, we have got around 70,000 students, male and female, in different age groups. We had around 1,200 schools and universities being part of different variety of the age group and products that we have within Yas in School program. ADNOC Yas in School program is part of Thara's Yas Outreach program, where we pay back for the community. This program is meant to develop all the STEM program to identify the future engineers, future projects managers, future marketing manager, future team managers. We are using the cars as a platform to identify the skills for young generations. We've been very proud to see people graduating from this program where they know where they are heading. We are seeing people where they are now being innovative and start going to AI programs. As the ADNOC Yas in School Training Center, we adapt them and we use them to do all their R&Ds within our facility. This facility is one of the only facilities that exists worldwide where it has the full extent of from A to Z. And the glory part of our program is all being made in UAE, manufacturing to R&D to the championship or testing the products. It's all done in UAE, and this is something we are very, very proud of.
So there you have it, the ADNOC Yas in Schools Experience Center, a central hub, an incubator, as Aisha mentioned, for future talent who will join the program and who will hopefully make it all the way through to the national finals. Year on year, we see more students who took part in Formula Thara actually make the decision to up their level, to take on a bigger commitment and to join the F1 in Schools program. And we've reached the end point, I suppose, the conclusion of this journey with 4x4 in schools, which requires the biggest commitment of all, Aisha. You've done it. You know how much work is at stake, how much of a commitment you need to make, but it's worth it, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's just about taking baby steps, and really, you need to learn to enjoy what you do. It shouldn't be a chore.
It certainly shouldn't. Now, we've got our obstacle course to the left-hand side of our studio here, and we're going to get a little bit of a demonstration now from a man who has presided over every single minute of the action. I'm not sure he's had any sleep, has this man, over the course of the last 5 days. He's done it all. He's an alumni of the F1 in Schools program. He's a former world finalist there. He's also an expert when it comes to 4x4 in schools. He's been a track judge. He's a judge of the 4x4 in schools program as well. It is Abdullah Khan, and we can cross to him now for a live demonstration. Abdullah.
All right, first I want to extend a very warm welcome to the ADNOC Yas in Schools participants for the 4x4 in Schools Challenge. Track is going to be super exciting. We've made it challenging, but most of all, we want to help you complete this and get the best out of the track. So the first challenge, what we're going to do, is called the Trailer Tow Challenge. And that's basically, as part of the regulations, teams are supposed to build an automated trailer tow bar that's going to be automatically hitched onto the trailer. So if we come and look at the track, we've got the beautiful ADNOC building out here, and we look at the car. So teams' cars are going to be placed on these yellow arrows, and the trailer is going to be placed on this yellow arrow up here. The timer begins, Everyone needs to stay calm. We have given you a lot of time, and what the teams are going to do is going to slowly reverse back and hit their car onto the trailer. Now, the great part about the 4x4 in Schools challenge is that teams will not be using their hands in touching the car or touching the trailer. They're going to use a mobile phone app via Bluetooth or any other system that teams can, and then hits their trailer automatically up to this challenge. The timer continues, and the teams are going to take a roundabout around the building and then come out here. Now, what we found out in these years that I've judged is teams find the trailer challenge super, super easy. And we want to make it a little bit more challenging than that. So we have constricted the turn. We've added 2 new extra cones. And that's hopefully going to give the students a little bit more challenge because they're way better than me at this. And what happens in the end is the car goes forward, and the final stage is reversing back into the parking space. And that's the trailer tow challenge. There's a time limit of 8 minutes, and for sure, we expect every team to complete this.
Tow challenge. Abdullah is just going to get himself ready. Now, there's 3 actual challenges. The trailer tow challenge is the first of those. It's probably the most straightforward, isn't it, Aisha? And then you've got the 2 terrain challenges, both throwing up different obstacles for our students.
Yeah, there are also, some of the obstacles are also designed to test the programming that the students have done on their cars, but it's mainly to test their driving skills. And the route is quite tight, so they should have definitely had some practice beforehand.
Okay, so I think we can cross back now to Abdullah to explain what Terrain Challenge 1 is all about. He's positioned his car at the start of Terrain Challenge 1. Abdullah.
Yeah, so this is Terrain Challenge 1, and what the judges are going to do, they're going to set up the car right here in this start box. And what's going to happen after that is the judge is going to give a small briefing, and when the timer begins, we begin. So the first obstacle is very aptly named the tunnel, and I'm going to slowly go up the ramp into the tunnel. Now this terrain, this terrain challenge is quite technical, because as per the technical regulations, teams are supposed to build a light sensor and a tilt sensor. So if I can get the cameraman here back into the tunnel, the judges are going to be looking for lights coming on in the darkness. And that's part of the technical coding challenge that we've included in the 4x4 in Schools. So I'm going to slowly come out of the tunnel, and the next obstacle is called the hub. Now what teams usually do in the previous years is they panic, they do not have a clear mind, and they look at it as a simple left-hand turn. But that's not the case. The hub is quite tight, and we want to create a little bit of space. And we're going to go do a slow 3-point turn. Hopefully I don't crash out. Going to need a little bit of concentration here, but we're going to get through this. All right. Seems like the battery is pretty low, but I'm going to reset myself up here, and hopefully we do get through this. Yep. So this is what teams have done pretty much all these times, is when they take a too tighter turn. And teams needn't worry, because we do consider this. So any wheels outside the obstacle, we're going to reduce only 1 point. So for example, you have 2 wheels off, you're going to reduce 2 points. But teams usually do complete this very well. And that's a cone hit as well. So anytime we see a red mark, the judges are going to reduce 1 point as well. Now the next challenge is called the water crossing. And here we're testing the slide waterproofness of the team's electronic systems. As in a real 4x4, the car's going to traverse through water, and electronics need to be working throughout. We're going to come in on the other side very slowly. We're going to go up. We're going to go up very slowly. We're going to do a little bit of maneuvering out here. going to come up very slowly. Yep. And at this point, we're going to have teams coming up to the side slope. And at this point, we have the light buzzers coming on for the tilt sensor. So I think the battery is pretty low, but I'm going to switch it out with my friend Saish. And to give confidence to the students, I'm going to do this again. So again, we've placed the cones strategically so that the students can actually traverse the obstacles. And at this point, the judges are going to be looking for a buzzer or a light, depending on the angle of the banking of this car. Now this, again, is a curveball that we're throwing to students, but we're going to show how this is going to work. We're going to have the hill climb, but instead of going through the hill climb directly, we've added a new challenge where you're going to have to go up, down there, and then reverse back slowly to do the hill climb. So again, control, balance, that's the key in this challenge. And making sure your control systems, your software coding, your light sensors are working throughout this challenge. I'm going to do a quick maneuvering around this. Now the hill climb. Again, as a judge, what I've noticed is teams have very heavy body work on top. And that's going to make doing this obstacle very difficult. But again, slow, controlled pace, you're going to get it done. Now at the end of the hill climb, you have a very slippery slope downstairs. So again, we're looking at grip of each tire, the power distribution, the differentials, and you should have a slow, controlled descent out of the hill climb. So again, follow the cones, you'll be all right. We've placed strategically the cones around here for our next obstacle, which is called the articulation. Now the articulation measures how independent each wheel suspension is, and whether if the team suspension is too stiff, you're going to have one wheel kicking up, and the judges are definitely going to notice that. So again, we want smooth, controlled movements. We're going to have each wheel touching each part of the obstacle. We're going to come out very slowly, avoid the cones in place for our final obstacle. Yep. We're going to have the off-ramp coming in slowly, and that's it. That's terrain 1 done.
There is a man that has done that before. That was impressive to watch.
Yeah, he made it look almost too easy.
He made it look easy. My heart was in my mouth there. That is intricate stuff. And again, we've got to remind everyone watching, the cones, you cannot disturb them. You can touch them, but if they move even so much as a few millimeters, you're going to reveal that little pink sticker underneath, and that's going to be a penalty.
Yeah, but as long as they take it slow, I think they'll be okay. I mean, Abdullah did it like it was no problem. So they're definitely not trying to get you. They are placed so that there will be enough space. As long as you just really focus and you take your time, these two terrains have 10-minute timers, and that'll be plenty of time. So don't rush through it, and I think you'll be okay.
Yeah, generally I'm not a fan of slow and steady wins the race. I think fast and steady is better than slow and steady, but on this occasion, that is not the case. Slow and steady is the best way forward, and Abdullah has just put his car down at the entry ramp for the Terrain Challenge 2. So we've seen Terrain Challenge 1, more of a futuristic cityscape. Now we're going back to more of a desert landscape, the kind of landscape that you would find out here in the UAE if you were going to tackle some off-roading here. Abdullah.
Challenge 1 was about the technical expertise or the technical capability of the car. Terrain 2 is all about driver control, driver balance. So we're going to go up the up ramp very slowly, up on the grip tape. Every team should do this very perfectly, and they have. And the next thing we're going to do is go look at the seesaw. Once the car comes up the seesaw, we need a controlled descent. and let's hope the car doesn't bounce off the seesaw, and that's what we're looking for. We don't want the car bouncing off, and it's better to have the car on the grip tape and not on the stainless steel, because that will definitely make sure your car is going to slide off. We're going to go in, we're going to turn all the way to the left to our next obstacle, the camber dome. Now the camber dome is very similar to the articulation, but instead it provides a smoother gradient to test the car's smoothness of its suspension in all four wheels. We're going to maneuver around a little bit, very quickly, and then we're going to set the car up on for 3 seconds. The judges are going to point this out to the students, and they should also get this done very easily. So again, we don't want students to be trigger happy. We need light fingers, we need soft fingers, and that's how you get this challenge done very easily. The next is the rock crawl. Again, measuring how your car responds to irregular perturbations throughout the suspension, which should be pretty easy as well. And then we're going to go in through the low mu. Now, mu is the coefficient of friction, and low mu means low friction. We have these Teflon rollers on the ramp, and if the car doesn't have enough grip, it's going to slide around, it's not going to be stable. And this is actually mimicking real-life 4x4 conditions, because you're not going to have a smooth road, an asphalt road. You're going to have rocks, you're going to have mud, you're going to have water. So again, very slowly, go up, go down, and now we have a tight left turn. But again, we've provided a little bit of space. We're going to give time for the cars to maneuver. Going to go reverse slowly and up into the V gully. Now these last two obstacles are all about balance. What the judges are looking for is two wheels on either side of the V, and we're looking for control through a curved bend. Now this mimics a real-life 4x4 terrain of a gully or a ridge in between mountains, in between rocks, and we're looking for balance, slow and steady, going up into the V gully. That should be fine, and we go down into the final obstacle called the pipe bridge. The ultimate test of balance. Now, many students here definitely come in way too quick, and they haven't aligned their car quickly or straight into the pipe. So I'm going to quickly do that. Yep, so I've hit a cone, and we definitely don't want the students to do that. And with our in-house testing, we've definitely passed these obstacles a few times. But again, take your time, go slowly, steady, and now align your front wheels. You're going to go in slowly, very slowly. There's going to be a dip on the left-hand side. You're going to slightly turn your steering wheel. Judges are going to be there to catch the car. There's also a net. Very, very slowly, we go right into a dip on the right-hand side. We're going to go up very, very slowly. Now we come out and land in the finish box. And that's terrain challenge 2.
It's that great stuff from Abdullah Khan there. And I tell you what, I would be there all day, Aisha. I would disturb, I think, every single cone on that layout en route to completing it. It's so intricate. It's absolutely the antithesis of F1 in schools, which is all about pace. It's all about reaction. This has got nothing to do with either of those things. This is about dexterity, and it's about coolness under pressure.
Yeah, it's also a lot about patience, because I think a lot of kids will just want to go and get it over with, and they think they'll need more power to get over these, and power and speed to get over these obstacles, but they really won't. So it's about like keeping cool and just, you have to know your car really well.
What are the other judges looking for in terms of innovations, Aisha? Because I know that some of these cars will have modifications included in their structure. What things stand out, generally speaking, from a student perspective?
I find it very interesting when they actually sometimes teams will create their own apps to control the suspension of their car. I think that's a big part of innovation. They usually focus on either the wheels or the suspension of the car to add a lot of changes to make it easier to go over the the terrain.
Okay, we're going to be looking out for that as we see these teams take on these 3 different obstacle challenges. We've got the Trailer Tow Challenge, we've got Terrain Challenge 1, and we've got Terrain Challenge 2. But to learn a little bit more about the overall program, because yes, this is where the action takes place, but behind the scenes and in the long months leading up to today, there has been so much work that has gone into 4x4 in schools. Let's find out how these students create a team, make a car, and bring it to life on the track.
We are the Ace Cruisers of the Indian High School, Dubai.
We're Project Dune from Repton School, Dubai, and this is all about 4x4 in school. The 4x4s in School project presented by ADNOC is a STEM-based project that allows students to explore STEM subjects such as electronics, engineering, and science to a greater extent.
So the focus of this project is the engineering, designing of the 4x4 in-schools car. That includes working with the electronic components, the CAD, and designing the body shell, all of which we are tested upon at the Nationals event, where we navigate our car through the specially designed 4x4 terrain that stimulates the natural 4x4 environment. So in the beginning, one of the most integral part of this competition is forming a team that has a good skill set. And these skill sets must be diverse so that each aspect of this competition can be smoothly done.
And within that team, people will have different specific roles. For example, I'm the team manager. We also have an electrical engineer, a manufacturing engineer, and a social media manager.
At the beginning of the process of manufacturing, it is important to do a lot of research. One of the best resources to obtain said research is the Yas in School support website.
Here you can find a detailed list of all the parts, the code, and also the technical regulations for the baseline car. So as a part of the research process, we download and review the technical regulations, which basically tells us what we can do and what we cannot do in terms of the design process. For example, every car needs to have a tilt sensor. You need to be having a functional tow bar. And there are also certain measurement regulations for your body so that it meets the guidelines to be performing on the course.
Each team is provided with the Arduino starter kit. We need to code the Arduino to control 3 following parts: an automated headlight, a tilt sensor, and an automated tow bar.
There's also a lot of designing to do with the project. And in order to help us, we can use software such as Fusion 360 in order to create our designing elements of the car.
So we have to design and manufacture a scale model of a 4x4 RC crawler, which is going to be put to the test on a very hard obstacle course.
Coding is an integral part of the 4x4 in-school challenge.
We code the Arduinos in such a way so that the car has features such as the automated headlights that turn on when the car is exposed to low lighting conditions. And we code the car and design the body in such a way that the center of mass of the body always remains the center, and when exposed to rotations or some sort of an inclined planes, the car doesn't tumble over. And it involves us doing this with CAD.
Marketing is also a big part of this competition, as you have to form a team identity. Part of that is making a logo, a color scheme, and incorporating that into your uniform and how the car looks. Your theme also has to reflect on your portfolio and how that is presented.
Manufacturing plays a big part of the project. For example, we have to construct electric circuits, 3D print different items of the car, and also assemble the whole body. The electric engineer is responsible for constructing all the electric circuits. There are a lot of electronics on the car, and it can get quite complicated at times. So to help us at the start, we can use the standard circuit diagram and build and then test and try to improve the circuit that we come up with, and then at the end, put it all into the body of the car. Relating to electronics is the Arduino. We must write code the Arduino to control a tilt sensor, headlights that can come on in the dark, and an automatic tow bar.
At the national finals, we have different judging criteria, and the main highlight is the terrain challenge. Now, this is one of the main highlights because this is where we put our final car to the test. So there will be a special course which will be kept there, and we have to navigate our car through the course. and different team members will take turns to go through the course, and there also will be a time limit for each obstacle. And there are also markers set on the course which if you hit, you get penalty points. And then we also have the trailer tow challenge, where we have an automated tow bar connected to our vehicle, and we have to couple the trailer to the tow bar electronically using our mobile devices, and the car hooked up to the trailer has to drive around a special course. And that not only puts our code to the test, but also the skill of the drivers.
STEM, out of this world. It really is such a detailed and intricate program. It is the pinnacle of Yas in schools in many ways for these students as they start to really forge a career potentially in engineering, robotics, coding, programming, and all of those things. I'm joined by Aisha Torbet and the man who's just given that wonderful demonstration as well, Abdullah Khan. That was very well done, sir. You've been practicing that.
Practicing a lot. These scratches out here is because of this. Yep.
Yeah, you knew you were giving the demonstration. You thought, I can't be messing this up in front of all these hopefuls who are coming through the doors as well. You've been through the program, of course. You're one of the judges. Aisha is also a former student of 4x4 in school. So I'm surrounded by experts, thankfully. I want to learn a little bit more about the scoring system, though, Abdullah. You've shown how to navigate the obstacle course very, very skillfully, not disturbing the cones. Of course, that would incur penalties. Talk to me about the scoring system from sort of front to back.
All right, so once we go up to the tow challenge, you're going to have about a certain number of points that's divided into 3 sessions. So section number 1 is the hitching aspect. So if a team goes back and hitches the trailer down properly, they're going to get maximum points if they do it with an app or autonomous, away from the car. But in case the teams doesn't work with it, they have the option of actually manually hitching it, but that would incur a penalty that is provided at the judge's discretion. And the timing itself is also taken into consideration. Now the next section is actually going around the building, and judges are going to be looking at how many cones you're hitting, how quickly you're doing it, and how smoothly you're actually driving the trailer. Now the third section is reversing and parking. Again, you have 2 cones. We made it a little bit more tight this year, and this is basically judged on how nicely, smoothly, and easily you've parked inside the box that we've provided. And then I'm going to move on to the terrain. Now the terrain, the team starts from 0, and then each cone they avoid, they get an extra point.
Okay.
And each obstacle, depending on how difficult it is, it's scaled up in that order. And there are 2 special obstacles in this whole section, which is called the tunnel and the side slope, because the car needs to be doing 2 extra things. In the tunnel, the lights need to come on, as it's mimicking a real-life automotive system, where at night the headlights come on. And the side slope is more suited to 4x4. In case the car is about to tilt or roll over, lights or buzzers also need to come on. Now the teams have been provided with all this information. It's a requirement from technical regulations that the car has to be equipped with these systems. But if the teams don't have it, I would say they shouldn't worry. They should move on. They should focus on the next obstacle. Even if they mess up a certain obstacle very, very badly, we're there to help. And teams need to focus on the next obstacle, as in life. Yeah.
How often do we see a flawless run?
Last year, I think we've had 2 teams that have done it perfectly. I think one team hit 1 cone, but I would still call that a flawless run because teams are under pressure. This means a lot to them, and we certainly account for that. But it's quite rare, but it's easily achievable.
Now, we've seen with the F1 in Schools program that I think it's around about a third of the points available are won on the track. They're earned on the track with the performance of the car. What's the split when it comes to 4x4 in schools? How much of the points that the teams are going to be accruing are earned right here to our left on the obstacle course?
Yeah, well, compared to Formula 1 in schools, what we've done is we've reduced the percentage of the track points a little bit because we want the students to focus on engineering, on team management, on team building, because that's what the students are doing. They're building products, and from start to end, from research all the way to release. And we want them to focus more on that because that's what getting business, that's how you succeed in life, and that's how careers are made.
Aisha, you've been through the program. You have done this with Delta X15, which was your F1 in Schools team. What was your role in 4x4 in schools? And give me your overall kind of recollections of going through the program.
Yeah, my role was actually kind of similar to my F1, where I was the production engineer. So I ended up like making the car, and especially the shell. I I worked on like putting the shell onto the skeleton of the kit we got. But yeah, we sort of reused stuff we had before because like we were going from F1 in schools to 4x4 even under the same name. So we already kind of had like a good idea of what we needed to do regarding our engineer portfolios and our enterprise portfolios, as well as our pit display. So I think we found that jump from F1 to 4x4 very easy compared to just jumping right into 4x4.
Right, okay, so you've gone through quite a lot of, and I like that. I like the continuity of the program and the fact that this is really, it really tests you to your limits in terms of it brings in other elements, right? It's not just about using the CAD software and making sure you produce a car that is aerodynamic and light on the track. There's so many more components, there's a lot more expertise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Abdullah, talk to me about that. The judges are looking at more, and there's actually a lot more creativity involved in 4x4 in schools. Yes, we see a lot in F1 in schools, but genuine modifications to these vehicles, the engineers of the future, this is a legitimate tag that these guys have been labeled with because they are modifying these cars and in some instances actually coming up with creative ways to solve problems.
Yeah, 100%. And as a judge for the better part of a decade, I'm seeing continuous improvement in the teams. Teams are coming up with new and new solutions. I'm going to talk about a few solutions that teams have provided already. So I've seen teams create their own wheels by casting them in resin and silicone. I've seen teams create their own suspension. And even though the car does look small, I work in the automotive sector, so I know how exactly this is transferable to real life. And I've seen teams create absolutely beautiful designs. And even on the coding part, I've seen teams do magnetic suspension, activating suspension, new designs of tow bars. And that's what we want to see. We want to see engineering innovation.
In engineering, as with so many other spheres of life, if you take a risk, if you are bold in your approach, things can go wrong. They can be great as well. You can pull it off. How much do you reward teams that are trying to do things different, even if maybe they don't get it right every time?
Well, innovation is a very big part of the competition. Even in the scorecards, innovation and ideas and research is given a lot of chunk of points, especially in verbal presentation. And the innovation itself is not just in verbals, in pit displays, or in portfolios. It's also seen on the track. We've seen teams implement four-wheel steering, which actually helps them maneuver around the track a little bit quicker, increasing in times. And that's what we want to see. And even if the innovation doesn't work out like it's supposed to do, we still appreciate and we're still going to include that passion that the students show.
I love that. I love that. So we're looking out for cars that are doing it just a little bit differently. Just taking a different approach, taking a different angle, and trying to mix things up and maybe taking a risk that might come off, that might not, but we're looking for innovation as well. You spoke about working in the automotive industry. I want to find out from you, Abdullah, how much this has influenced your career path. I would imagine a great deal. You've been through, you're an alumni of all of these programs. You really have been from Yas, with Yas in schools from a very young age all the way through to now in your position as a judge. How much has this influenced where you've been led to in your career?
I think without a doubt, this program has definitely kickstarted my career because before this competition, I would just study, go home, go to school, have some fun. But once I entered Formula One in schools, I really understood the world of engineering, the world of automotive, and I instantly fell in love with it. And through Formula One in schools, we competed for 5 years. We went to the World Finals. I met a lot of inspirational students from all around the world, and that actually helped me focus and creating my own race cars, creating my own vehicles. And yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's brilliant to hear. And that's a genuine inspiration for anyone who's taking on this program to see what is possible, what can be done if you apply yourself. Aisha, you are still in full-time studies. How much has 4x4 in schools, F1 in schools influenced where you're at right now?
Well, I'd like to think that they got me into a good university, but I actually have taken F1 and 4x4 further and into like more, not exactly professional, but more competitions. I joined Formula Student, where you basically build an actual F1 car. And then I also joined a rover team, which you build a kind of a Mars rover.
Wow.
So yeah, it really helped me. And I've gotten more into more technical aspects, so I certainly understand things better than if I hadn't done F1 in schools and 4x4.
Well, there you go. These guys are really on the forefront of technological innovation. That is for sure. I'm getting told in my ear that the teams are ready to take to our obstacle courses. It'll be Alpha Centauri from the Abu Dhabi Indian School up first. They are setting the bar, so to speak. We've got 31 teams in total. It's an action-packed day. We're going to go right through until around 5 o'clock this evening, so do stay with us on the live feed. But give us a few seconds. Shortly, we'll be introducing to you the first team competing in 4x4 in schools. It's Alpha Centauri. Then we are up and away. Alpha Centauri are the first team to take to this obstacle course. We'll shortly be chatting to one of their team members. In fact, do come up and take a stool, sir. Please do. You are the first, I'm not going to say victim, I will say special guest on our show today. I'm going to pass you a microphone and we're going to be hearing all the details, all the kind of story, the journey so far for Team Alpha Centauri from the Abu Dhabi Indian School branch Al Wata. What's your name, sir?
My name is Gerard.
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 Gerard, how did you form the team? Talk to me about where this really started, how long you've been working on the project.
One of our teammates, he came up with the idea to participate in Yas in schools. We all take an interest in cars and, you know, the mechanical engineering. So we decided this would be a fun thing, and we 6 classmates, we grouped up together and made a team, picked a catchy name, and, you know, made the team, and now we're here.
What inspired the name, Alpha Centauri?
So it's inspired by the star. Alpha Centauri is one of the closest stars to our planet. Very catchy name, and we kind of wanted to stand out, so we picked that name. And, you know, when it comes to a car name, it's also pretty cool.
And obviously, the car is a central part to this competition. But how do you think you've performed as well as in your pit display and your portfolios?
Our portfolios, we put like a lot of dedication and time to it, to be creative, to stand out. We definitely focused on every parameter, like sustainability, the advantages, why we use the body, how our drivetrain is, the models, and even how we came up with a brand. So I feel like we are pretty good on that.
And you just mentioned sustainability, and that's like kind of a central focus in Yas in schools right now. So could you maybe take me through what you've done regarding that?
Right, so basically first we put a solar panel so that we can use clean renewable energy for the car, although not completely powered by solar energy, but a decent percentage. Then we've chose to go for a carbon fiber body. It's 5 times stronger than iron and even lighter, 4 times lighter than iron. So we decided this would be an ideal body. And that's basically it. We've also tried to minimize the voltage. We've used batteries which are more efficient.
Sustainability, big focus point. The other big focus point, we've been seeing it all weekend with F1 in schools and Formula Athara, is AI. How have you integrated AI into your project?
So AI, we've actually managed to hook up a tow system hooked up to our phones, which is going to be displayed. We also have an AI sensor which will be indicating a light through the grills to dedicate the banking levels of our car, which hopefully will be on display very soon.
Yeah, the car, I think it's just about to take on the tow challenge. What was the part of the obstacle course, Gerard, that you found hardest to navigate, hardest to crack?
I feel like we were a bit scared for the pipelines because, you know, it's a lot of precision and our body obviously is a bit bulky. The car is bulky itself. So we'll see how we perform on that.
And speaking of the track, you know, there is a little bit of strategy that goes into traversing it. You know, each participant must go over at least one. So have you actually talked about how you're going to be rotating amongst yourself?
Yeah, we decided, we've sectioned out which person is going to take which course and on how we're going to approach the course as well. Do we go fast? Do we go steady? Do we try to keep it slow and steady, or we try to rush it?
Okay, what's been the kind of conclusion to that inquiry? Is slow and steady the way forward?
Definitely.
Definitely, right, okay. Gerald, I'm sure is looking forward to seeing his teammates in action. What part of this course are you going to be tackling?
Currently, I'm going to be tackling the graveling and the hill climb.
Okay, right. So you've divvied it all up. There's 6 of you, is that correct, on the team?
Yes.
6 of you on the team, and you're splitting all of these driving components. What was your role off track, incidentally, when you first found the team?
My role was basically branding and media representation. So I took part of, branding our team, how we go on display, making the banners, making our portfolio, everything like that. I took care of.
Okay. And how does this kind of synergize with your studies in general, Gerard?
I want to pursue engineering, so this is amazing for me. I also take a lot in public speaking and design making. So this was obviously a very educational experience for me. I feel like I've learned a lot, and I think I'll put my best skills into this, so hopefully it turns out well.
Fantastic. It's great to hear. Now, your team members are now underway with the tow challenge. This is, of course, the trailer tow. It is the first of 3 challenges that teams will face on this wonderful obstacle course that has been designed here at the Yas Central Yas Marina Circuit. This is Alpha Centauri. Did you have any last-minute issues with the car? Did everything run smoothly, Gerard, when you arrived here this morning?
I mean, unfortunately, some of the components were acting up. The tow system was giving us slight issues. However, we tried our best to rectify it, as you can see. Hopefully, it works out to the best of its capabilities.
Fantastic. Okay. So Gerard
for putting them on the spot like that.
is watching on with interest. It's a nerve-wracking time, I'm sure, because how many months have you guys been working on this? It's got to be...
We're working about 1.5 months.
1.5 months on this project. Okay, so a lot of blood, sweat and tears over the last 6 weeks or so has gone into this for the Alpha Centauri team, and it's all come down to the performance here and how the judges view what's going on out there on the track with Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, I gotta remember, even from the time when I started competing, this tow challenge is, it starts off easy, but trying to get that the payload back into its original place is not as easy as you hoped it'd be.
Well, I would imagine errors are compounded, right? So when you make a small error, that can lead to a bigger one, and then suddenly you find yourself in a bit of trouble. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so we're trying to be really careful. Obviously, one small blunder starts like a domino effect for the entire thing. So being slow and steady, like I said, is our plan. Hopefully avoid the small blunders and then avoid the big blunders as well.
Okay, well, Gerard, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to chat with us here in our studio here. Thank you so much, and we're going to let you get back to your team because I know you've got a close eye on what's going on, but thank you. It was great to learn more about your journey thus far, Gerard, from Alpha Centauri, the Abu Dhabi Indian School. Thank you so much. Right, Gerard is going to rejoin his teammates. We'll shortly be grilling another unfortunate Aisha. It's going to be back-to-back for us. It's just going to be wall-to-wall interviews as we watch the action live on the track as Alpha Centauri, and I can see it as well with the car, just every now and again, a little bit of, dare I say, panic comes into the driving here. It just quickens up. You can see Abdullah demonstrating there. It was all done very nice, slow, controlled, measured. I know what I'd be like. The car would be jerking off all over the place because it would just be a little bit panicky, but you've got to keep it slow and measured, right?
Yeah, but I think it's also that added pressure because now you can see the timer slowly ticking down and you're panicking. You're like, oh my God, I need to get this in somehow. But yeah, it's
a tricky one. We've got 2 minutes 45 seconds left on the timer for this trailer tow challenge. So Alpha Centauri will be moving on now to the Terrain Challenge 1 and the Terrain Challenge 2. And I know Abdullah did go through quite beautifully his explanation of both of those challenges, but I took a few notes as well. Terrain Challenge 1, more of a futuristic cityscape, if you like, the kind of city of the future, that kind of look and feel to it. You've got the tunnel, that's your first obstacle. You've got the hub, which looks pretty nondescript. It looks innocuous, but actually Abdullah was explaining to me that's actually probably of the Terrain Challenge 1. That is actually the hardest challenge to negotiate.
Yeah, the hub has a deceptively tight turn, and if you pop a wheel off, there's basically no way you're going to get it back on, and that in and of itself can cause students to panic.
Right. Yeah, basically it's the ones with zero margin for error. When something does go wrong, it's game over, essentially. There are a couple of these obstacles where if you do make a mistake, you can probably correct it in play. So we've got the hub there. That is a small, intricate turn, followed by the water crossing, followed by the side slope, whereas Abdullah mentioned they're looking just for a couple of extra things. Those beepers to go off, the lights to come on if the car is in danger of overbalancing. Then you've got the hill climb with that slippery downslope, the articulation, followed by the exit ramp to the finish. So that is Terrain Challenge 1. Terrain Challenge 2, which is more of a desert scape, is involving another set of different obstacles, Aisha, starting with that entry ramp.
Yeah, I think that the first terrain is more about what the car can do, and the second terrain is more about what you can do.
Right. Okay, so you've really got to be the master of the controls for the second terrain. That seesaw, again, it looks harmless enough, but you've really got to time it, haven't you?
Yeah, especially if you get like to the very far end of that seesaw and you come crashing down, sometimes your car will bounce up, and then unfortunately you will hit those cones, which obviously means point deductions.
You've got the camber dome after that, which is a little bit of a tight turn around those cones. Once again, you've got to be very mindful of disturbing those cones and incurring penalties. That's followed by the rock crawl, which you'll see a lot if you go off-roading out here in the deserts of the UAE potentially. And then the low mu, that's the low friction. It's really going to test the grip of the car. So it's all about balance, it's all about control, and in this instance, it's about grip, Aisha.
Yeah, if you start slipping on that, I guess I can only suggest that you turn towards the slip. That will help.
Right.
Because turning away from the slip will sometimes cause your car to go more haywire, as I learned when I was driving. So.
There you have it. That's it. V Gully. Which part of the obstacle course did you drive, by the way, when you were commanding Delta X15?
If I remember correctly, I actually went through I went through most of the track because the rest of my team wasn't all that great going through it. So they only did one part.
They delegated.
They only did one part that they think that was really easy. So one of them did the tunnel, and then the other did the tro, because those are they have like sides so that you can't really swerve off. So they did those, and then I did everything else.
Oh my word! So
I could drive the car. So
they really lumbered you with a lot of responsibility there. So the low mu is followed by the V Gully, where a sort of 3 to 5 point turn is required to gain entry into that. And as Abdullah explained, the one that really will set nerves a-fluttering and hearts pumping is the pipe bridge, because you've got to enter dead straight. You've got to be aligned, because if you're a little bit off, you're going to come to a bit of a disastrous finish.
Yeah, and actually, I think another thing that the students should really remember from Abdullah's run is the fact that when one of his wheels went down into those dips, he actually turned towards inside of the track to make sure that his car stayed on center. So I think that'll be a big help for the participants.
Right, so that is it. That is the Terrain Challenge 2. Now, I believe Alpha Centauri have completed the Trailer Tow Challenge, so they'll shortly be moving on to commence on the Terrain Challenge 1. And I believe we can speak to a student from the Agito team from our own high school. I think, is Danvin ready to come in and have a little chat with us? He's held off by a rope at the moment. We need security to help him out. He's going to step forward. Danvin, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for being with us. You are, let me just confirm this, you are a member of the Agito team, correct?
Yes, I am.
You are, Danvin.
Yeah, my name is Danvin. I'm part of the Agito team from our own.
Okay, and what is your role with the Agito team?
I'm one of the main coders and wiring designers. We are a team of 3, so we have to like split the work really in like a very difficult way, where each person gets a lot of work, but still we were able to like do most of it.
Wow, team of 3, huh? So yeah. 3 people have got to do the work of 6. That is biting off a lot. Now, coding. Yes. You've got to explain to me about this. It's not something I'm particularly au fait with, I've got to be honest with you. What does it entail when it comes to 4x4 in schools?
So for us, we were completely new to the concept of Arduino itself, actually. We never used one, so we were in the development category. So we had to learn the entire concept of coding in like a few months itself. But due to this, like doing that has helped us actually learn more about it. Normally, we were given different like sample codes from Yas Marina itself on the website. But those we ourselves made our own code, designed everything, and this helped us to like learn more about the concept of Arduino itself. And like this was a very arduous and difficult task, but still we were able to do it efficiently and make it so that everything works. And yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that you learned coding in a few months. How did you find that? That's crazy.
Yeah, basically, as I said previously, we only had a few months since we were short on time, exam seasons. So we only had a few months. I was, as I said before, I was the main coder. What I basically did was, I basically took the Arduino home and did lots of tests on them. Like I did different projects I could find online and like online on different websites. I went to the official Arduino text book and like I have different projects. So doing that has helped me a lot in learning how the coding concept is. Like I could like learn everything right now and like explain each step now perfectly.
You mentioned this is exam season for you,
Yes,
Danveen. How old are you?
I'm 15.
You're 15, only 15. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're one of the younger students who take
Yes,
part
yes.
in this project. So not only are you up against, I suppose, a smaller team versus teams of 6,
Yeah.
you're also a youngster as well when it comes to 4x4 in
Yes,
schools. What made you decide to go down this road, though? How did you feel it would help your own educational path?
So for us, we want to be our entire team is really into the concept of a car, like engineering itself. We want to learn more, develop our skills. So seeing that a competition like this was available, we really wanted to join it. Even though we had an exam season, this is really useful for us since we can develop way more. So in between the exams, we efficiently like manage time using like different programs like Google Calendar, Miro. Using that, we were able to like split work, set deadlines, and we were able to do all of that perfectly, do everything, efficiently.
How do you feel this is going to shape maybe your future education as well? I don't want to put you on the spot here. I know you're only 15.
Yeah.
You know, I was there once upon a time. I didn't know what I wanted to do particularly when I was 15. But do you have a sense that, you know, this particular discipline could guide your future career choices?
Yeah, as I said previously, we were a team of 3. So this made us like put a lot of stress under us, but that made us work more efficiently, in my opinion. Even though there was a lot of stress, we were able to do everything, this made us like do everything on a set deadline perfectly. And even though we are pretty young, as you just said, we were able to like do everything somewhat good enough.
No, and
and like this skill, we learned from all of this. Like it's really useful for us because we learn how to work in a team, a cohesive team, in a way that even under like most stressful situations, we're able to do the work.
Well, that's it, because you're going away from a classroom environment, which doesn't really simulate the real world, into a small group of individuals who are all working for a common goal, which is essentially the workplace.
Yeah,
so it
exactly.
gives you that real life kind of experience, no matter what you go into, whether it's this field, whether it's medicine, whatever the field may be, it will allow you to actually experience what it's like to work in a small group to achieve a common goal, which is an amazing thing. And I'm sure both of you guys can testify to that. Your car is now up on the track, I think, Danveen. This is the Agito car. I can see a slightly bulkier chassis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Maybe, look, you've got to forgive me if I get things wrong, but just explain to me, if you can, the style of the chassis, the color you've seen there. We've got a camera on it now. I love the look of it. That is a formidable looking vehicle.
So for us, when we were our main thing is our team's identity. For us, since we are a group of 3, we want to emphasize how just this group of 3 were able to do all of this. So for this, we assigned each of us a different color on our logo. So blue, red, green. So you can see on the car, each color being represented on each side. So it's supposed to showcase us as a cohesive team working together. So our color scheme, as I said previously, was the blue, red, green, and you can see that. And underneath the car, for the chassis, we didn't really change much since for us, we were completely new, so we didn't have much time to make that many changes. But we mainly worked on the wiring and the other parts. And yeah.
And by the way, I've been dying to know, what does Agito mean? Why did you choose that?
Yes. For us, we decided our team name based on a translation from Latin, that's English to Latin. So Agito means momentum in Latin. So we wanted it to represent, for us, it encompasses all of our team. We want to be someone who drive forward and bring forth change. So, and also the theme of this entire competition itself, momentum, the movement of the car. So we want this name perfectly encompasses our entire team and everything around it, in my opinion.
And you mentioned that you're still in the development category. And since you mentioned your name is Momentum, would you consider coming back for the professional category?
We probably will, since this competition, all of us were really enjoying it. We were able to learn many different skills, but if we were able to do this at a higher level, I feel like more would be able to be gained for us, and we'd be able to progress and develop way more.
Are the skills that you've learned during this, Danveen, something that you think you're going to take into higher education in terms of coding, programming, general engineering and robotics? Do you see yourself really starting to narrow down those skills as you get older, as you go through into higher education?
Yeah, most of us, as I said previously, really like engineering as a whole. So what we were doing is we want this to help develop our skills so that in the future, when we are doing this, we can much more be used to the environment of the workplace and environment of the study itself. Doing in this competition, we learn much more about concept of Arduino, which is supposed to be a very important hardware, like in the future as well, still.
Yeah, it's great to hear. We're watching on screen here the Alpha Centauri car. This is the team that got underway a little bit earlier on. We heard from Gerard just a few moments ago. Great to have Danveen with us as well. We might get to see your car take on these obstacles. Although, Danveen, which obstacles are you in charge of driving?
Since we are a group of 3, we have one person named Hafid, who's our navigator.
Okay.
And he's going to be doing about the first one, in a different order. And we have Junaid, who's our main driver. He's really used to driving RC cars. He's actually gone for different competitions for RC cars before. Like, he's made some before on his own.
Okay, so we can lump a lot of responsibility on him, right?
Yeah. So we've given the responsibility of that to him. Since he's experienced with it, his experience would be really valuable, right?
Okay, so are you just the talking head, essentially? You've just come and you're hanging out with us, right? We can keep you here. Is that what you're saying? We can keep you here for the next few minutes. The longer we can keep Danveen here, the less he has to prove himself out there on the obstacle course. That's good. He can be the official spokesperson for Team Agito. Again, this is, I believe, the next car taking on the trailer tow challenge. So Agito, I suppose, are ready to start the terrain challenge 1, which includes the tunnel, the hub, the water crossing, the side slope, the hill climb, and articulation. 6 separate obstacles, all with their own unique challenges. I look at this and it makes my brain hurt. I've actually attempted this last year, and it's much, much harder than you think, because the trailer does not behave how you want it to behave.
Yeah. At the end of it, you have to reverse the trailer. That's going to be very difficult, since you have to be sure how the trailer is going to move and if it will end up in the exact square it's supposed to end up in.
I think I'd be felling that pine tree that has been so intricately placed on the edge of this. And I don't know whether you'd get an extra penalty for that, Aisha. I know that the cones are there.
Defamation of property, I'm afraid.
Yeah, defamation of property, that's what it would be. I would be destroying, hopefully not the ADNOC building, but definitely that palm tree would be a cropper if I was taking this on. But Danveen is alongside us. He is a member, a 3-man team, Team Agito from our own high school. Did you go through the F1 in Schools program, incidentally, or is that something you've not attempted yet?
So, sorry, can you repeat?
Did you ever attempt the F1 in Schools program as part of the
No, we haven't.
Schools?
We are as I said previously, we're completely new to all of this.
Right, okay. Does F1 in Schools appeal? Because we are on an active recruitment drive.
We're actually, we want to go to it in the next year. We actually do want to go for the F1 as well, since for us, we also think this would be pretty good.
Brilliant.
For us to learn more and develop more skills. Because right now, we've developed the skill for the Arduino, so we want to get much more better with the other concepts as well.
Okay, nice. I love that. Right then. Okay, back to action on the track if we can. And I think, Danveen, I think the Agito car is just about ready to launch into its assault on the Terrain Challenge 1. We can see, though, a little bit further up the track that we've got another team taking part in the second of the Terrain Challenges. And Abdullah seems to be presiding over this one. Not sure exactly who that team is, but I think we're going to get a chance to speak to them very, very soon as well. We've got a new chassis on there, Aisha, and we see a real variety in the chassis that these students choose, don't we?
Yeah, well, obviously most of them look like cars, and I see a lot of Defenders and G-Wagons, but they actually leave quite a bit of space for creativity when it comes to the chassis. So yeah, it's actually really nice to see what they come up with and how they kind of represent themselves with the shell of their car.
I like the more futuristic chassis. We've seen teams in the past have real success with almost those kind of moon rovery type chassis. I know that Cybercrawlers have been past champions of this competition, and they went for something a little bit different, didn't they?
Yeah, I think the kind of moon rover works really well because especially for these kits, if you don't make your shell high enough, sometimes your wheel actually gets caught onto the shell. And that can really affect how well you can drive. So just actually basically steering clear of having any kind of something that cups around your wheels is already a huge game changer when it comes to the track.
So we're watching the car of Alpha Centauri, our first team out. They are tackling Terrain Challenge 2. They found a chassis from somewhere because that was not on the car when they first took on the Trailer Tow Challenge, but that is the rock crawl that they have just negotiated, and they've done that pretty well. They've done a pretty good job of that. This is the low mu, where they're really testing low friction and the grip of the car here, and this one calls for a lot of control, a lot of deliberation. Dan Veen, how much, in fact, Dan Veen is just going to jump out because he needs to rejoin his team members. We're shortly going to be joined by the Terrain Titans, another team from our own high school, so we'll shortly be catching up with those guys, but all eyes now on the last few obstacles from the Alpha Centauri team, and this one, it's a tight little turn this onto from the low mu into this V gully, which it's all sequential, isn't it? And what I love about this, Aisha, is you've got to, one small mistake can actually lead to a bigger one and then can put you in a bit of a difficult spot. So you've really got to minimize all mistakes from pretty much the get-go.
Yeah, every like turn of the wheel, every pull of the trigger to add some power needs to be thought through really clearly, and that's actually why they allow a navigator up there with you when you're driving to like help you through it and give you some advice. But obviously they don't allow all of the team. That might get a little stressful.
As we saw yesterday, a lot of the team, they might not be all that helpful either. There's a lot of teammates putting a lot of pressure on their fellow students, on their drivers, on the pilots in charge of the buttons. But we are joined by the Terrain Titans from our own high school. Thank you so much for being here. What's your name, please?
My name is Ethan.
Ethan, it's great to have you here, Ethan. You are a member of the Terrain Titans. Is it a 6-man team you guys have got?
It's a 5-man team.
It's a 5-man team. How did you guys come together?
Actually, when I heard of this, we all were actually new. We do not know each other, but as we just came to along, just know each other, as we felt like we could be a great team. It's a yes, like we hope like we can make a difference as a new team. Like it's a new experience.
So I'm assuming you're in the development category right now?
Yes, we are in the development category.
And how is your experience, jumping into 4x4? How did you manage all of these kinds of new things that maybe you haven't tried before? And how did you manage like the portfolio and everything?
This 4x4 competition, we had learned this. This is like a new experience as I am the car design model. So I had just started using the 3D model websites, which is brand new to me. But we slowly by slowly we have been learning it, and this could be this is good for me as I have a passion in the 3D modeling and engineering. So I like to learn this, and our team also is new to Arduino, and slowly by slowly we are learning, maybe using outside source such like maybe ChatGPT, YouTube. But we slowly by slowly we have learned, and hopefully we can make a proper difference and maybe successfully win. But other and all, like from this, coordination with each other, we hopefully can create a proper performance.
So was that your AI implementation using ChatGPT to help you through the programming?
We don't use it, like we are not heavily dependent. Like if we have any problems, let's say there's one wire is not working or sensors are not sensing properly, like it's always sensing, we will try to take from ChatGPT, but we won't directly Control-C, Control-V it. But
no, I was just teasing you. I know.
But we learn from it. We learn from what we get from ChatGPT.
It's there as a tool, really, right?
We use it as a tool.
It's not there to just plagiarize.
Yes.
I mean, one or two of the students were certainly earmarking it, certainly in Formula Athara, as a good friend of theirs, as a good companion, old ChatGPT. But I guess it's about how you implement it, isn't it, Ethan?
Yes.
Right then, your car is currently taking on the the trailer tow challenge. What's been the most difficult part of this navigation, this obstacle course for you to conquer, Ethan?
What we believe is actually the tow bar part, as we believe it's actually a bit difficult, as we have been getting many problems. And actually, as we were, it was during the exam time, and I'm actually a high-level student, so I was not completely involved, but I was present in a way. Like we have this.
How old are you, Ethan?
Huh?
How old are you?
I am 15.
15, okay, right. So again, right at the bottom end of really the age category for 4x4 in schools, and it's great to see so many of the youngsters, the younger students taking on this challenge, and you've got years ahead of you maybe, potentially all the way through until university. Do you see yourself coming back and continuing 4x4 in schools?
It depends on how strict the study material is. As I'm in currently 11th, and as we are in a CBSE curriculum, 12th is actually an important year. Depending on how much work I have, I can possibly come, but I believe my full team can come once or come next year. That's a hope. But
we'll see
it
what
depends
happens.
on the examination.
Yeah, I think that's just a simple fact of life that, I mean, sometimes you do have to give up some things because of priorities and what you want to do with your life. And yeah, so actually, where do you want to take this?
Sorry?
Where do you want to take like your experience in 4x4? Do you hope to use it?
So I believe this one I am more, my task was to model and understand the mechanical of the entire car. So I am more into looking at engineering field with mechanical. So this could maybe help me get into college or something.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, no doubt. I mean, these kind of extracurricular activities are always well thought of, and particularly one as detailed and as skillful as this. And you know, it's a massive commitment as well to make a team, to make it to the national finals. And you guys, as we've already discovered, have learnt a lot along the way. So Terrain Titans have got their own process of national final competition underway. And we've now had 3 teams come through the gauntlet. Yeah. Aisha, we've seen Alpha Centauri. I mean, I was keeping half an eye on those guys. They started without a chassis. They added a chassis halfway through. Is the sort of chassis on, chassis off kind of thing, is this something that we've seen a lot of? Because I've noticed Agito have lost their chassis as well now.
Yeah, sometimes teams can choose to just use the skeleton itself because, like I said before, sometimes your shell actually just gets in the way of you steering your car. So it's better, like, I mean, taking the shell off does reduce some points, but I think it's kind of, it's just more intuitive to lose those points for taking a shell off rather than keeping your shell on and then being unable to control your car well, and you end up hitting all the coins and cones and losing maybe even more points than you would have if you had just taken the skeleton.
Okay, so if you do the whole course with the shell on, what you're doing is you're just showboating at that stage. Right, okay, so I get it now. Right, I'm now understanding, because I've been looking at these chassis thinking that's how I'm going to recognize each and every one of these vehicles, and then suddenly I look back across the obstacle course and the chassis is gone, and I'm like, what on earth is that vehicle? But Team Agito currently tackling the second of the terrain challenges. We've got the Terrain Titans, Ethan's Terrain Titans, who are moving on, I think, now to the first terrain challenge, or are they still grappling at the moment with the tow challenge as well, which you said was a difficult one, Ethan. What part of this challenge, I know you said you're also perhaps going to be hiding from the actual responsibilities of driving the car, potentially, but are you going to be looking forward to taking on specifically some of these obstacles?
I hope I can participate in any of these things, but so far, maybe if you keep it bad.
You want to stay here? Is that what I'm getting from you? You're quite happy parked on this stool chatting to us and not having to go through the stressful process of actually taking on these obstacles. I'm getting a little bit stressed out, a little bit anxious just looking at this. We're looking at the pipe bridge here. This could be the toughest of all, Aisha.
Oh yeah, this is where a lot of mistakes can be made and where things like really can fall apart if you make even the slightest error in wheel placement or in how fast you move the car. But it looks like Agito has done it almost flawlessly. That is really impressive. Congratulations, guys.
Wow, Agito Looking good there, and they have finished. Ultimately, they have finished their second terrain challenge, so they've negotiated all 3 of those obstacle courses, and we will be looking across to see new teams join. There'll be a constant, continuous flow throughout the course of the day. 31 teams in total. Just gets harder and harder, doesn't it, Aisha, to actually win this thing?
Yeah, there's always more competition every year, and you really got to up your game later when you join in later years after this competition has kind of blown up. So
yeah, no doubt, no doubt. How did you hear about this, by the way, Ethan?
Actually, our school would regularly send circulars about other activities. As I had got this, after seeing this activity, I felt it was interesting, as I believed it could maybe help me learn new things. So I just registered, and after this registration, I do enjoy doing all these activities and this helping the team, hopefully making a good comeback or something.
And before we say goodbye to you, what do you feel is the most valuable thing that you've learned throughout the course of working together on this team?
As I told you, I was a car design model. I have learned using different websites. As I have learned the basics, mostly basics of modeling. As it might look easy at first, but slowly by slowly you will find difficulty. For currently we have a straightforward yet effective car body shell, but maybe let's say in the future I get like a modeling job, maybe I will get more advanced and maybe help create new and spacious storage items, depending on that.
It doesn't look easy. I promise you that. I never thought for 1 second that it's looked easy, but you guys sometimes make it look easy, that is for sure. And anything done well often does. But we've got more teams waiting to join the track, more teams, I think, waiting to speak to us, Aisha, as well. They're starting to flow in. Looking at the next few teams on the roster, we've got the Vulcan team from JSS International School Dubai. We've got the team Dust Devil, also from JSS International School Dubai, followed by Dubai International Academy's the Dream Team, and then Exynos from the Westminster School Dubai as well. That runs us all the way through until around about 11:15 this morning. The room is full of people milling around, of people just organizing themselves. There's a pre-grid waiting area. There's where the cars go and get analyzed and judged off-grid as well, and off the track as well. You've been through that process. Did you have a final meeting, a final discussion yesterday, Ethan, as to how your day would play out today?
Yeah, we had like a proper discussion yesterday itself, like planning for all the important things like electronics and all. Mostly for me, it was about the car body shell, like any minor or major adjustment we should do. But overall, we had a proper yesterday meeting. Actually, we were mostly in chat, but it was somehow effective for spreading the message.
Well, thank you for your time, and I guess you've got to go get back onto the track. So
yes, thank you.
Face your fears there. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ethan. Ethan there from Terrain Titans, our own high school, and he's going to rejoin his teammates out on the track. They are taking on Terrain Challenge 1, and as you can see, the Terrain Titans team is right now trying to negotiate this hub obstacle, which looks like nothing at all. It looks like just a little left turn. It's not. It's much trickier than that. It's actually requiring, as you can see, a wheel hanging off the edge of the hub. It actually requires a much more intricate three-point turn. And oh dear, oh dear, we've had a capsize incident, and the car will be reset and it will go again. Or in fact, is that just game over for that particular obstacle, Aisha?
Yeah, usually when you can no longer attempt, or you've somehow you're unable to maneuver yourself properly, they don't actually let you try again. You just skip the entire obstacle and move on. But it seems like their woes do not end there, because it seems their shell is actually beginning to twist off. It's almost at a 90-degree angle to the rest of the...
Things are unraveling pretty fast for the Terrain Titans, but hopefully they get things back on track, so to speak. We are joined in our studio by a member of the Vulcan team, correct? Am I right? Yes. Good stuff. That's good. From the JSS International School Dubai. What is your name?
My name's Anushka Joisa.
Anushka, it's great to have you alongside us in our studio here, down here for the national finals at 4x4 in schools. You're with the JSS International School. First time tackling 4x4 in schools?
Yes.
Okay, how are you finding it so far?
I'm loving it here.
You're loving it?
The energy is really great. The vibe's like amazing. Everyone's excited. It's like a feverish mode of competition and everyone's bustling around preparing. It's really nice. It's exciting.
Oh, that's good to hear. So how did your team come together? Who decided, who was the ringleader, if you like, and how did it get together and you know, ultimately decide to tackle what is quite a big commitment?
Team manager of our team is Rehan. He's in grade 12. And we met in the F1 club, and my classmate, Akib, and Rehan's classmate, Pradyumna, they were all together. They got together first, and Akib invited me. He's like, do you want to join us? Do you want to help us in the marketing and the finance coordination? I'm like, yeah, sure. I would love to join.
And you mentioned F1. So is that an F1 in schools club or like an actual F1 racing club?
F1 in schools club.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So some of your teammates have actually been in F1 before. Have you?
No, it's my first time.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you've gone straight in at the top, Anushka. You've gone straight into 4x4 in schools. And you mentioned marketing there.
Yes.
We know that there's much more to 4x4 in schools than just what we see here on the obstacle challenges. How do you incorporate marketing into this program?
Well, basically, for the marketing, I approached companies which are like in our day-to-day lives. For example, we approached a printing company from China, PCBway. We were about to get an in-kind sponsorship, but we had to cancel it sadly because of shipment arrival timings. But there's a tuition center, ATP STEM, and they gladly came ahead and decided to sponsor us. And we accepted. We are really happy to be sponsored by ATP STEM.
Wow.
And they've really guided us in all this process. They've also helped us a lot.
Love that. That's great. Okay, so you've got a sponsor on board. They've helped you a lot. In what areas did they give you specific help?
Well, me and my other teammate, we go there to the tuition center to study. And over there, they have guided us with the marketing, the shirts, the printing. They've also helped us with like the sponsorships, like the package. They guided us on like how to get it, basically from them only. So it was really, really helpful.
Oh, that's awesome to see. We're watching a car, and again, it's lost its chassis, so I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to need to look at the names on the back of the shirts to see exactly who, in fact, I think that's the Terrain Titans who are tackling. This is Terrain Challenge 1. We've seen them have plenty of issues thus far with this first terrain challenge. They've fallen off the hub. They've lost their chassis midway through.
Yeah, you can actually see it peeking around the
right.
corner of the
It's
screen.
lying somewhat woe-begotten in the corner. There is the chassis of Terrain Titans. It's difficult. How much practice have you done, Anushka, on the actual obstacle challenge itself?
A lot. Actually, in our school, in breaks and free times, me and my teammates, we would gather up and we would make our own obstacles and we would practice the car on that.
Right.
I actually made an obstacle course using used canisters.
You made an obstacle course?
Yes,
Wow.
used carbon canisters from the F1 in schools. Our team members which have used it. So all those empty carbon metal canisters, they were going to waste. So we decided that why not make an obstacle course out of it. So we made an entire obstacle course.
That must be an incredible point you brought up in your sustainability in your portfolios. That's incredible. Well
Yes,
done.
our team has really focused on sustainability. We decided to go with cornstarch-based PLA filament as well for our car shell.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, what's the benefits of that, if you can explain?
Well, actually, we had many options for our filaments, 3. We had SLA resin, PET filament, ABS filament, and PLA filament. PLA filament was brittle if exposed to moisture and sunlight. Otherwise, and it has low tensile strength, but it is extremely easy to print, and it is very cheap, and it also aligns with our sustainable mottos of our team.
Right.
And PET and ABS, what was happening was it was hard to obtain, and it was slightly more expensive, and the printers for that were also like hard to find.
Right.
And for SLA resin, it takes a lot of time to cure, and it gets deformed easily. So we decided that sustainable PLA filament was our best approach.
You said cornstarch, did you?
Cornstarch based, yes.
Wow, cornstarch based. Wow, that's amazing. It's incredible what new materials are being developed that are looking fundamentally at a sustainable model, which is amazing to see. And you guys are at the forefront of that. This is Team Vulcan. Give me a kind of synopsis as to how you guys settled upon the name Vulcan, if you can.
Well, Vulcan is the Roman god of fire and forge. Fire represents passion and drive, and forge means symbolizes the proficiency in craftsmanship and engineering. And we thought that went perfectly with our team. It fit us perfectly, so we decided to go with Vulcan.
Love it.
And how confident are you in your chassis design, and in the sense that it'll allow you to traverse these terrains easily?
Well, we've made our design based on the 1969 Mustang car, if I'm not wrong, yes. And we've edited a little bit, and I believe that it's really gonna stay on for the obstacle course.
Yeah, I noticed that right away when I looked at your chassis. I'm like, oh, it's a Mustang, very nice. I'm a big fan already. So, yeah. So which part of the track will you be tackling?
Huh?
Which part of the terrain will you be tackling, or will you be doing more than one?
Actually, I thought I would be here for the entire interview.
Right, okay. Oh, you're hoping to avoid any of the driving, Anushka?
No, actually, I wanted to go for driving.
You can.
But
we won't detain you for the entire time.
But we felt like I knew the most about the team.
Right.
So
that's
I decided
good.
to
No, that's
come
good.
up.
You've been very, very informative so far. So you've done more than a good job so far. But we will release you to maybe have a go at some of the driving. I think your team, I can see them there. They are on the far side. So they're still on the trailer tow challenge. And are they fixing the chassis there? They're doing something to the vehicle just on the side of that trailer tow challenge. So there's still plenty of action to go for the Vulcan team from JSS International School Dubai. You said this was your first experience of any of the Yas in Schools programs.
Yes.
Do any others appeal, Anushka? Would you have a go at maybe F1 in schools in the future?
I want to go for, after the 4x4 is over, I want to go for the next year's F1 in schools.
See, that's interesting to me because I always assume that students who reach 4x4 in schools level have probably, by definition or by default, done F1 in schools. But we're discovering that's not so much the case. In many ways, 4x4 in schools can be as much a gateway into F1 in schools as Formula Athara, Aisha.
Yeah, I think it might even be like a slightly smarter choice because you get kind of the harder challenge out of the way, and you get everything very technical, and you understand it before you actually go into F1 in schools. So, you know, you have a little bit of advantage of knowing more rather than having a more foundational kind of things with F1 and then going into 4x4.
Right, I get it. Yeah, you almost have an edge on the competition. And speaking of the competition, we are looking at the Terrain Titans team as they try to negotiate this second obstacle challenge, this second terrain challenge. They're on the rock crawl, and this really tests control of the suspension of the car. And we've lost the chassis. That's to be expected. As we heard earlier from Aisha, often that is put to one side so that full control can be exercised on the vehicle. But that was nicely done over the rock crawl and onto the low friction grip test obstacle, which has again been negotiated pretty skillfully from Terrain Titans. So they've got their challenge back on track after a few hiccups and a few mishaps on the first of the obstacle courses. They seem to be going better now.
Yeah, they're repositioning their car, getting ready for the next obstacle, and they're kind of jerking around, but I think they'll get there.
And now I think we can look at the Vulcans. This is your team, Anushka, attempting the one, I think the most underrated of the challenges, or certainly the sneakiest of the challenges, which is the trailer tow.
Yes.
It looks straightforward
but it's
compared to the others, but it's really not, is it?
No. We have to get the Bluetooth connected to the servo control so that the hitch will go up and it will go inside the trailer hook, and then you have to navigate it, and it's really hard to keep the trailer hook inside the hitch as well as driving and parking that. So it's really underrated, yeah.
You've been focusing on marketing. But of course, there are so many technical elements to this as well, and you can get as technical as you want to. How have you found embracing those, the more, I guess, programming elements of the competition?
My teammate Akib is in charge of that, but I have a very good overview over that.
Right.
I've been.
What have you learned from him?
Well, we actually did a lot of changes in the development of the technical stuff. So he would take our advice from time to time, and I would also ask him to find out more about that. So the Yas schools gave us the Arduino Uno to work on the sensors. We switched it to Arduino Nano, and then we decided to go for Raspberry Pico, and then we decided to go to Raspberry Pi 4 because of soldering issues, and Raspberry Pi 4 was having thermal problems. So we had to come back to Arduino Uno.
I mean, I don't even know what Raspberry Pi 4.
Yes, it's like a computer.
It's a computer, okay.
It's a sort of a computer, yes.
You're going to have to treat me as a complete ignoramus, I'm afraid.
We're using it in our pit display, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
if you come around and check.
I will come and check that.
Yeah, on our monitor, we've connected the Raspberry Pi, and we've kept our Arduino elements on our board, and you can see the entire circuits there to see.
So can you explain the advantages of Raspberry Pi over Arduino?
Well, basically Arduino is coding, but in Raspberry Pi, it's like a computer in which using the command desktop of it, you can also add the code over there. Right. So Raspberry Pi becomes a bit more extensive with the soldering of the wires and all.
Got it.
It's a bit more professional, takes some time. So
right. I got it. Okay, I understand.
Arduino is simpler.
Yes, I love that. Okay, so we're looking at, I think this is the Vulcan team, is it not? Still doing the trailer tow challenge, hopefully negotiating that. Oh, it's a tricky one there. That trailer got away from him there. So we're just going to see on screen how, and we're actually running out of time to complete this trailer tow challenge. Just 25 seconds left on the clock there for the trailer tow. And you think it's a lot of time, Aisha. 8 minutes seems like a lot of time.
But it's not.
It's really not, is it?
Under the competition's pressure, it does not feel like a lot.
Yeah, it slips away before your very eyes, and I think time management when you're actually when you're actually doing the challenges is really important. Like leaving a lot of time for this backing up and parking of the trailer is very important. And sorry to say, it looks like you didn't manage to finish it, but that's okay.
That's okay. That's all right. It's just one obstacle. There's plenty more to get into. This is, I think, 25% of all points available for 4x4 in schools as well. So I think I like that split because, yes, okay, it depends on performance. It depends on your ability to keep a steady hand and perform under pressure. But you also got to reward all of that work that goes in the many, many hours leading up to this day.
Yeah, I really like the fact that there are points for everything, small stuff. So every little thing that you do adds up to a very big number.
Yeah, that's it. So are you confident in the rest of the components to 4x4 in schools? Do you feel your team's in a good place?
I think our verbals are amazing. Our portfolio is amazing. Presentation will be great. Pit display is amazing. I'm confident, really confident.
And what year of school? Did you say you were in year 12, Anushka?
10.
You're in year 10?
Actually, grade 10. So for IB and all, it will be year 11.
Right, okay. So you're 15?
14.
14.
My birthday's in November.
You're only 14? My goodness me. Wow, that's amazing. So, wow, you've got a huge journey ahead of you. You should definitely get involved in the F1 in Schools program.
Want to.
Yeah, you need to do that because, you know, that is a fantastic program as well. And that brings so much excitement. We've been commentating on the F1 in Schools national finals here across Thursday and Friday. Formula Ithara, which is almost a gateway program for younger students.
Primary.
That was over the weekend, primary school age students as well. They get so excited about it. It's great to see how much energy
I've
they
seen
bring
them
to
at
the table.
school, always active, amazing participation. They're really good at getting sponsors. The car design's amazing, very well behaved also. They're not like, even if they're like in grade 3 or grade 4, they're very well behaved, controlled.
Yeah, that's it. But Aisha's been through not Formula Ithara, but F1 in schools and 4x4 in schools. You've been to the World Finals of F1 in schools, Aisha, as well.
Yep.
You know, when you go to that level and you see competitors from all around the world who are sort of the top of their tree in their respective countries, how much of a learning curve is that?
It's like you're looking up at a mountain. When you go to the World Finals, it's almost like you enter a whole new world of other competitors who have maybe had years of experience, and it's just impressive to see how far they can take it, even despite being in high school still. But I think we have a new team coming in. This is the Team Dust Devil.
This is Team Dust Devil from JSS, another member of JSS International School Dubai, and we're looking at, is that the Vulcan team?
Yeah, this is Vulcan's chassis.
They've got their chassis back on, so they're tackling. We saw Vulcan unfortunately fail to complete the trailer tow challenge in their allotted 10-minute period, but they are now tackling this first terrain challenge, this futuristic cityscape, city of the future, involving a tunnel, a hub, a water crossing, a side slope, a hill climb, and articulation as well. But the team that you can see on camera now, I believe, are the Team Dust Devil, and we are joined by a member of that team in our studio now. What is your name, my good sir?
Yeah, my name is Abhiram Shani Binu, and I'm the car builder in the Team Dust Devils.
Okay, Abhiram, great to have you with us. And talk to me about what being the car builder entails. What did you start with to bring you to this point today?
Yeah, so when it comes to car building, it's really like a really special experience. You start with a breadboard and a couple of wires, some resistors, but at the end, when you connect it all together, you feel that special attachment towards all these parts, and at the end, you come up with something truly beautiful, like a full circuit.
What have you gone with? We haven't actually seen your chassis as yet, but talk to me about the thinking behind your chassis.
Yeah, so this chassis is inspired by the Cybertruck display, like the Cybertruck design. It's like a very simple, simple type of chassis, and it also has a theme behind sustainability. So we have figured out that we have reduced the number of curves and edges on the car in order to reduce the number of filament used, which at turn is very useful for the environment and also reduces the cost of the car.
That's great. That's fantastic. We've got camera on the Vulcan team as they try to negotiate the side slope. This is again the first of the terrain challenges. Abhiram is with us in studio for Team Dust Devil. Team Dust Devil, the name of the team, I'm fairly self-explanatory, but how did you guys settle upon that?
All right, so like the name Dust Devil, it actually consists of two parts, the term dust and devil. So the term dust, it explains how the off-road terrain of 4x4 racing as. This is a type of sport where cars have to go through usually an off-road terrain. So it represents how we'll be able to blaze through the tracks with relative ease, and also shows the off-road and ruggedness of these kind of cars. Now the name devil, it represents this speed demon that exists in all of us. It like awakens when we take part in such exhilarating activities such as 4x4 racing. So it's that kind of feeling one gets when they take part in such exhilarating and exciting activities. So we came across to the name Dust Devil, and of course it even has a little bit of a ring to it.
So you're leaving all your competition in the dust as you blaze past them with all of your great engineering, and I assume?
Yes, yeah, it's a really simple model, but it carries a lot of meaning towards it.
I love that, Abhiram, I love that.
And how confident are you in the performance of your car when it comes to, the more technical parts such as the lights coming in and as well as your electrical being able to go through that water trough?
Yes, we have designed with this model several times. We have spent a lot of time into this model, and there have been a few issues with the electronics, but most of the parts we have got it up and running, and we even tested it a couple of times on our journey here. Like from the start to finish, we have been focusing on this kind of electronics and how we'll be able to maneuver and just the general electronic structure of the car. So we've spent a lot of time into it, and I think we might be able to get through it with relative ease.
And how much time have you actually put into, preparing for this whole competition?
Yeah, ever since we joined 4x4, we've always had that goal to try to spend as much time with the car as possible. We started with sponsors, then moved towards building the car, and then we even spent a long time towards the model of the car. We made 4 different types of models, to find the best one, which one's more efficient, which one's more sustainable, and which one at the end will just help us get an upper hand of the performance. So we have spent a lot of time into it. Almost all the sessions that we got have been used towards these kind of things, and especially sponsors. Nowadays, finding sponsors can be a little difficult, but at the end, we managed to find a pretty good sponsor.
Who's the sponsor?
Yes, the sponsor is a football club known as Lago FC. They've been
no way.
Yeah, we've been really excited and grateful for them for providing us with this opportunity of sponsorships.
How come a football club, just out of interest?
Yes, so a football club, it's like they came to us first because we had.
They came to you?
Yeah, we
They knocked on your door. I love it.
Yeah, we had like, Instagrams and Facebook and all that, and thanks to that, we were even giving updates about our performance. So they came to us and told us that even though they might not have much financial support, they will be able to help us in various other fields.
So marketing, exposure, that kind of thing, they've been helping you?
Yeah, they've been also helping us with our kits, the car, the shirt that we'll be wearing towards this conference.
Okay. How old are you, Abhiram? How old are you?
I'm 14.
14,
wow.
Just 14 again. So I assume this is your first experience of 4x4.
Yeah, this is my first experience in 4x4 racing. And from the beginning, I was really excited about this because I'm usually more into these exhilarating activities.
Okay. Would you give F1 in schools a go as well?
Yes, so F1 and 4x4 are generally the same thing but different concepts. And I'm also really willing to give that a try as well, as it's going to be a different experience and more fun.
Nice, nice. I love that. Right, okay, so maybe seeing you on the track in the future. We're currently, again, we're still focusing in on the Vulcan car, which is, again, on the first terrain challenge towards the end of that challenge, Aisha.
They just took a little bit of a tumble down the hill, but it wasn't so bad. They ended up on their upside down. However, they will need to maneuver themselves to line up for.
Is this? They've gone down the slope, so,
yeah, so
they've
they
got
will be going into. Oh yeah, into the articulation next. So they will be lining up for that.
They're coming into the final part of their obstacles.
Sadly,
so
they just ran out of time, so they won't be.
Maybe the camera has cut on that one. So Team Vulcan not having things all their own way on the track there. We are joined by Team Dust Devils, Abhiram, and I tell you what, we haven't really seen a team fully negotiate this with no problems whatsoever. Everyone is experiencing different issues at different points of this track. How much practice have you guys done, and how confident are you that your car will be able to meet the challenge on the track?
Yeah, we have done a lot of practice. We start with basic motions. Each of us have managed to practice with the car, like how to move it and basic directions. And after that, we really didn't have a proper terrain, but we managed to make use of whatever we had, like boxes, used cartridges, and all that. And we managed to create a makeshift terrain. So each of us were practicing in that terrain. And although I'm not fully sure we'll be able to do all of them, I'm pretty sure we can get most of them done right.
Okay, nice. Good to hear. So the tow challenge, I think, is ready. I think the Dust Devils team are your team on the obstacle course? Are they just? I think I can see them there.
I think they actually just finished the tow challenge with 27 seconds left to spare. I think that's what we just saw.
Wow. Okay.
On the screen.
So you've done the tow challenge with 27 seconds left to spare. So not cutting it too fine, but still. Certainly indicative of how difficult that challenge is. So your team are going to be taking on the first terrain challenge, Abhiram. And are you confident in the car's ability for these specific obstacles? There's only so much practice you can do. How much navigating, how much controlling and driving are you yourself hoping on doing?
So I've always moved towards the building of the car, but yes, I have given movements a try, and I even tried some specific terrains, yes. And we're not fully sure whether we'll be able to, then again, we can't, I'm not fully sure if we'll be able to handle all the terrains with the same amount of efficiency. But we all hope that we can do pretty well. Like, we have that confidence that we might be that we'll be able to do relatively well in most of these challenges, because we all have spent a good amount of time working on the car.
Well, that's good to hear, Abhiram, and I think we're going to let you rejoin your teammates on the obstacle course, on the terrain challenge, for the first of those terrain challenges. Thank you so much for being with us in studio. We appreciate your input. We appreciate your insight into how it's been for you in 4x4 in schools. We wish you the best of luck in the remainder of this competition, okay?
Yeah.
Great stuff. Abhiram there from the Dust Devil team. It's just a revolving door of guests here in our studio, Aisha. We're going to shortly be speaking to a member of the Dream Team from the Dubai International Academy as well. Just waiting for that. But up on screen, we've got the second of the terrain challenges, and I believe it is still the Vulcan team trying to negotiate those. We're going to have a camera on that if we can. And we've seen some intriguing action thus far, Aisha, as we welcome yet another one of the students into our studio. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Dream Team, Dubai International Academy. I hope I've got that right.
Yeah.
And your name is?
I'm Afia Sahel.
I'm sorry?
Afia Sahel.
Afia, great to have you with us, Afia. And are you excited? Are you nervous?
Very excited.
How are you feeling?
And very nervous.
Both excited and nervous. That's good, because that means you're going to be challenging all of your energy in the right direction. Let's go back to the beginning. Where did this story start? Where did this journey start for you?
Our teacher, Miss Maeve, who is actually our supervisor with us here with us today, introduced this competition. So she nominated a couple of us, and we're all in the same year group. We all know each other as friends, and we decided to do this competition together.
Okay, good. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And I suppose being friends as well means collaboration is that little bit much easier.
It made it a whole lot easier. Communication within the group and knowing what each of our strengths are and being able to play to them, it all came together very easily because we knew each other from before.
Now, I'm the more technical one amongst Robbie and I am incredibly interested
just slightly.
And I'm incredibly interested in the design choice of your chassis, actually. So because unlike other people who are usually kind of designing them after cars, you seem to have more of a circular kind of design. It looks a little bit more like its own payload, if anything.
Yeah. So, our car design went through like multiple phases. We had, I think, like 3 or 4 different designs, and we decided not to print every single one of them out. So our mechanical engineer, Ava, she actually designed them on Tinkercad. So she made models of them before. And before, we made like 5 or 6, and then we decided to only print like 3 out for sustainable reasons. You know, it's like a huge waste if you're printing it out using a lot of filament each time. So we decided to go with 3 in the end. So the first one, it was similar to this one, but we had it with I think a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, and we did it with ABS, and it was pretty thick. It was sturdy, but it wasn't flexible, and it was harder to go on with the obstacles with that one. So we printed another one. It was with PLA, which is more sustainable, and it was one single line, and it had a lot of curvature. So it was like extremely streamlined, completely different to the one we have right now, and there were a whole host of other problems with that one. So because of using one single line of 3D printing, it was faster, and it used less 3D, it used less filament, but it was prone to breaking, it was brittle, and it was hard, and although it was flexible, it was a bit too flexible. So we decided with our current model right now, and it's a 0.8 millimeter nozzle with the PLA, and it works to the strengths of both designs.
So when you were designing your chassis, were you trying to like avoid getting into any of the wheel zones to make sure that your car was flexible enough to move over the obstacles?
Yeah, exactly. So we tested beforehand, and a problem we were finding is, especially for the hill climb, which I'd say is probably our biggest challenge right now. Firstly, the weight distribution is important. We don't have too much weight at the top. We have it like towards the bottom, so that makes going over the hill climb obstacle easier. And we also decided to create, like, because it's 3D printed and there's not too much at the top, we could go over that obstacle.
Okay, interesting stuff, Afia. I understood about 78% of that, which is good. Probably more than I was expecting to be quite honest with you. But how do you demonstrate sustainability? Now, I know this is a big component of the program, and it's really important. And I think it's brilliant that the Yas schools have really embraced it. But how do you show it in your portfolio? What you mentioned a couple of things that you guys have done, but outlining your overall sustainability goals.
So I'd say overall we've done like a whole host of things to ensure that we have like different aspects which cover sustainability. One of the major things that we've done is as opposed to using ABS, we used PLA filament. This is more sustainable, so it's made of... Can you
explain what that is? I don't quite understand what that is. PLA filament.
There's... for the 3D printing, we got our car body 3D printed.
Right.
And so for that, there's 2 different types. Like we had 2 options available to us.
Okay.
The ABS and PLA.
Right.
So the ABS comes from unsustainable means, and the PLA comes from cornstarch and sugarcane, so it's sustainable. So we decided to go with that for our final car design.
Okay, so that's the chassis, the car body for the design. Any other elements where you've incorporated elements of sustainability?
Apart from that, we ensured like economic and social sustainability.
Right.
So we try to use recycled materials, for example, and we try to reduce the amount of resources that we were using. Obviously, we had a budget from our school, so that was helpful. But we tried to reduce this as much as we could because wastage of resources is something that is really easy to go overboard with in this.
Sure.
So we tried to minimize that, keep everything online if we could, print less, etc.
And I guess that ties a lot into like your economic portfolio. And how do you think you're going to perform on your pit display and your portfolios, as well as your verbal presentation?
So we've already had our pit display in the morning, and we're doing our verbal presentation later today.
Okay.
So
you're getting some practice in here, aren't you?
I guess.
The verbal presentation. You'll be flying when it comes to the full verbal presentation. The dream team. Pretty self-explanatory, I guess.
Yeah. So the team name, it was sort of a joke actually that became a reality. So our teacher, Miss Maeve, who is our supervisor right now, she initially was sending us a couple emails about it, trying to finalize everything, the team members and everything. So she referred to us as the dream team. And then after that, when we started the competition, we referred to us as that as well. We'd be like, oh, the dream team, we got to get the dream team together in break time to practice or whatever.
Now we need a name. What are we again?
And it sort of stuck. So when we had to choose a team name officially, that's the one we went with.
I love it. Brilliant stuff. It's really good to get insight from you, Afia, on how your team came together. Now, we've been seeing a theme of all of the students that have been joining us in our studio here, younger ages. Every single year, they get a little bit younger. How old are you?
I'm 15, and so is like the rest of my group, 15. We have a couple people, like I think 2 people that are 14 as well.
Right, okay. So you've quite a few years of school left in you. How do you feel like this program is going to shape your further education potentially?
I think it'll have an immense impact. It was great. A lot of the things we covered right now were quite new to all of us. For example, our electrical engineer who covered the Arduino coding, it was her first time, as for the rest of us as well. We'd never seen something like that, so it was new and it was challenging at first, but I feel like we've got a good grasp of it right now, and we've been able to incorporate it in further projects as well. For example, our electrical engineer, Asma, she's currently doing her personal project based off of Arduino coding, which is something that we only discovered through this project.
So important to embrace technology, isn't it? Particularly for you younger guys, who are coming up through school, into higher education, into the workplace. You can ill afford, really, to ignore technology in this day and age. I got away with it back in my day. I mean, there was different technology back then, but you know what I mean? It's very important, and this is what's so brilliant about the 4x4 in Schools program, is that you are getting a jump on some of the other students who will not know about all of these programs, about all of this coding, about all of this engineering, the robotics that are on display here, and you are getting that major insight at a young age into what you might be heading into in the future.
It's been a great advantage, really. There are so many different aspects of the competition that I wouldn't have been able to experience otherwise, and I hope to be able to use the skills I've learned otherwise as well.
For sure. Do you have a feel as to what you would do, maybe at university, or whether you would go into higher education, or what subjects you'd like to pursue in more detail?
At the moment, I've taken physics and chemistry, higher level math, so I'd like to continue that for my later years in school, and then in college, hopefully computer science.
Computer science?
Yeah.
That'll stand you in good stead.
I know.
4x4 in Schools. It's going to stand you in great stead, Afia. Are you going to be doing any of the driving for these obstacles?
Yeah.
Okay, so your team, let's get a camera out there on the track if we can to see what's going on the track. I can see the team Dust Devils have reached the second of these obstacle courses, so they are currently trying to negotiate what seems to be the Camber Dome there I believe, is that your team there on the first of the terrain challenges, Afia? Is that the dream team that we can see there taking on the first terrain challenge?
Right over there.
Right over there. Okay, so shortly we're going to be letting Afia rejoin her team members. How many in the team?
4.
4 of you. Okay. Is
So
it
four include,
is it an all-female team?
There's 5 of us in total, so yeah, it's an all-female team.
All-female team. Brilliant stuff. Do you want to give a shout out to some of your team members as well? Who's been doing what? Who's been in charge of what as this team has come together?
We have City right? That's our innovation analyst, and she's been taking care of getting our ideas forward, bringing the innovation aspect to it, making us a bit different. And then we have Caitlin, our marketing manager. So she was in charge of the pit display, really selling us to the outside world. And then we have Asma Wazir. She was our electrical engineer. She took care of the Arduino coding. And Ava, she was our mechanical engineer and took care of the 3D printing of the car, creating the car body, all of that. And then I was in charge of research and development. So creating the portfolio, really researching into ways that we could improve our design after testing.
And you actually mentioned you have a whole innovation analyst. So what kind of innovations did you bring into the design of your car?
So City, she worked with me to create the portfolio, and in that portfolio we decided to include different aspects to really differentiate us from our competition. We did this through like team identity, our team branding. We decided to change some things for the code just to make us a little bit different.
That's great to hear, Afia. That is really extensive and very well explained, by the way. You've spoken really nicely on all of those different subject matters, and I'm sure that's going to stand you in good stead for your verbal presentations as well. I know you're probably getting a little anxious to join your teammates, I'm sure, because they've already done the trailer tow challenge. They're onto the terrain challenge 1. That is the futuristic looking of these obstacle courses before tackling a little bit more of a rustic obstacle course just directly to the left of our studio, the one you can see on camera now. In fact, we've swapped over there to the dream team from the Dubai International Academy. So we'll let you go and rejoin them. Afia, thank you very much for spending a bit of time with us, and best of luck the rest of the day. You've been an absolute superstar. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and actually the dream team just completed the tunnel, and just for a split second, I actually did see that their lights came on. So they succeeded in that technical aspect of using the light sensors.
Yeah, we were looking out for that. Very eagle-eyed, well spotted of you there, Aisha. And which car is this? This has got to be the dream team,
yeah,
I'm assuming. I love
They're actually managing to get through it with their chassis on, so congratulations
wow,
to them.
I was really impressed by them, and I thought Afia did a great job explaining the formation of the team, the story behind their development as well. So yeah, really understanding that it's not just a left-hand turn. That's going to catch you out. You can see that left wheel just hanging off the edge there, and a couple of the teams have come a cropper on the hub obstacle, which is much trickier than it would appear to be. Now the transition from hub then to the water crossing is also important.
Yeah.
You've got to get the descent right, haven't you?
Yeah, and we also have seemed to crossed over to the Dust Devils, completing their second terrain on the pipe. So we'll see how well they can cross over this. I think they are readjusting their entry right now.
And that camera angle gives you a great appreciation of how technical this particular obstacle is. This is maybe the most technical of all of the obstacles on either of the terrain challenges. It's a toughie, this one. It is the pipe challenge, and a lot of care and attention needs to be meted out by the team there. The pipe challenge being negotiated by the Dust Devils. Right, as we've heard so far from the students, that AI has played a huge role. Sustainability is one focal point of this. AI is certainly another, and we can cross now, I believe, to our good friend, Mr. James Peacock, who is out there on the specially designed track, which I believe is new for this year. This is the AI track. James.
Thank you, Robbie. Yes, I'm over here at our new AI development track. I've got some special guests with us that are going to talk a little bit about what is going on here. So, welcome. Thank you for coming. Would you like to introduce yourselves and tell us where you're from?
Yes, so I'm Yasmin, and my teammates are Sohaib, Lulu, and we have Abdullah back there in the production side. We're from here at Watts, and we're here to demonstrate our AI car.
Thank you very much. So we're going to get to see an AI car, 4x4 based, on our current vehicle. Does your car have a name by any chance?
Yes, her name is Susie. Susie is a combination of all of our names, all the four of us. So we're very proud of Susie, yeah.
Nice, nice. I like the story. I would love to see a demo. I think we would all love to see a demo. Let's see Susie in action. So here is Susie on the track here. So could you explain what Susie does? Can you tell us a bit more about what we're seeing here, what's happening? Because at the moment we're just seeing a car going around a track. It's doing it very well, I must say, but what is actually happening here?
So basically, she's trying to follow a road in real time. So she detects it and then follows it in real time, makes decisions. And she is currently going over one obstacle, but what we're trying to do is make it actually follow a full obstacle course like the 4x4 National Championship that's going on on the other side of this event. And so this is just a development phase that we have. And we're hoping to really get into it and expand even more features into it.
Thank you very much for that detailed explanation. So how's it actually working from a technical perspective? How's it seeing the track? You know, what's going on in all of those electronics that I can see on the vehicle? Can you explain it in a little bit more detail for us?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. So basically, what we're using on top of this, so the base version is the 4x4 chassis, and then on top we have a Raspberry Pi connected to a Raspberry Pi camera and ultrasonic sensors to do obstacle avoidance from its left side and right side. It detects the road using the camera, and it purely does it in real time, as in it sort of detects the road as it moves, and the stream is then streamed on the laptop or a mobile phone connected to the same server. So it's wireless streaming.
Okay, thank you for that. That's really interesting. So how did all this start? How did this come about? How are you here today? You know, tell us a bit more about your journey.
Yeah, well, this actually started as a university course. The story is very funny. What happened is that we saw our friends join the 4x4 competition and we missed the day where we could apply for it. And then when we saw how much fun they were having, we got a little jealous from them. So we decided to take it, and we talked to our professor about it. We told him that we want to use this base for our final semester project. So we took Susie, we took the base, and we made her AI. We made her autonomous. We built on top of it. We took it up a notch. And we actually got the highest grade on our project. Our professors were very impressed.
Well, congratulations on that. You know, we're really pleased to see that you've built upon our current system and turned it into an intelligent AI self-driving vehicle. You did mention that it's got ultrasonic sensors, that it can react to the environment. Is there any way to demonstrate that, or is, you know, will she be able to avoid obstacles live?
Yes, it definitely does avoid obstacle lives. So if you put your hand next to the ultrasonic camera as it's passing through the obstacle course, it will move further away from your hand. So the idea behind it is that when there are cars running next to it on a sort of like a multiple cars on the racetrack sort of thing, or the obstacle course, it's supposed to detect them and try to steer away from them.
Yeah, let's use the very low-tech stick to see if we can demonstrate this. A very high-tech car with a very low-tech avoidance system going on there. So maybe while this is going on, you could tell us a little bit about why you developed this AI vehicle and what does the future look like for Susie?
Well, why we developed it is because we saw when it came to races and competitions, it's the reason what everyone engages. It's the reason why everyone engages into learning more about it, into researching more about it, and actually putting the funds into it. We saw it happen with the Formula One races, the bigger cars. that raise actually pushed the limits of engineering and made the regular companies use better tech to have a better driving experience, to be faster, to be safer, all of the above. So what we believe in as robotics engineers is that the future is definitely going to be autonomous, and it's going to be mainly artificial intelligence. So maybe one day a robot will be interviewing me instead of you, James.
Let's hope so. So that's fantastic. So what's the next steps for Susie? Where do you want to go with her now?
For now, we want to continue with the Yas in schools, and we want to have an AI section for the 4x4 competition. We want to inspire new generations and pave the way for them to continue developing. As you can see, it's following the road perfectly fine, but obviously there could be way more advancements that could be added to this. So what we want is we want to pave the way for the children, which are very smart these days, to actually develop on this and make it go better and make it tackle more obstacles. So we want to have a section for AI in the future 4x4 competition.
Great, thank you. That sounds exciting, really exciting. Do you think it could tackle all of those obstacles over there eventually?
Eventually, definitely.
Okay.
Tackle even more. She could definitely tackle even more. AI learns way faster than humans.
Yeah, great, that's very encouraging. So what are the challenges you faced with this then?
Oh, we faced a lot of challenges because what we're doing here is something that hasn't been done before. This is the first time that a 4x4 car is being made into an AI 4x4 car. So it's something that doesn't have a lot of resources to fall back on. So what we've been doing with the researching and developing is that we've been doing our own mistakes and learning from them. We've been discovering new challenges and trying to come up with solutions for them. So I think the biggest challenge is that this is something new and we're the first people to do it. So we don't really have much to fall back on. But that's the good thing, is that we are the people that the children are going to be going for when they get stuck in places and they need some solutions. Then they have someone that did this before that could help them go through this.
So this question was perfectly timed because I've just noticed that Susie has stopped on the hill. So it's an example of where the challenges lie. Do you know why it's stopped currently?
Yes, so we have multiple reasons why we think it stopped. We were troubleshooting, but mainly is the power and the torque that Susie needs to go over bumps. It slows down on curves a little bit to be more safe. So what we're doing is we're troubleshooting as we are running her, testing her. It's all part of the research and development.
Yeah, so it's not just a technology-based issue. No. There's also mechanical things that you need to consider.
Exactly. So it's hardware issues mostly that we've been facing, because there were no kits that were made specifically for autonomous cars. Usually you just use a remote control, you press the throttle as much as you can, and then it just starts running. But here the case is different. We're making the speed, initially we made the speed very steady, so it goes at the same speed all the time. What we did now is that we made dynamic speed, so it starts incrementing after a while. That's why it was capable of doing more than 5 laps. But it's still very challenging to adapt to the kits that were made for remote control and not the AI. But this is what we're working on. We're trying to figure out the issues that we're facing so that we know how to fix them.
Yeah, it's amazing what you've managed to be able to do in such a short amount of time as well. We're really impressed with what you've done. We're really excited for the future. We thank you from Yas in Schools for what you've done so far. Really, really interesting challenges that you're facing that will help develop these sort of cars in the future. So thank you and well done. It's another amazing story from people involved in our programs and utilizing them in the future. So I think we'll cut now to a video showing a little bit more about what our alumni have been up to.
My name is Ahmed Yusuf, and I was part of the group Team Blackbird X from 2008 to 2012. I'm currently the founder of Minimalist. We sell watches and jewelry and accessories, and that's what I do. So look, F1 in schools changed my life forever. And it all began right there in the first year. A group of friends coming together, going to achieve great heights. We also knew the challenges ahead. The first 3 years were a complete disaster, but in the final year, we made some great progress, and it really changed our life forever. I've always had my passion in design, and it made me really push through the boundaries of design by creating simple products with an Arabic touch. And I started off with my company, and the first product that we started selling was watches. And it was through my experience in F1 that I had, say, through using CNC machines or engineering on design, managing different people, managing different sponsors. That's what actually pushed me to create a company, and that's something I'm currently doing. As I said earlier on, what would you do if you knew you could never fail? What would you set out to achieve? And write that down and go out and achieve it. There's nothing stopping you but yourself.
Hey, this is Sheikha Al-Ali. Currently, I'm an undergrad student majoring in aerospace engineering with a minor in law at United Arab Emirates University. Previously, I was the team leader of Team Desert Force when we joined the World Finals of F1 schools in Malaysia during 2017. So it all began during middle school, where I was just like any other school student. My math teacher at the time saw that certain topics taught in class weren't challenging enough and eventually introduced me to F1 schools. And that's where everything began. So we convinced our parents, school community, and started gathering the team members for the team. We flew over to Malaysia and the World Finals began. And of course we had the races, which were really exciting, really fun to take part in. We were recognized with the Chair of Judges Recognition of Achievement Award, which was a great achievement for everyone that supported us throughout the whole journey. Of course, being able to go on stage, raise our country's flag up there for the first time was a great feeling. We felt like we were on top of the whole world. We had a very warm welcome in the airport, and that's when we heard the great news that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan had wanted to meet us and called us over to his palace. He welcomed us. He said how proud he was of everything that we had achieved so far. And of course, taking that group photo with him was a highlight of the whole journey of F1 in schools, and being able to reach the World Finals and win an award in it as the first Emirati female team.
Hello, my name is Zara Faruqi and I've been a participant in F1 in schools from 2016 to 2020, and I've also been a presenter at Yas in Schools National Finals for the past 4 years. I'm studying film now at Middlesex University and I'm excited to be here. So in 2016, I heard about F1 in schools, and I was a student who wasn't studious or athletic, so hearing something that I was interested really intrigued me. So I went there and I didn't know what I was going to be walking into, and I walked into a classroom filled with guys, not a single girl to be seen, and my design teacher sat me down, welcomed me, and explained the competition. He threw a 150-page handbook on the table and was like, this is what F1 in schools is about. In 2020, I went into the Abu Dhabi World Finals with my team, and it was a great experience until this one very moment. We were having interviews with judges and they asked me what I wanted to do with my life after F1 in schools. And I felt stuck at that question. I was 16, I had to start applying to university, and I just didn't know what I wanted to do. And then I thought about it and realized that F1 in schools was a platform for me to understand what I like and really test out the ground and field for other areas. I learned so much about technical, I learned so much about marketing, and I also learned about just teamwork and what I like and what I don't like. So after I participated in the World Finals twice, I was super sad that I couldn't come back as a participant. And the opportunity of coming back as a presenter came in 2020 when everything shut down, COVID happened, but F1 in schools kept on going. They called me back saying, come try being a presenter and present the Yas in Schools National Finals. And I was intimidated. I was super scared of how it's gonna go. But then I also remember that F1 in schools prepared me for this moment. I learned so much about communication and public speaking through my F1 in schools journey that I thought I could give it a try, see how it goes. And since then I've been presenting and I loved every second of it. So I'm in my second year of film school, and I've realized how much I've learned from the competition that I carry with me today. Being a presenter, I learned so much about the media world, and it really opened my eyes to marketing, branding, storytelling, and that's all thanks to F1 in schools. To any 12-year-old watching this, remember, no dream is too small or too big for you to not achieve. Now go out there, try new things, challenge yourself, and you'll never know where you end up.
And we're missing you with us here for our coverage of 4x4 in schools. Zara Faruqi, who did a great job over the course of F1 in schools on Thursday and Friday, and with me and Aisha and Reese on Saturday and Sunday as well for Formula Ithara. But today it's all about 4x4 in schools. Seeing plenty of drama unfold. It may not be the pace of F1 and Formula Ithara, but there's lots of drama unfolding at a much slower pace, it's fair to say. Aisha Torbet alongside me, who's been through both of those programs and has excelled at both of them as well. Now, we're delighted to be joined by a team that has wasted no time in completing these obstacles. They've been moving through at an electric pace from the Westminster School, Dubai, Exynos. And Nusad from Exynos has joined us for a little chat in our studio. You're doing very well out there, Nusad, seemingly. You're completing this challenge. In fact, you've had to step away just so you can complete one of the obstacles. We're putting you under pressure.
I'm doing fine right now.
You're doing
I'm all
good?
calm, yes.
You're all good?
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to us about your journey to this point with the Exynos team. How did you guys come together? Tell us a little bit about your car.
Of course. So we started back in January. We took part in the first round in RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. So that was our first time actually getting a hand of how the competition goes. So it was really great to have that experience before we came to the finals. So let me tell you about your name as well, the name Exynos. It's actually a Greek word. It means intelligence. We chose that word because our team is very diverse. We have multiple talents. We're interested in STEM. We have athletes as well. So we have people who are interested in engineering, computer science, psychology. So we have multiple skills. We came together as a team. So that's how we formed Exynos. So then after the first round in RIT, we applied for the quarterfinals, and that was between our exams, our board exams. So that was definitely a challenge. We actually put together the portfolio right on time. We submitted it, and finally we're here at the finals. So after exams got over, we had so much free time. So we tried to work on our car, pit display, and try to perfect everything as much as we could.
That's great. Great to hear. And you've done a fantastic job. I love the chassis, and you've done a great job of illustrating and designing that chassis as well. Tell us a little bit more about why you went with that shape, what materials you've used, and some of the design components.
Yeah, of course. So I'm the team leader as well as the designer. So our main goal here was sustainability combined with innovation and creativity. So we wanted to go with bold colors. Go bold or go home.
Okay.
So we chose really bold colors.
Is that a melon at the top there?
Yeah, it's
Nice.
a watermelon. Yes.
Watermelon, I
Yeah.
like it.
So we were inspired. We're actually F1 enthusiasts as well. So we're super excited to be here. We chose colors. We chose bright red along with black and white. And for the material, we actually wanted to be sustainable with the material. Even though we wanted to go with 3D printing, we shifted to cardboard. And we actually sourced this cardboard from old notebook covers. So that's to keep up the sustainability. And then we used felt on the outside, a bright red felt, which would help it to be water resistant because there's a water track over here. So to protect the internal circuitry, we used felt. And yeah, we had to make a bunch of models as well. We used Tinkercad, made lots of models, and so this is our final product. Yes.
And I see you've done a lot for the sustainability, but have you used AI in any of your development or designs?
So we wanted to use AI for the pit display. We actually used some materials in our pit display. We wanted to recycle it after that. So if we have a marketing frame, it's like an Instagram post frame, so people can come and take photos. So for that, we actually reused a frame that we already had. So we want to keep on recycling the materials. And for the pit display, we used AI to actually visualize mountains, red-colored mountains.
Hey.
Yes. So we used that to visualize it, and then we took the results. We edited it on Canva, and finally we had a pit display. The reason we chose a mountain, it's kind of like a metaphor for our journey, our entire journey, how we had different milestones. we reach different points. So that's why we chose a mountain, a bold red mountain with gray designs, and then it's like a summit, and this is the final. We reached the top right now.
You have just summited, I think,
yes.
because you have very expertly and pretty quickly, it would seem to me, have negotiated that second terrain challenge. Well
yes.
done. A bit of shout out to the pilot there, the driver, who was in charge of the controls there, because he made the pipe bridge look pretty routine.
Yes. So our team is actually very talented. We have athletes, we have coders, we have engineers. So
do you want to give them a name? Let's name them all. We've got Ayesh.
We have Vasantan, we have Harsher, Umer, and Aishwarya. We are a 6-member team.
Wow, you guys have wasted no time
yes.
in completing that challenge. I don't want to put any thoughts into the judges' heads or anything, Aisha, but to me, just looking as a complete layman, as someone who doesn't really understand what they're looking at, that was probably the most impressive I've seen so far.
Yeah, and actually, if I didn't know any better, I thought they would have had like years of experience doing this, and they've come back multiple times, if they learned something new every time. Are you actually are you in development, or?
We're in development. This is our first year competing.
That's incredible. To do everything so well and so quickly when it's your first time around, that's very impressive.
Thank you so much.
So you are in the senior year of high school, if that's not mistaken?
Yes, we're just entering year 13.
Right, year 13. Okay,
year
so
13.
Is this something that you'll continue with, maybe even into university, or is this going to be a one and done for you guys?
No, this is definitely a really unique experience. We're all STEM students, as I said. So we have aerospace engineers, computer science. We're really interested in this field, especially in tech. So that's why the skills that this program gave us, they're really invaluable. And I'd say that no skill is invaluable. Whether it's art skill, I thought maybe I might not need my art skills in this competition, but I needed my art skill, my graphic designing. Everyone needed reaction time, controlling the remote. Every single skill is really important. So whatever you learn here, I don't think anything is going to go to waste.
And your communication skills as well don't need any improvement.
They
have been on point so far in this hood as well. So you're doing a great job on that front. Have you already done your presentation so far, or is that still to come?
The verbal pitch has not been done yet, so we're going to move on to that after we finish this.
Well,
yes.
we've given you a little bit of practice, hopefully. We've gotten you warmed up into the flow now. So that is the Exynos team, the Westminster School, Dubai, doing a very good job on all of those navigations and those obstacle courses as well. Talk to me quickly before you leave about higher education. You said you're all STEM students, of course. Where do you see this working out for you, playing out for you professionally, do you think?
Okay, so number one, I'd say the pitching skills over here are really important. You may have ideas, but it's really important to communicate that, to share the idea. If you cannot pitch the idea, then no one would understand the idea, and no one would be able to help you out to execute the idea. So that's why I think the pitching skills are important. And then we actually worked with Arduino over here. So this is related to computer engineering. So it was a very hands-on competition.
Okay, great stuff. Great to hear your story as well, Nusud, and best of luck to you and your team, Exynos, as you continue through this competition with the verbal presentations as well. So thank you very much
Thank you so much.
We will let you go. Thank you very much to Nusud. Big round of applause. She's done a great job there of explaining all of the exploits of her team, and her team look a confident bunch. Aisha Torbett alongside me. They look like a team that's here to do some serious potential winning of this competition.
Yeah, I hope I get to see them next year in the professional category. I think they'll absolutely smash it out of the park with that as well, considering this is actually their first rodeo.
It is their first rodeo. While we wait to speak to another team member, we've got the Ruwais 4x4 team from the ADNOC Schools Ruwais, I believe, taking to the track now. We're going to have Space Link from the Al Zahur Private School, and then Fecta from Gems Wellington International School, Tech 6 again from the same school, and Cool Girl Engineers from Gems Wellington. In fact, we've got a quartet from Gems Wellington International School coming up before our lunch break. We've got Cool Girl Engineers and we've got the Wisgineers as well. But for now, we turn our attention to Ruwais 4x4, or maybe we don't. Maybe it's a different team. Okay, you're going to have to introduce yourself then. Is this the Fecta team?
Yeah.
This is the Fecta team. Right, okay, so I need to jig my order around because we're slightly out of order. But from the Gems Wellington School, this is the Fecta team. And you, sir, what is your name?
My name's Romit.
Romit?
Yes.
Romit, great to have you with us in studio, Romit. And talk to us a little bit about the origin story behind the Fecta team, if you can.
Okay, so we're from Gems Wellington International School.
We've had an engineering society called the Wisgeniers in our school for the past couple of years. This is my first year participating, and this is my team's first year participating as well. This is our first time. We didn't attend the January. A few other teams from our school attended the January event at RIT. This is our first time. Our name Fecta is it's like a mixture of the initials of our teammates. It just shows how each member of our team is like important and stuff.
How do I pronounce that?
Fecta. It was done wrong on the
Fecta.
Yeah.
Okay, I do
Fecta,
apologize.
yeah.
Sorry, I was calling it Fetcher. I do apologize. It's Fecta. Okay. Great. Okay, that's good to know. Right, I won't make that mistake again. Okay, so it's the team initials coming together and combining. When did the team form?
Our team formed early November. It's around the start of the year. We've been basically preparing for this ever since. We've had a few difficulties. We're in year 12, right? So we have a lot of mocks, a lot of tests in between. So we had a few difficulties making time for our engineering society for this competition. But once we made the time, we came up with an innovative idea, I think so. And I think we've been doing pretty well so far.
Great.
Actually, how have you been managing your time between, the competition as well as your studies?
Obviously, since these are our final 2 years in school, right? We're coming to the end of our year 12. We're entering year 13. We've been doing a lot of extracurriculars. A lot of us plan on going, are aspirational, plan on going to top 10 universities. A lot of us do STEM subjects. So a lot of our time is taken up by studying. Of course, we do harder subjects, math, physics, computer science, these sort of STEM subjects. And also we have extracurriculars. It's been really hard managing our time, but we're hardworking people. We try our best, We've made enough time, and here we are.
Yeah, I suppose if you take on the commitment, you want to make sure that you give it your all and you're able to absolutely maximize the time you've got with it, Ramid. And it's great to see you guys come together. And you said you've built a unique car. Can you tell us a little bit more about the chassis, a little bit more about the design of the car?
Okay, our 3D designing head, Chiho Moon, knows more about this than I do.
Okay.
But I can
You'll have to speak for them.
Yeah, I can speak for him. So basically, we've come up with a very innovative idea. We've decided to go with the 3D printing route as it's a lot more sustainable. We're 3D printing using PLA, which is polylactic acid. It's sustainable, it's reusable. We can break down our car again, put it back in, and we can make the rope for the 3D printer again.
Oh, wow.
It's incredible, right? And also, our main innovative idea is, I don't know if you can see it on screen right now, but our car...
We're looking at your car right now.
That's not the one, Ours is a black top.
Okay.
We're not on the track right now. We just finished our first trial.
Right. Okay.
Once
we'll get you on the track shortly.
So basically, it's a black body, 3D printed using plastic, and it has male and female on both parts, and they stick together after 3D printing. Right. This ensures that its strength. And I don't think I've ever seen any car at the competition like it. It breaks down into two. You can take it off very easily. You can put it back together extremely easily. And it's strong because it's made of plastic, not cardboard. I think it's incredible.
Yeah, it sounds great. It sounds great. I'm looking forward to getting a glimpse of it on camera. We're just focusing on one of the other teams as they take on the first terrain challenge. Of the challenges, Robin, are you going to be taking part in some of the operational challenges coming up?
We've only done the first one so far with the tow bar. Two of our teammates have done that. We're a group of 6, so we have 2 per track. I'll be going on one of the later rounds. Yeah.
Okay, right. So we're going to hold you if we can, just so that we get your introduction to the first terrain challenge. You're going to apparently, I've just been heard in my ear that you're going to be starting in a couple of minutes' time. So looking forward to the Fecta team starting from the GEMS Wellington International School as well. How much, in terms of where you believe this competition is won and lost, is going to take place right here on these 3 obstacle challenges, Ramid?
All of our preparation in the last, I'd say 7 months has led up to this moment. This is obviously, we've practiced a lot around school, riding the car. We've checked in our labs. There's a lot of intricacies. It's a hard object to maneuver, obviously. It all comes down to this at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've seen the chassis here come apart from the body of the car in not the most graceful of circumstances, it's fair to say, Aisha.
Kind of destroying everything around it, knocking over more
yeah,
cones.
there's some penalties being occurred there. Even I know that. Even my rudimentary knowledge of this particular topic knows that car has just incurred a couple of infractions. But we are in conversation with the Fecta team, and it's fascinating to hear all of your journeys. You talk about where you want to take this. You're in year 13, I believe you said, Ramid.
We're going into year 13 right now.
And you're looking at a placement at a top 10 university.
Yes.
So where do you see this helping take your career?
Okay, obviously before this competition, I wanted to do something in engineering. I took physics, math. I took the necessary subjects in IB, and this has really helped like apply my theoretical values I learned in school and use it practically. Obviously, it's not an easy piece of like equipment. The Uno, it's hard to maneuver. The circuits is hard to do. The coding's particularly difficult for me. So it's allowed me to like tune my skills, use it practically. And I believe I know a lot more now than I did before.
And you mentioned you're going into your last year, so you'll be applying for university soon, right?
Yeah.
And do you plan to talk about 4x4 in your applications?
Definitely. I'm very proud of how my group did. I'm very proud of how we prepared. I'm proud of how it's going so far. So I'm definitely going to talk about it and talk about my experiences and how it's helped me tune my skills, become better.
You want options, of course. You need, when you're heading into university and you're looking at maybe your career, you want to have as wide an option as possible. And the emergence of AI, I look at it and it's a bit of a concern, to be honest, as to how things might play out in terms of how that might affect future jobs and all of that. I'm sure that's a concern of yours heading into the workplace, but it's so important and vital to be well placed from a technological aspect, to be on the cusp of what's being developed, technologically speaking, puts you at an advantage to basically everyone else who has not delved into that area.
So obviously before this, even though I'm a STEM student, I love math, I love physics, I love all of STEM, I've never been good with computers. It's one of my worst abilities.
Right.
Thankfully, my teammates they're all incredibly technologically tuned in. They know what to do. Our team leader, he's also our coder. He's extremely good with computers. He knows how to use it. He knows how to code, and he's helped me, including with the Yas 4x4. They both helped me tune my skills. Obviously, become more adapt to this technologically intensive era.
Nice. Right, we're watching. I don't think this is your team, is it, Romid? This is another team. But we still need to find Romid's team. So I want him to produce some live commentary of his team in action. Are they waiting to begin the first range challenge? Just about to start on section 1. So I'm gonna get some commentary from our man here from Fecta, Romid, who is going to be talking us through how the team are getting on before we allow him to go and rejoin his teammates. Can I just say, by the way, best dressed team here.
Thank you.
You're suited and booted. You look like you're appropriate for the boardroom, 100%. Not just the obstacle course.
You dress well, you do well,
That's it. Okay. So we've seen a variety of different uniforms on show down here at the Yas in Schools National Finals for 4x4 in schools down here at Yas Central. It's an amazing venue, isn't it? I mean, just to come down here and compete where they have the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix is an incredible privilege, isn't it?
And not only that, it's since we're a school, we're year 12, we learn a lot from the university students, from RIT, other universities around here. We learn a lot from them. We can look at their product, look at their design, look at ours. You can see the difference, They're so much better. We learned a lot from them. Their coders have helped us if we had any issues. Lovely. It's incredible.
When you hear of former alumni like Abdullah right over there, who's now one of the judges, who's now working in the automotive industry at the cutting edge of what's happening in that industry, that's got to be pretty inspiring as well.
Yeah, it just shows how this competition can really foster. This is our car, by the way.
Brilliant. Okay, right. I'm looking forward to seeing this. Okay, this is the Fecta team, and Romid is going to be talking us through some of the obstacles.
So that's our coder right there, our team leader, Tarun. He's the one that took care of all the coding. He coded our car really well, and yeah. Our driver right now is Ritvika. She helped with a lot of the design. She took care of that.
And I guess just making sure that everyone had an even spread when it came to the tasks is important as well. You don't want to overload one individual and leave someone not having enough to do.
Yeah, we had a long time to take care of this. We prepped everything perfectly. Our design looks great. You can see, you can't see it right now, but it actually breaks at the top, opens. And it's a very innovative design. I feel like it's strong. It has.
Is it modified from the standard kit?
Oh yeah, we've added some extra code. Our speakers. We've added code that differentiates it from the normal buzzer that's given by the Yas 4x4, and it has some special powers. I don't think we've seen it yet, but we might see this track or the next one.
Oh, I love the look of the chassis as well. Who came up with the chassis design?
That was our 3D model designer, Chiho. He came up with a lot of the design. He made all the CAD designs, and he's very good at very good at that designing part. And we printed it out actually this morning. the final design.
morning.
Yeah, we had everything prepped except that we just printed out this morning and put it because it's very easy to put together. Just push it together and that's it.
What's the emblem? Just on the
that's
side
Fecta.
there?
So,
we've come a cropper there on the hub. The hub has claimed several victims here.
Yeah, it's the hardest track I've heard so far.
It's the hardest challenge, but the car's looking great.
Yeah,
it really is.
Thank God.
And you know, you are going to have a couple of mishaps on these obstacle courses. We haven't seen a clean run yet, so don't worry too much about that. Every single team is facing issues on this very difficult and challenging obstacle course, but it does look like a great vehicle, and congratulations on it. I love that. In fact, the chassis, I'm just seeing there, the twin kind of, the two-part element to it.
Yeah.
Really nice, really nice. So listen, your car is halfway through obstacle challenge terrain number 1, so we're going to let you rejoin your teammates. Best of luck for the remainder of the day. Romid from the Fecta team, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Good to hear from him. And I feel like the drama's intensifying down here in our studio and on the obstacle course as well. So we're going to welcome our next student into the studio for another chat as we watch continued coverage of the Fecta car, and Romid there doing a great job explaining all of that. But they've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds to play out on that section, and we are joined by yet another team member from, this is from the ADNOC schools. Now, am I correct in saying that you are Ruwais 4x4?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, finally we've tracked you down. We sent a search party out for you. Where is Ruwais 4x4? What's your name, sir?
My name is Petraris.
Petraris?
Yeah, Petraris.
Petraris. Okay, great to have you with us, Petraris. How has the experience been for you so far?
It's been great. This is our very first time we've been in this venue, and we're very honored to be in here. Yeah.
Have you completed your challenge? Have you done the obstacle courses, or is your car still on track?
We're on the last. We're on the last.
You're on the last one. Well, so we can see your car right now.
Yeah.
Love the car. This is taking on the toughest obstacle out there. That is the pipe bridge. Talk to us a little bit. Oh dear, we nearly lost it there. We've got a wheel off the ground, but that was well negotiated by your team. My word, this is tense stuff down here trackside. Talk to us about the design of the car, if you can, Petraris.
Yes. So our design is made of a shoebox because our school wanted to promote sustainability in our school of UAE. And so we decided to use a shoebox, and we painted it, so we painted it red to match our heat and environment all the way back in Ruwais. And the star is it represents our perseverance to reach beyond the stars.
I love it.
Yeah.
And then the yellow as well. You've got a nice little yellow, red, and white color scheme there, and you have successfully negotiated that pipe bridge. Well done to you, Petraris, and well done to your teammates. Bit of a shout out for them as well. How many people in the team?
5, but
5 of you.
One is unavailable.
Okay.
They're in another country.
Fell by the wayside. Okay, traveling. We can forgive them for that if they are overseas. So 4 of you today. Shout out for your other team members. Who are they?
There is Juan Mohammed Danish Rayan. He is the co-designer or the designer, and he's the material management, the person who usually handles all the materials in our project. Now we have Rashad Adri. He's focused mainly on the electrical components of the car.
Okay.
We have Faraz Al-Qasa Rajaya. He is the mechanic, puts all the pieces together. And finally, the unavailable, Ethan Joe Miller. He was the one who had the idea of painting the car, had all the ideas, and me, Petraris, who planned out everything, and I'm the leader. Yeah. So,
okay, right. Well, yeah, you have shown some leadership capabilities, no doubt about that, Petraris, and it's great to have you with us in studio.
Yeah, and I've actually just been watching the team on the first track, and they had a little bit of a mishap. Half of their shell fell off before they approached the hill, and then the other half fell off while they were on the articulations.
Ooh, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, these courses will find you out, essentially, if you are not absolutely in charge of every single aspect of your car and your control. And we've talked about how it's important to be slow and steady, not to rush. Whenever a car seems to rush a particular maneuver, that's when it gets into trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we faced some issues, but fortunately, we've able to pick things back up, and it seems like we had a good finish.
So what age are you, Petraris?
Sorry?
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 13 years old.
You're only 13?
Yeah.
Wow, they're getting younger and younger.
Yeah, we're a very young group. We're an aspiring group. We're heading into high school this year. And
Oh, wow.
yeah.
You may just be the youngest competitors here in 4x4
I hope so,
schools.
yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And this is obviously, goes without saying, your first time doing this project.
Yeah.
In terms of actually handling the project from start to finish and delegating and making sure that everyone knew their role, how challenging was that process?
Well, of course, since it's our first time, it was a bit challenging, but as we saw our journey, we eventually held it out until the end, and we had a good finish. Yeah.
Really good finish.
And would you consider coming back again for 4x4, or would you think about going into F1 in schools?
We very hope so. Either one is fine. We just very hope that we can develop in the right way, because we are very young, and yeah, we just want to develop very nicely.
I mean, you guys could be absolute pros. You could be, in a few years' time, you could be veterans of the 4x4 circuit.
We very hope so. Thank you very much.
No, not at all, not at all. So we are watching, I think this is the Fecta team as well, from the Gems Wellington International School, taking on the second of these terrain challenges. So we're watching their progress as well on the screen, keeping an eye on them. Petraris' job is done. I mean, their team is now in the paddock, just basking in the glory of having finished the competition as well. What have you got for the remainder of your day? What's ahead for you, Petraris?
Well, I think we still, I think we're pretty much done.
Oh, you're done? You did your verbal presentation,
We've done the presentation, we've done the car inspection, we've done everything. I think we're okay now.
Okay.
I hope so. Yeah.
And are you yourself interested in exploring further studies in STEM and in this particular field?
Yeah, our school is already looking into biology. We have, our school has had a field, we had a field trip.
Okay.
That was about mangroves. We all the grade 8s planted mangroves near Ruiz, and we tested out stuff. That's the direction we're heading.
Okay.
So you want to get into biology, maybe possibly in the future?
Our school is heading into the biology, and also we want to infuse the use of AI in the car just to improve it. Yeah, that's
And some people may think that biology and engineering are two opposite sides of a spectrum, but I think in the 4x4 you learn a lot more than just engineering, like team building, time management, as well as like all your portfolios and how to present yourself. So do you think you'll use that in the future as well?
Of course. Like in the future, obviously there's going to be job interviews, and that we'll obviously have to use that. The most important is body language. We will definitely improve on that, and I'd say we did good on the presentations and that. Yeah,
I think you did. I certainly think you did, and you did a great job in studio with us as well, Petraris. Yeah. So well done to you,
thank
the
you.
Petraris of the ADNOC Schools Ruiz 4x4 team. Give him a hand as well. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll catch you very soon. Best of luck in this competition as the camera pans out on that first terrain challenge. We've got a new vehicle taking on the hub, running the gauntlet. And we're welcoming in another interviewee, another guest into our studio in just a few moments' time. A chassis has come slightly dislodged from the main body of the vehicle there. We've seen that before, Aisha, and frankly speaking, I would be losing the chassis from the get-go, because it's not a good look if the chassis is just hanging off at a jaunty angle, is it?
Yeah, like I said, sometimes some teams are willing to make the sacrifice of a few points. But I've noticed that a lot of these more sustainable ones are actually flexible enough to keep their chassis on without sacrificing any movement. But yeah, it looks like it's about to just end itself.
By the way,
its own suffering.
I'm not sure I've seen a team actually pull off the hub obstacle proficiently so far. Maybe one, but most teams, I tell you what, are all hanging off the left edge of that obstacle and coming a cropper, because you can't make the three-point turn once your left-hand wheel is in outer space.
Yeah, Abdullah actually did point that out, and I think he would have been the best example to follow when regarding how to get that.
Everyone should have been watching him when he was giving the demonstration.
Yeah, before you come in, quickly replay that over and over again just to make sure you're all good on it. So
exactly that. Fascinating stuff. That hub obstacle doesn't look like much, but it's been catching out a lot of these cars who have taken to the first terrain challenge. Right then, we've got a new special guest in our studio, and we've had a bit of a mix-up with the team, so you're going to have to introduce your team as well. I'll take a little bit of a guess here. Gems Wellington International? No?
Yes, from Gems International.
Gems Wellington International, right, so I got that one right. Are you Cool Girl Engineers?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, that was a 50-50. Are you Tech 6?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I got one right, one wrong. I'll settle for that. What's your name?
My name is Alexandra Viatsek, and I'm
Alexandra,
from Tech 6.
Great to have you with us, Alexandra. You are Tech 6. You are from the Gems Wellington International School. And Alexandra, talk to us a little bit about how you got involved in 4x4 in schools.
In our school, we have an engineering society, which is really interesting because I've always been interested in engineering, which essentially kind of opens the doors to engineering, because usually it may seem like a very intimidating program because a lot of people may say, oh, it's a very difficult career, it's a very difficult world to get into. However, through my school and through the lovely teachers that are in my school, like for example, Miss May, we were able to enter with engineering society, and through this club we were able to go into the competition, and it's been an absolute blast in my opinion.
Wow, yeah, you look like you've been having a lot of fun. How long have you been actually engaged in the 4x4 in schools program? When did the journey start for you?
My first time in the Yas 4x4. Previously we were in the RIT competition, which I know that's different from this, similar but not associated, I think.
Right.
Yeah. But we were...
And when did you form the team? How far back are we going?
From the beginning of the year, we kind of had like the team settled in a way, because we were originally going to the RIT competition.
Right.
And then we just stuck to those teams because I thought our team just worked really well for our first competition. So we wanted to explore more and improve together, because we also shared a lot of limitations, a lot of improvements for this. And we were able to use this competition to kind of strengthen our car and everything. And it was absolutely amazing seeing how far along we've come, because beforehand, it was terrible. We didn't have the circuitry working. The tow bar was terrible. The body was broken. So now the fact that we have an actual body for circuitry that is functioning is just amazing, and it really makes us all proud.
And your name is Tech 6, so I'm assuming there's 6 people in your team?
Yes.
And did have more people on your team, you know, lighten the load on everyone a little bit? Or did that just make you want to take on more so you could show even more at the competition?
It was interesting because we had more people that we were able to collaborate with, and we all have different strengths and weaknesses, so we were all able to benefit each other. And it was especially nice because the fact that originally for the RIT competition we had 4 people, so we were able to teach and we were able to learn from each other. And some things that we had like predisposed like assumptions turned out to be wrong, and we were like, oh yeah, wait, you know, I thought you mentioned it. It's a bit strange that we think that way. So we were able to kind of have our minds open a bit more to like broaden to our perspectives, which was really interesting. And in general, it was just a lovely time altogether. I think we all worked really well.
I can see how much you've enjoyed it as well, just from your face and from how expressive and how enthusiastic you are about it, Alexandra, which is great to see. I think this is the Cool Girl Engineers car.
Yes,
this isn't Tech 6, is it? Tech 6, have you guys run the gauntlet already? Have you already done your obstacles?
We're on the tow bar challenge.
Oh, you're on the tow bar challenge.
Yes.
Okay.
There's been a bit of a mix-up.
There's been a little bit of a shuffle, a reshuffle in the team order. So Cool Girl Engineers are actually out in front at the moment. They were due to get things started at around about 20 past 12. So they're on the first terrain challenge. You guys are on the tow bar challenge. Talk to us about the tow bar challenge, because that one can certainly cause a few headaches for the team members.
The tow bar is a really challenging process, and especially the circuitry. We've never done circuitry before this year, so it's especially more challenging. We have a teammate, Prithvi Badi, who is absolutely amazing. He works so hard on the circuitry, and he got the tow bar working, and as well the lights, and he's been amazing. We've had a lot of support from our additional teammates, and it was really exciting that the tow bar started working for this competition. There has been mix-up where it has turned off, turned on, between the functions, but genuinely, it's been working really well. So we're really excited. I'm not sure how it's going, but I'm pretty sure I have a lot of faith in my team members, and I trust them a lot. And I think that they're all talented people, so I think they will do great.
Are you going to be doing any of the operational challenges yourself?
Oh, of course.
Of course,
That's the best
Alexandra,
part
of course. Yeah, there we go. We don't want to detain you too long. We'll keep you for a few more moments, though, because I want to hear more about the design of the car. Hopefully we get it on camera at some point. We've seen the Cool Girls engineer's car, but I want to see the Tech 6 car as well, if we can, on camera. In fact, is that the Tech 6 car there?
Yes, the yellow car.
That is the big yellow car there, right? I want to see a camera close-up of that Tech 6 car so that Alexandra can talk through the design of it. It's just about to start the first of the terrain challenges. Talk us through the design if you can. There we go. We're watching it there. We're looking at it.
For our design, we wanted to really prioritize sustainability, so we decided to use the actual box that the car came in instead of reusing new materials, buying new cardboard or something.
Nice,
so
very
we really
nice.
wanted to keep it sustainable in addition to strengthen.
You've not used any additional materials?
No.
Brilliant.
We used
Love
what
that.
was available to us. The window, if you see at the top, then we used a plastic wallet, which the manuals came in to make that. So that way the circuitry stays inside, but it still allows vision for the viewers and audience. So yeah, that was made with the plastic wallet that the manual for the car came in, which was really fun. It was a really interesting challenge because cardboard is so versatile and you are able to do so much with it. So it was really interesting how we were thinking of different processes. We were thinking about curving the cardboard, but then we decided that it would be better to keep it simple, but with a lot of functionalities, like for example the flap, how it's able to open so that we are able to actually edit the circuitry inside. So that was a major problem with our last competition where the circuitry would stop working and we just couldn't do anything. We would have to dismantle the entire car, take off the body and everything. So this time we're able to actually edit it while we're working, which is great. In addition, we've noticed that one of the greatest things is having backup plans. Backup plans. So in case the circuitry wouldn't be able to go on top of the car properly, we had a second floor installed that was removable. So if it didn't go into the car and was able to stay maintained and would it be okay and wouldn't fall, then great. If it wouldn't, then we had a second floor built that was made out of chopsticks. Going back to the sustainability.
It's great stuff. You've really covered your bases there on sustainability. I love that.
The kebab sticks and chopsticks in order to keep the car steady and for the second base so that we're still able to connect it to any parts that we need to for the actual car.
That's amazing, Alexandra. You've given a very thorough description there as we watch the Tech 6 car in the tunnel and so many different obstacles. Which of you found the most difficult to actually master?
Ooh, that's a difficult one. I think the V-shaped one is very difficult because of the chassis, how it sometimes goes into the wheel if you move it too much. But I believe in my teammates. I think that they can do it well. And I think if we just do it steadily, if we just work together, navigate, give notices to the other teammate, because we have navigators and the actual drivers, right?
Yeah.
So I think navigators could, if they can properly communicate, then we'll be able to do well. And the rest of my school, I'm also proud of them, so I think that we're all going to do fine.
Well, listen, Alexandra, we're going to let you go. I know you're anxiously looking on the screen to see how your team are doing, and I know you've been brilliant at actually diverting your attention and concentrating on this interview as well. So thank you for multitasking.
Thank you.
And Alexandra from the Tech 6 team, best of luck to you from the James Wellington International
Thank you so much.
School.
Have a lovely day.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
So Alexandra is going to rejoin her teammates. Aisha and I are going to take a well-earned break. Not before, though. We just explore a little bit more. We heard so much about sustainability from Alexandra just there, and it's been a running theme throughout the morning, Aisha, and this is really innovative as well. This is a Yas and an Athara initiative. Yas in schools really blazing the trail here. Let me tell you that these cooler bags, these rucksacks that we're holding here, are actually from old corporate branding, believe it or not. So this is perfectly reusable, and this is something that is also something that will stand you in good stead, that could be used over and over again, and it's come from an existing piece of branding here at the Yas Marina Circuit. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've heard that these bags are actually made from the side panels of the F1 track as well as the backdrops from previous years. So it's a great way to reuse old materials that may not be seen again. And I think it makes it look very good as well.
Yeah, Athara have really embraced sustainability as a concept, and Yas in Schools have been a leader in that as well throughout the program, throughout the rollout of F1 in schools, Formula Athara, 4x4 in schools as well. Each of you, as you've seen throughout, if you've been tuning into our live stream over the weekend and on Thursday and Friday as well, sustainability is the topic on everyone's lips, essentially. It is a really key focal point for all of these students, and it gives me a lot of heart as well and a lot of encouragement to see that sustainability is being taken so seriously, because it's very important that the younger generation embrace it as well. So Yas in Schools doing a great job. Let's learn a little bit more about those sustainability efforts. We're going to take a lunch break. We're going to be back with more live coverage in just a short while as this fascinating day of 4x4 in schools action continues into the afternoon. Stay with us.
Say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse, jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in a hearse. This is absurd, take the berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real, that's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. I'm really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on in? Should I get involved? God surround me, they love to talk. I take it all with a grain of salt. This is what that I'm doing, they never see through it. And all of this rap that I see that they ruin. I came in, I'm trying to undo it. And still they all say they don't know if the shoe fit. I gotta see through it, man, won't be deluded with all these illusions. I know it's disputed, I gotta keep growing. They see what my root is. I tell you I run this, I'm done with excuses. Give me for a minute, trying to get what I've been giving out. Do it for the tickets, I don't listen to the critics. I'ma push them to the limit. And these rappers getting timid. I've been balling like a pivot. I don't step into the scrimmage. I just play them when I'm in it, trying to run it till the ribbon. And they know that I've been tripping when I make them see the vision. Man, I put them in the prison with these bars that I've been spitting. And this life that I've been living, I'ma go, I'm on a mission.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, gon' do the soy. Always about my king, never about the money. Now you know I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
I just did a 24 song in a bed, in a building, they already know my name. At the show, she gon' want a picture, she can hang. Just to tell a friend, oh yeah. I shoot my shot with this gold on my wrist while we throwing the parties, they throwing the fit. Grew up finesse, can spot me a sucker, a lot of you really is holding the lick. All of my homies legit, really is sick. I probably throw in my clip. I sell a boat to a fish. I sell a record, you know it's a hit.
They see the effort I put in this music and I ain't been giving no favors at all. All of this shit that I got in the shop, man, I think that I probably could cater them all. I love the way that she answered the phone. I know that she ain't expect me to call. I got my eyes on you, my eyes on you, yeah.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, gon' do the soy. Always about my king, never about the money. Now you know I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. Yeah, said I got my eyes on. My eyes on. Yeah, I think they gon' need a minute. Shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished, bottom of the ending, nothing out the building. Yeah, the victim co-defendant, even Nike witness. We the next to kill it, show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They be stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy, James Burke. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this fitness, but still they want me in the kitchen with the bacon soda whipping. They thought the law was so offensive, cause my guy, he gave his body just to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait, if I never see a million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Yeah, the greatest when they losing, gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Rapping VA, Tony Bennett, his kingdom can never be bought cause it's given and I live that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
kick it funky like feet. Let me get a beat, let me get a kick it feet like. Let me get a beat, kick it funky like feet. Let me get a beat, let me get a kick it feet like. Let me get a beat, kick it funky like feet. Let me get a beat, funky like. Let me get a, let me get a, kick it funky like, kick it funky like. Let me get a, let me get a, let me get a, let me get a kick it like funky like, funky like, like. Let me get a, let me get a, let me get a,
shaping me, growing me, taking me somewhere.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Welcome back to our live coverage down here at the Yas Marina circuit. It is the national finals for 4x4 in schools presented by ADNOC. It's the final day of the Yas in schools national finals, and we've seen some brilliant competition in the morning session. Looking forward to some equally enthralling competition in the afternoon session right through until about 5 p.m. this evening. But the one word that has not been able to be escaped from all weekend, whether it be Formula Thara, whether it be F1 in schools, whether it be 4x4 in schools, is AI. AI has seeped into every single thing that these students are doing. And to explain a little bit more about how AI is impacting both the present and the future, I'm delighted to be joined by Yasmin from Heriot-Watt University, who has a very, very special contraption to show me. Yasmin, it's great to have you with us on the program.
Hello, Robin. Yeah, it's great to have you too. So I'm here with my team, Sohaib and Lourdes. We have Musa also in the back for the production. We're here to demonstrate the first 4x4 AI car. We're really excited to show everyone, especially on the finals day, how she's moving. And yeah, we're just here to show everyone how, like, the future, where the future lies.
Now, are any of the students who come over and see this going to be very depressed about how AI is completely outperforming what they have spent so many hours creating themselves, do you think?
I wouldn't say outperforming yet. We're still not at that stage. We're in the research and development stage still. So obviously we're facing challenges and probably many issues. But this is what we're here to do. We're here to research and develop and see how we can fix this, how we can make it possible for students to have an AI section in the 4x4 competition.
We're just scratching the surface with AI, aren't we? I certainly don't know too much about it. You'll have to forgive my ignorance. But this vehicle, tell me the story behind this vehicle. I believe she has a name.
Yes, her name is Susie. This is my favorite story to tell. So we're a bunch of university students. We've been working together from our first year. We've done our first project on a basic autonomous car. We named her Lucy because it's a combination of oral names. This year we have Musa as well, who's the one in the back for production. And to include him, we went with Susie.
I think Susie sounds a little bit more professional than Lucy, perhaps, or certainly sounds like it might be more successful.
Yeah, it worked out well for us. So we took this as a university course. What happened was we saw our friends join the 4x4 competition, and we got a little bit jealous from how much fun they were having, and we wanted that for ourselves, but it was too late for us. So what we did is we talked to our professor, and we recommended that we take the 4x4 base and make it AI and autonomous for our course. We ended up getting the highest mark, so I'd say it went pretty well.
I think it worked out pretty well for you. Now, of course, AI can sometimes be used to help students maybe a little bit too much. They rely upon it too much. Certainly with ChatGPT, we've been hearing about that all weekend. But how have you used AI as a companion in your work?
Well, honestly, AI was our best teacher. What we do is we learned how to use ChatGPT, for example, in our own advantage. So what we're doing is something that has not been done before. It's the first time someone creates an autonomous AI 4x4. So we're facing a lot of issues. Like you can see right now, it faces a lot of challenges with the hardware and software. Our best teacher was ChatGPT. What we would do is that we would ask it, and we would provide the logic that we need and the concept that we need, and it would give us the proper feedback. So it has been a really helpful component. And we're still learning. We're still building it day by day. But what I'm proud to say is that we didn't let AI replace us. We just used AI to enhance whatever that we already have and make it much better.
That's my main worry, Yasmin. I keep thinking AI. Am I going to be out of a job next week? Who knows? But you guys have been doing a brilliant job at the cutting edge of this technology. It must be so excited to work with such a new technology as well. What does the future look like for AI? What does the future look like for Susie?
For Susie, we're hoping that the future is a new section for the 4x4 competition that's only AI and coding section. So what we want students to do, what we want students to learn is, like I said, the challenge for us, the biggest challenge was that we were the first people to do this, so we had no one to learn from. And I'm hoping the future students who are going to join this section of the competition will be able to learn from our mistakes and be able to develop our own work and make it even better. So, like you know, with Formula One and all the races, it's been very evident that races and competitions are the things that push the limit of engineering. And this is what we're trying to do as robotics engineers. We want to show the world that this is the future, automation and AI.
Hey, you guys have been blazing the trail. You've been setting the standards. Congratulations to you, Yasmin, and the rest of the team at the Heriot-Watt University. I'm not going to pretend to understand how they did it, but I'm impressed that they did it nonetheless. Well done to you guys, and we'll continue to follow your progress as you continue to develop Susie as she plows forward into the future. 4x4 in schools, that's what it's all about this afternoon. It is the national finals, and we're going to find out now, before we rejoin the live action, a little explainer video to let you guys watching on the live stream know exactly what 4x4 in schools is all about.
We are the ace cruisers of the Indian High School, Dubai.
We're Project Dune from Repton School, Dubai, and this is all about 4x4 in school. The 4x4s in School project presented by ADNOC is a STEM-based project that allows students to explore STEM subjects such as electronics, engineering, and science to a greater extent.
So the focus of this project is the engineering, designing of the 4x4 in schools car that includes working with the electronic components, the CAD, and designing the body shell, all of which we are tested upon at the Nationals event, where we navigate our car through the specially designed 4x4 terrain that stimulates the natural 4x4 environment. So in the beginning, one of the most integral part of this competition is forming a team that has a good skill set. And these skill sets must be diverse so that each aspect of this competition can be smoothly done.
And within that team, people will have different specific roles. For example, I'm the team manager. We also have an electrical engineer, a manufacturing engineer, and a social media manager.
At the beginning of the process of manufacturing, it is important to do a lot of research. One of the best resources to obtain said research is the Yas in Schools support website.
Here you can find a detailed list of all the parts, the code, and also the technical regulations for the baseline car. So as a part of the research process, we download and review the technical regulations, which basically tells us what we can do and what we cannot do in terms of the design process. For example, every car needs to have a tilt sensor. You need to be having a functional tow bar. And there are also certain measurement regulations for your body so that it meets the guidelines to be performing on the course.
Each team is provided with the Arduino starter kit. We need to code the Arduino to control three following parts: an automated headlight, a tilt sensor, and an automated tow bar.
There's also a lot of designing to do with the project. And in order to help us, we can use software such as Fusion 360 in order to create our designing elements of the car.
So we have to design and manufacture a scale model of a 4x4 RC crawler, which is going to be put to the test on a very hard obstacle course.
Coding is an integral part of the 4x4 in school challenge.
We code the Arduinos in such a way so that the car has features such as the automated headlights that turn on when the car is exposed to low lighting conditions. And we code the car and design the body in such a way that the center of mass of the body always remains the center, and when exposed to rotations or some sort of an inclined planes, the car doesn't tumble over. And it involves us doing this with CAD.
Marketing is also a big part of this competition, as you have to form a team identity. Part of that is making a logo, a color scheme, and incorporating that into your uniform and how the car looks. Your theme also has to reflect on your portfolio and how that is presented.
Manufacturing plays a big part of the project. For example, we have to construct electric circuits, 3D print different items of the car, and also assemble the whole body. The electric engineer is responsible for constructing all the electric circuits. There are a lot of electronics on the car, and it can get quite complicated at times. So to help us at the start, we can use the standard circuit diagram and build and then test and try to improve the circuit that we come up with, and then at the end, put it all into the body of the car. Relating to electronics is the Arduino. We must write code the Arduino to control a tilt center, headlights that can come on in the dark, and an automatic tow bar.
At the national finals, we have different judging criteria, and the main highlight is the terrain challenge. Now, this is one of the main highlights because this is where we put our final car to the test. So there will be a special course which will be kept there, and we have to navigate our car through the course, and different team members will take turns to go through the course, and there also will be a time limit for each obstacle. And there are also markers set on the course which if you hit, you get penalty points. And then we also have the trailer tow challenge, where we have an automated tow bar connected to our vehicle, and we have to couple the trailer to the tow bar electronically using our mobile devices. And the car hooked up to the trailer has to drive around a special course. And that not only puts our code to the test, but also the skill of the drivers.
STEM, out of this world.
Okay, we're back in studio for the continuation of coverage of this national finals for 4x4 in schools presented by ADNOC, all part of the Yas in schools curriculum, the pinnacle, if you like, of that curriculum, because it brings together the brightest minds, the most dedicated students, one of whom was, once upon a time, my co-host Aisha Torbert, who's alongside me. We've been refreshed, we've had a little lunch break. Aisha, you ready to go for the afternoon session? You excited to see what's to come?
Yeah, I'm excited to see how all the teams perform on the terrains, but I do think we have someone new to interview with us here.
We certainly do, yes. I'm delighted to say we are joined by, from the pristine private school, the Al Rila team's Lukman. Lukman, great to have you with us, and thank you so much for sparing the time to have a little chat with us. And it must be a nerve-wracking time for you guys because your teammates have just taken to the obstacle course. They're on the first terrain challenge, and we can see the car, the Al Rila car there, that maybe you can explain to us in just a few moments. But how are you feeling around this national finals, Lukman?
Right now, I would say that I'm quite excited actually, because for a few years now, the main thing that we've been focusing on is trying to get into this national final, and we're finally here after so many years. So it's really exciting for all of us.
So how many years have you put into to this before coming here? Because you mentioned that you have this. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, this is our first time.
So, but you did prepare for this years in advance?
So the way that we were able to prepare in advance was we started going for the RIT competition, which has the same kit and a similar obstacle course to the one at the national finals. So by going for that, we were able to prepare ourselves for the finals itself.
Okay, and how old are you, Lukman?
I'm 17.
Oh, you're 17. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're in senior high school. Okay, so you've got one more year left of high school. How has this project helped you with your educational sort of further learning and your kind of regular curriculum, if you like? How have the kind of skill set that you've learned in working in a team, collaborating, and some of the very specific engineering skills, how have they helped you with the rest of your schoolwork?
This competition, it helped all of us a lot because it gave us many various social skills in between talking with people and giving out new ideas. So like people that were not that open before, we became much more open and social. So now even with new people, we can talk easily, and it's not that hard to solve problems together.
And if you could tell me, what was your role in the team?
So my role in the team was the creation and design of the body itself for our car.
We've got a camera on that car right now. That is the Al Rila car there, and I want to get a little bit of an explanation, if I can, Lukman, as to the thinking behind the chassis. There's a close-up of it there. It's quite a raised chassis, as we've seen, versus some of the other cars have quite a low-fitting chassis. What is the specific thinking behind, A, the design, and B, the style and shape of the chassis?
So we tried to go for a much more higher chassis than the other teams because for our electronics that we were using in the car itself, they were quite bulky, to be honest. And the battery was also not the smaller battery that we get with the car, but some other batteries. Because during our time preparing for it, we found out that the batteries we get last only a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes at maximum. so they would die in between each course. So we started to buy bigger and lighter batteries, but because of this, we had to get a bigger chassis than what we would usually, than what the other teams would have used.
So did you say, have you made some modifications to the electronics themselves?
We didn't do anything to change the car itself.
Right.
But when we used the same Arduino code as they wanted. Like you can hear the buzzer going off now because it's at a tilt.
Yeah, very good. So you'll be scoring points for that because as Abdullah demonstrated to us a little bit earlier on in the program, and Aisha can testify, those lights, those buzzers, those automated signals that the car is in a potentially perilous situation, the judges are actually looking for those to go on. That's not a sign that things are going wrong.
No, they want those to go on as well as the lights in the tunnel. But when you chose to also do a higher chassis, were you thinking about, allowing space for your wheels to raise up when they're going over obstacles?
When we were making the chassis itself, one of the main issues we found out was that trying to make enough space for the electronics led to not that much space for the tire movement. So in the end, we had to shave off a lot from this, from the front and the back. So instead of it being a more square body, instead it's more of a curved body. So from the bottom, it's not that much, but at the top, it's very large, which is why we had to race it in the end.
You've reached the penultimate obstacle of this first terrain challenge, and I can see 1 minute 15 on the clock there, Lukman. So the team is just flirting with the time limit there. This is the hill climb, and following that, we've got the articulation and the exit ramp to finish. So the team just potentially flirting with a time penalty there, Aisha. Looking on, 10 minutes seems a lot, but it can get fiddly, it can get complicated, and the time ticks by very quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like they're having a little bit of an issue getting up the front side of the hill. Looking at their car, it seems that whenever their front tires try to go over that sandpaper, one of the wheels kicks up. And that reduces the traction they have on the hill, so it might give them a hard time. But having said that, how confident are you in your team's ability to drive through these courses?
As I said before, we've had a lot of chances to prepare for the nationals. So this way, I can confidently say that my team is very confident in their own driving skills. So I think they should get through this part quite easily, even though they're having a bit of trouble at the moment.
Okay, so we're out of time for section 1. We're going to be heading on to the terrain challenge number 2 for the Al Rila team just momentarily. So we'll wait for them to load that one up. We will let you go and take part as well, Lukman, in that team challenge, but not before we ask a few further questions. There's still a bit of grilling to do here in our studio. And thanks so much, by the way, for joining us. We love chatting to you guys. Everyone's got a different story. Everyone's got a different background, and everyone's coming at it from a very different angle. So it's always great to see the opinions and the perceptions of the students. How do you feel like this is going to help you going into further education, Lukman?
This competition, it gave us a lot of skills that will be quite useful when we go to the higher studies, and we can also use these skills in other future competitions, not only in the Yas Island competitions, like the 4x4. So it will allow us to go into much more opportunities in the future, as we have the skills needed to do the competitions and further education.
Okay, we just found out, or at least I just found out, about Susie, who's a vehicle over there designed by the Heriot-Watt University, the first automated AI 4x4 vehicle. Has AI played a big role in the Al Rila team development?
I would say AI had a pretty important role in in the creation of our vehicle, as whenever we would run out of ideas or we couldn't find out anything that that could make the car itself better, we would think the first thing is that we should use AI and we should just copy it because that's what everyone does.
Right. Yeah. I feel like AI has become a bit of a crutch for quite a few of these students, if I'm not mistaken. Do you feel like you wish you had the opportunity, Aisha, to lean on a bit of AI back in your day? I say your day, it was only 2 years ago, but,
I think it would have made it easier, but I also know I would have learned less if I had used AI. So I'm kind of thankful, but I am a little jealous. They can give themselves a foot up when they really need it. So
That's it. And I guess if you can't beat it, join it, right? I mean, AI is a reality for us all. It's going to infiltrate every single aspect of life. So you better learn how to operate with it, how to live with it, how to coexist with it. And I guess this has been a fantastic program for helping you do that, Lukman.
Yeah, it was really insightful for us.
Great stuff. Right, the Alrila team are shortly going to be taking on the second of these two terrain challenges. Have you had an opportunity to practice each and every one of these specific obstacles?
I wouldn't say we've had an opportunity to go through every single obstacle, but we've been able to go through like a few common scenarios. So like the ramp, we just put a pile of books, I would say, and we just drive over that.
All right, yeah, you've improvised, which is always showing a lot of ingenuity as well and a lot of innovation. Right, Lukman, you know what? We're going to let you go back to your team because they are on the final terrain challenge too. I know you want to be with them and potentially even take part in some of these driving challenges. So thank you so much for joining us. This is Lukman from the pristine private school, and this is Team Alrila. Thank you so much for joining us, Lukman.
Thank you for letting me come on this.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure for having you. Thank you so much. Right, we're watching a chassis-less Alrila vehicle there take on the second of the terrain challenges as we wait patiently to speak to our next student, our next competitor for the 4x4 in schools national finals, and keen to find out her story and exactly how she's been brought to the table here at the 4x4 in schools national finals. So Alrila trying to do a good job on the terrain challenge too, Aisha, and they've lost the chassis, and I think an executive decision was made that maybe that chassis wasn't doing them any favors.
yeah, but I can see what he was talking about when his electronics made stop there from being a lower chassis. Those wires are really piled up high.
Yeah, they are piled up high, and of course the center of gravity of the vehicle is going to be affected by that as well. We've been joined in studio by yet another hopeful, yet another challenger for the 4x4 in schools national finals, and I need to double check here because my sheet is all over the place. My schedule has some adjustments to be made to it. Are you from the ADNOC schools Madnat Zayed, by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, right, okay, I got that one right. Are you Team MZ Divas 4x4?
Yes, I am.
2 out of 2. Look at that. 2 out of 2, 2 from 2. That is better than my previous effort. Aisha, what's your name, please?
Mahara Zayed.
Mahara. Mahara, it's great to have you with us in studio, and you are Team MZ Divas 4x4. Yeah. Talk to us about your experience working in the 4x4 in schools challenge. How have you found it so far?
It's been quite challenging for us, but we've been through it, yes.
You've been through it. Okay, so what has been the most difficult challenge for you, Mahara?
Building the wires together of the car. Putting the wires together.
Particularly the wires, right, okay, yeah, I can imagine that would be pretty complicated. In terms of your role specifically with the team, what have you been delegated?
I'm the social media manager.
Okay, so you can talk about all things marketing, all things social media. We'll leave the nitty-gritty, we'll leave the wires discussions and the coding and the programming to other folk. Aisha, you can maybe handle those questions. I can ask all sorts of social media questions. How do you get the message out there, Mahara, about the team and what you guys have been up to?
Whenever we are like fixing something about our car, we always like take photos and offer updates on our social media account.
Okay, right. What's the social media handle? What's the social media handle for your team?
4x4 MZ.
4x4 MZ. Okay. Is that your car in picture
Yes.
there?
Yes,
right.
we
Can we describe a little bit about the design of the car, Mahara, and also the chassis that you guys have gone for?
Our car cover is made by cardboard, and we've painted it and decorated with stickers.
Beautiful. Very nice. This is what we're watching is the trailer tow challenge. Aisha can maybe talk about the technicalities of this trailer tow challenge, having been over the course herself. I can see, from my point of view, my vantage point, that it's precise and difficult to actually master. Even though it may look simple, it's certainly not.
Yeah, she's entering into that final stage of reparking the trailer, and this is where it trips up a lot of the, oh, it's also come out. But this is where it trips up a lot of the drivers trying to get that trailer to cooperate, and You have to really know where it's going to go, no matter which way you turn the wheels or how much power you put into it. But yeah, they're just reattaching that now.
It's a great real-life simulation, this, because, of course, not that I would ever venture anywhere where I would need to attach a trailer to my vehicle, particularly in an off-road environment. I think that would be asking for trouble. But in terms of your ability to maneuver that, it's actually simulating a real-life environment very, very accurately, isn't it?
Yeah, it takes a lot of expertise and experience to be able to properly reverse a trailer into where you want it to go.
And a lot of patience as well, by the looks of things. Mahara, have you been practicing hard on some of these obstacles?
Yes.
Which one has given you the most problems?
Actually, this obstacle right there.
Oh, that's why you're sat here with us. That's why Mahara's sat here with us, chatting to us, and she's left her teammates to tackle the trailer tow challenge for the MZ Divas 4x4. I'm enjoying the chassis, I have to say. Is that the number 10?
Yes, number 1.
Oh, number one. I'm just reading it backwards. My apologies. Okay, we've got the number 1 on the side there, and you've gone for the red. Quite a few of the teams have chosen red as their primary color. Thinking behind that?
Can you clarify the question?
What was the thoughts behind going with red as your primary color for the design?
It's like one of the most, like, in our flag, color red means powerful. So, like, yeah.
Right, okay. And I'm interested because ADNOC has been a massive supporter of the Yas in Schools program, Mahara. And of course, ADNOC Schools have really been one of the great participants of not just 4x4 in schools, but Formula Athara, F1 in schools, and now 4x4 in schools as well. What's been your own experience of obviously attending the ADNOC schools and seeing for yourself how much ADNOC have supported the Yas in Schools endeavor? As a sponsor, as someone, I guess as a company that has really helped throw their weight behind. It's great, isn't it, for the students to be able to have access to this, that ADNOC have supported that.
Yeah.
You know, I think we had something like 130 Formula Athara teams.
Yes.
And that was the racetrack component that we witnessed over the weekend. F1 in school. How many teams were there, Aisha? There were about 80 teams for F1 in school in total. I mean, incredible numbers. And that's down to ADNOC, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, ADNOC have done a brilliant job of promoting this program. There's no doubt about it. They also launched the ADNOC Experience Center as well. Mahara, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go back to your teammates, and we may have got you off the trailer tow challenge, but I think you might have to tackle one of the other obstacle courses, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mahara there. Thank you so much for joining us from the ADNOC schools. Madnat Zayed, a member of the MZ Divas 4x4 team, a social media guru of that team, getting it out, getting the word out for that team, the MZ Divas, who it looked to me, Aisha, sorry.
Robbie,
no, I'm
gosh,
sorry.
you miss Zara that much?
Slip of the
Oh my
tongue.
gosh.
Apologies, slip of the tongue. I'm just used to co-host Zara Faruqi, but Aisha Torbert alongside me. It looked to me like they were struggling a little bit with that particular challenge.
Yeah, they did give themselves ample time to do the reversing, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. So they're going to move on to the Terrain Challenge 1. A little recap on some of the obstacles as well that the teams are going to be facing on those terrain challenges. We've got the tunnel straight out of the gate, much more futuristic in terms of the look and feel of this purpose-built, bespoke obstacle course. Then into the hub, which doesn't look like much of an obstacle, but actually it's presented all manner of problems. You could argue, in fact, that it's been the trickiest obstacle for any of the teams to negotiate. A very small, intricate turn. Water crossing is the next one. That's the third obstacle on the terrain challenge. Then you've got the side slope. That's where you're relying on those automated buzzers and the lights to come on, isn't it?
Yeah, the tunnel also tests those lights
Right.
with the light sensors. And then the water trough is there to test whether your vehicle is at least waterproofed, you know, like in real conditions where you might get mud or some kind of water into your car.
And most teams have been negotiating the hill climb successfully, although we did see the Al Rila team struggle, and perhaps that higher center of gravity was maybe responsible for that. It just goes to show you've really got to be on top of your game in all elements. These obstacles will test every single facet of your vehicle. The hill climb should be easy, but it isn't always easy.
No, it takes a lot of expertise to get up, and the Sorry, I'm distracted by the,
The
girls getting...
descent.
The hub has claimed another victim. I'm looking over there.
Oh,
and
really?
getting a
Oh,
little
the hub has
distracted
claimed another victim,
Yeah,
has it?
sorry
Uh-oh.
about that.
Okay,
But,
wow, that hub has been lethal. That is silent but deadly, small but deadly maybe. But yeah, you're right. The descent, it's all about control, isn't it?
Yeah, and the climbing, although it has been made a little bit easier with that sandpaper going over the rollers, if you don't hit those rollers perfectly, it's pretty hard to get up there.
That's followed by the articulation and then an exit ramp onto the finish to complete your terrain challenge 1. Then we move on to the second terrain challenge, the desert theme to this second challenge. Again, purpose-built, and that includes a seesaw, which tests the suspension of the vehicle, a camber dome, which involves a very tight left-hand turn, a rock crawl, which tests the individual suspension of the vehicle, and then a low mu, which tests low friction and it tests the grip, followed by a V-gully, which is intricate, and then the pipe bridge may be the end boss of all obstacles, Aisha. The pipe bridge with really all about steering control. That's about alignment and about making sure that you start in the correct position.
Yeah, and it's an added challenge considering that it comes right out of the V gully. So you really need to make sure you come out of there and you line it up perfectly so that you set yourself up for success.
Yeah, and they're not particularly helpful. Whoever designed this track didn't make it a nice straight exit and entry onto the pipe bridge. No, no, no. You've got to turn a good 45 degrees from the V gully onto the pipe bridge and then make sure your vehicle is aligned correctly. Otherwise, you will be facing a bit of a clatter and a bit of a tumble down off that pipe bridge, and we don't want any damage caused to any of these vehicles, that is for sure. So we're watching action on track. We're joined in studio by another special guest, another student who is taking part in the 4x4 in Schools National Finals. Great to have you with us, my good friend. What is your name?
Hello, I'm Ward from ADNOC Medina Zaid Male Campus. Good afternoon to both of you, and I'm very, very pleased to meet both of you.
It's great to have you with us. Thank you so much, Ward, for being with us. Are you a member of the Summit Racing team by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Ward from Summit Racing team. Thank you so much for being with us, Ward. And talk to me about your journey with 4x4 in schools, if you can. Where did it start? How did you guys get together and form a team?
This is my first year competing in a competition like this. Me and my classmates were very close. We wanted to do something different other than just stay at home and play. It just seems boring. A bunch of engineering, designing, looking into other stuff, expanding our interests. I think it's a very good thing to do, and we all decided to join for that reason.
And then what would your role be in this team?
I'm the designer. I designed the...
Is your car on the track right now, Ward?
Oh, no, not yet.
Not yet, okay,
Yeah.
we're ready to... Is it maybe... I guess you guys are getting ready to take on the trailer tow challenge, which is the first of the obstacles. So we will shortly see your car on track, but maybe give us a flavor of the design of the car if you can. What challenges did you face? How did you overcome them?
We didn't face that many challenges. It was rather simple. We just went the simpler route.
Okay.
We didn't have much time because of our finals. It was difficult keeping both stable, but obviously our finals are more important.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're not, yeah, exactly that. Universities are maybe going to look at those a little bit more closely than this, but this is nonetheless, I mean, it's a great asset.
This is also
isn't
pretty
it?
important. But for me personally, I think this is just more of a, for the future, just getting started.
What attracted you in the most part? You said you didn't want to be sat on your heels playing video games or whatever it is. You wanted to be doing something productive.
I really like engineering.
Right.
I like software and hardware engineering. I like to make apps, websites. Sometimes in my free time when I'm at home, I sometimes open up my devices and just put them back together, figure out what type of stuff I can deal with, what I can upgrade.
Brilliant. Okay, so talk to me about when you first get that kit. Everyone gets given the same starter kit for 4x4 in schools. What's the very first thing you guys decided upon?
We were all very excited. Obviously, we were all very excited.
Yeah.
We just thought we'd, how do I word this? We'll sketch it.
Yeah.
Do a prototype.
That's good.
Go slowly. And then at the end, we'll cram everything.
That sounds very familiar to my old school days. I'm telling you that. Cramming was my sort of modus operandi.
It was fun doing it with my friends.
Yeah.
As I said, we're all very close.
Any big arguments, or did you manage to keep those?
No arguments at all.
That's good.
Our teamwork was very good. It felt nice being with my friends, even when I'm not in school. Like, we finished our school and we still had to meet up in school.
Ah,
like we couldn't.
You again?
Yeah, exactly. It was stressful having to wake up in the morning again.
Oh no, wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, that is a reality that you're going to have to get used to. Oh dear, to be a youngster again, that is for sure.
And you mentioned you designed the car and the chassis, right?
Yeah.
But you have a great interest in like the electronics and the workings of the car. So did you ever wiggle your way into working on the electronics or any of the other components?
Yeah, I've done a bit of the wires, but I let that mostly to my other friends who have way more experience than me in that department. Like, mostly they helped me know what to do and what to change, what I could do better. But most of the stuff was their thing.
So you're working together, but you're also helping each other learn more as you make this car? It's great.
We all learn from each other. Obviously, everyone has their own advantages and disadvantages. No one is perfect. And we're all making each other learn new stuff.
And that's great. Particularly if it's a group of friends, if you are learning from each other and also sharing that skill base, you can achieve amazing things. And I'm sure you guys are well on your way to doing just that. I mean, Summit Racing Team, give me a kind of little bit of a synopsis as to the name and the brand and the whole kind of identity behind the team. How did you establish that?
Well, the thing is, I wasn't there when they decided it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I recently overslept.
Aha. Oh, you overslept. Oh, dear, oh, dear. At least you're honest.
Yeah.
I'm loving that. He's come clean, has Wad, for the Summit Racing Team. Guys, I overslept, but I did my bit.
I did all I could do in my department.
Yeah.
They did everything they could in their department. I'm happy with our work.
You're happy with the end
product? I'm very
product?
happy with everyone in the team. I'm proud of everyone in the team.
Aha, I think these are your boys here,
Yeah,
if I'm not
those are my
mistaken.
teammates.
Right, okay, those are your teammates. So very shortly, we're going to get a chance to have a look at the Summit Racing vehicle. I'm liking the look of the chassis from over here, Ward. I think it looks really good. And looking forward to seeing how it performs in the Trailer Tow Challenge. Are any of these obstacle courses anything that you're going to be having a crack at yourself?
I might, depending when I finish this.
Do you want us to keep you, or do you want us to release you? That is the question.
That's fine. You can pick. It's fine.
Okay, right. Okay, we will be the decision makers over your fate. I love that. Okay, we're looking near here at the. This is the Precision team.
Oh no, these are the MD Divas.
MZ Divas. I beg your pardon. MZ Divas. This is them taking on the second of the obstacle courses. Which of these obstacles brings you out in a bit of a cold sweat? Is there a particular obstacle here that you're thinking, oh, not that one. Don't make me do that one.
None. I'm confident.
You're confident.
I
like that. I like the spirit of that. We've seen one or two that have frequently caused more of an issue than they've presented a straightforward solution. That is for sure. The hub being one, the pipe bridge being another. I've enjoyed the struggles, the trials and tribulations. Chassis have been flying left, right, and center. This is actually more dramatic than I was expecting, Aisha. I mean, we saw a lot of fast-paced drama during F1 in schools and Formula Athara, but you know what? This has got plenty itself. There's a lot that can go wrong. I'm enjoying, I hate to say it, sometimes I'm enjoying the sight of these vehicles maybe coming a cropper.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining, but I'm sure it's nerve-wracking for the actual participants. But luckily, they do get a navigator with them when they're on the track to help them get through these elements, and giving them like almost a second pair of eyes to see where the car may need to go and help them get through these obstacles without hitting any of those cones.
We're looking at the MZ Divas team, and they are doing a fine job. They're negotiating a latter stage of the second of these obstacle courses. That is the low mu obstacle section. Got a little bit of a round of applause there. Ward is alongside us in studio. He's perhaps happy that he's not in any way involved in the Trail Tow Challenge, I should say, which is I tell you what, a lot of teams have run out of time, we've noticed, which, again, I wasn't expecting. 10 minutes seems like a lot of time to perform that challenge, but when you go wrong, you got to reset. That time just eats away and away and away. Now, the eagle-eyed among you might have spotted that there's something new. There's a new addition to our studio here at the Yas Marina circuit, just next to the obstacle course, which the camera has been panned on. And what an extraordinary, beautiful piece of art this is. This is the National Finals trophy. Let's get a close-up on that. Wow. What would it mean to you, Ward, to get your hands on this? This is absolutely magnificent, isn't it?
It looks amazing. I'm in love.
It really does. Look at this. And then, of course, we've got all the past champions. So if we go, is your name on this, Aisha?
No, these are actually only the overall champions.
Overall champions.
They have, they have rankings of between the development, professional, and university, and they'll have champions for those, but these are the overall champions.
These are the overall champions. So in 2021, we had the cyber crawlers from Fun Robotics, who are actually competing a little bit later on in the afternoon. Looking forward to what they can bring to today's action. 2022 saw Project June take the top prize from Repton School, Dubai. And then last year, I remember this team very, very well indeed, from the Rochester Institute of Technology. What a name this is. The Crimson Gladiators were top dogs in 2023. And look at that design, that trophy. Oh, and it's even mounted on its own piece of off-road landscape as well. I know that would mean a lot to Ward and his team to get their hands on. And look at that. What a close-up we've got of that particular trophy. That is quite beautiful. Really enjoying that. And that is what's up for grabs, Aisha. The winning team will be walking away with that, and I'm sure walking away with a massive, massive fillip on their CV. To say that you are a champion of 4x4 in schools, a national champion, it makes you the envy of the engineering world, does it not? Everyone's going to want to recruit you.
Yeah, but sadly, you won't be taking this specific one home. You'll be taking a smaller one.
You get a little replica.
So. But yeah, you'll be getting your name immortalized on this. So
it's like the Grand Prix trophy.
Yeah.
It's like that. I think they get a replica to the drivers, but I think the major trophy stays in-house, so to speak. And we've seen the pipe bridge claim another victim out there on the track. And unfortunately for the MZ Divas team, it's away to the next obstacle and down to the finish line, because the pipe bridge is the culmination of the second of these obstacle courses. And the MZ Divas did come a cropper on that pipe bridge, which is easy to do. We've seen that time and time again. So the MZ Divas completing their challenge from the ADNOC Schools Mannat Zayed. Summit Racing getting underway. I think Ward was hoping we were going to keep him the entire time, but we've released him, and now he's got to go under the pressure, under the gun, and join his teammates actually driving this thing.
Yeah, it looks like they're just about to start their towing challenge. But they may be having problems with their towing mechanism, so I guess we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We will certainly do just about that over the course of the day. Still to come, so many teams still to race, and we've got the Monster Mavericks from our own high school. In fact, our own high school actually supplying the next 3 teams on our list. Monster Mavericks, Fecta, and Off Center, all going off in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. And then from the Repton School, we've got Project Luna, followed by Velocity Vortex, Embers Rising from the Al Zahur Private School, and then the Fun Robotics are back. So you're allowed to enter this competition even if you've won it before. You can come back and give it another go and try and create a dynasty, I guess.
Yeah, there's basically no cap on how many times you can come back to a national finals. So some people just enjoy coming back. Well, either it's for the glory of winning, or it's just, you know.
It's not very fair, is it? You've already won, for goodness sake. Give someone else a go, no?
But, I mean, you also get to just experience being here, you know?
It's
there's
great.
A great energy, there's stuff to do, and there's, you know, you can always look at other people's pit displays. You can experience the pain of having to go through these terrains all over again.
And it's important to note as well, Aisha, that the last 3 or 4 years have been challenging. And I know you can speak to that because you went through the COVID pandemic with the Delta X15 team. So you know exactly what that was like, working from home, collaborating with your teammates from home, not even, unfortunately, getting to be at Yas Marina Circuit for the races. Didn't stop you winning the competition, of course, but that was difficult. So just the fact that the students can come back here to Yas is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm actually blown away by how much 4x4 has just expanded as a competition. I remember when I competed in 4x4, I think there were no more than like 10 teams, and all of a sudden there's 30 in just 2 or 3 years. So I'm so glad to see that it's picked up popularity again after COVID.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, my assumption, and perhaps it was the wrong one, that it was going to be Formula Athara that would push people into F1 in schools, and then if they got to a latter stage of F1 in schools, they might be tempted, they might be persuaded to actually go into the 4x4 in schools program. But it turns out that both 4x4 and Athara from different ends of the spectrum are feeding in to F1 in schools, which is, of course, it is the glamour division, is it not?
Yeah.
I don't want to say that too loudly on 4x4 in schools day, but F1 in schools, it's got the branding, is it not?
Yeah, it's got, you know, all the big flashy cars to talk about when you're talking about F1. It has, you know, it has many more teams competing, and I think that it's more well known than 4x4, and I think that's quite sad, to be honest. I think 4x4 is just as interesting as F1. And I wish it got more recognition.
But I think it will. And as you've said, the growth is exponential. 10 teams when you did it, what, back in 2021?
2022.
2022. So we fast forward 2 years to 2024, and we've seen the number of teams treble, essentially, from 10 to just over 30. There's been 1 or 2 withdrawals late on, but we've got around 30 teams taking part in this year's national finals. So if it continues on that spectrum, on that trajectory, you're going to see massive growth. You're going to see a re-establishment, I think, of a world finals, hopefully down the line. And the 4x4 brand is just going to grow and grow because it does give students another dimension. And you know what's crucial about it? It gives students a window into the kind of industries that are going to dominate the industrial landscape for the next 10 years. When I'm talking about AI, I'm talking about robotics. That's where the world is headed, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, especially with the AI integration into using them on cars. I mean, we've already got tests for self-driving cars, and that could very well be the future.
Yeah, it all scares me, quite frankly. I'm kind of glad that I'm not quite in the home straight of my career, but I've got quite a lot in the rearview mirror when it comes to my own career. And I'm kind of glad because I feel like catching up now to where things are at. Technology is moving at such a pace now. Things seem to change, not on an annual basis, but on a monthly basis. And I know you're in the thick of that. You are still at university.
Yep.
You are weighing up your options as well. That must be daunting to navigate that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the future job market or whether I'm going to have a job or not. But hopefully where I plan to go, AI may not be able to touch.
Yeah, listen, I don't doubt your prospects whatsoever, Aisha. I think you're going to be absolutely fine. You've already proven your mettle across multiple divisions of the Yas in Schools portfolio. And of course, it is the heat of summer. It's rather warm out there. We are going to be continuing with live action, which is heating up nicely on the obstacle courses as well. But let's check out details on a very special summer camp. Okay, so that is details on the summer camp, which of course is going to be giving students a valuable outlet during the hot summer months here in the UAE, where of course learning remains a priority, even if you are on summer holidays. Oh, I remember those days. Summer holidays. Take me back there. What is it, 10 weeks now? Oh, I guess you're at uni.
Yeah,
I guess it's
I have
different
about 3
for you.
months, actually.
3 months! 3 months off. I'm sure you're putting them to good use.
At home, yes. I just sleep all day and I ride it out. It's good.
Oh, dear. I'm lucky to get a week off these days, and I count myself
yikes.
lucky. But hey-ho, I don't want to turn this into my own personal sub-story. Aisha, we're going to be chatting to more and more teams as they come through. I've seen a new team has arrived at the gate of the gauntlet, and they are going to run that gauntlet because 3 very treacherous obstacle courses to negotiate. The trailer tow challenge, 10 minutes for that. The terrain challenge 1, 10 minutes for that as well, followed by the terrain challenge 2 as well. It's myself and Aisha Torbett with you all the way through until a conclusion around about 5:10 this evening. So loads more to come. And who have you been impressed with so far? What design has really stood out to you so far, Aisha, and just in terms of the look and feel of the vehicles out there on the track?
I've been most impressed by the higher set chassis.
Okay.
Because I've noticed that those ones haven't really needed to come off as much as lower set chassis.
Right.
And I think that's also because having a higher one allows space for your wheels to start really moving once they get over things like the differential or the rock crawling. When you have one wheel that's maybe 2 or 3 inches higher than the other, and if you have a low set chassis, that can really get in the way.
But then we saw with the Alrila team, I think it was, they actually overdid it slightly.
Yeah.
Their chassis was too high, and it's the fine line, it's the tightrope that you walk on 4x4 in schools, because you're absolutely right. I mean, in an ideal world, you would do all of these obstacles with your chassis, because that's your car at the end of the day.
Right.
You've designed it. The chassis is an important component of it, and you would have that chassis on, and you would be showcasing what it can do. But as we saw with the hill climb with the Alrila team, if you bump the chassis up too high, if you pile those wires up too high, you might be getting an issue climbing that very, very steep hill. We're going to welcome in another student into the studio here to have a little chat. This is Monster Mavericks from our own high school, and great to have you with us. What's your name?
Arib Beg.
Sorry?
Arib.
Arib, great to have you with us, Arib. Great to have you from the Monster Mavericks team. And Arib, talk to me a little bit, if you can, about the team and the journey to this point thus far.
So we started our journey at last year November. We actually had lots of team management we had to do. Like say, most of our teammates did not know how to do C++ coding and 3D modeling. They didn't know how to basics or do it. So it took us like 1-2 weeks just to teach them. 1-2 weeks just to teach them how to do coding, how to turn on the LEDs in Arduino, and 3D modeling, how to 3D print.
Wow, so you were learning from scratch.
Yeah. Except for me, I have over like 2 years of coding and 3D modeling experience. At first, beginners do not understand why this has to be done in the coding part, but soon they realize like if this variable is like that, then this will happen. It takes a long time for a coder to be mastered that specific language.
And what was your role in the team?
For me, in my role is for coding. Coding, I'm in the role of the team. I'm the coding part. Most of the coding has been done by me.
So you were the one learning all the coding and struggling through it, or did you have someone else to come in and help you?
Actually, by our teachers, we all have to learn coding at some point, no? So during the learning progress, we have made them learn coding and 3D modeling, which was hectic. But for me, I'm the main one who made it coding progress in the team.
So you were the chief coder, and you were also the teacher to the rest of your teammates who were kind of
Yeah,
new
I'm
to
the
the
chief
discipline.
coder and the team leader for this team.
Okay, right. How many in the team, Arib?
5, including me, 5.
And how old are you guys?
It's 15, 16.
15 and 16. Okay, so you built the team, you taught coding, which of course is an integral part of 4x4 in schools. And how did you assign other roles within that team, and what were those roles?
After the learning part, we came together in a Zoom meeting and talked who is able to do what skills. We look at the skill set. Like if they're able to do this, then okay, it's better for him to do this part because it's easier for him. So we have 2 3D modelers and 1 editor and 1 graphic designer. The 2 3D modelers, due to the fact that the graphic designer and the editor is not able to learn 3D modeling easily. And for me, I didn't become 3D modeler because I was doing the coding part, so it's a little bit hard to manage the both. Yeah, and we used Monday.com just to assign the roles and made the deadlines for it.
Okay.
And as a coder, did you input any innovations in your car's code or things that your cars can do?
We tried doing it, like say, we tried using a solar panel, and using like a massive 220 milliamp hour battery
Oh, wow.
just to use it. But it turns when we checked the weight and the height, which is accommodated, it just said is over the regulation. So we decided to stay with the original. But we
Ari-
did try to make some innovations.
Ari, we're looking at the Monster Mavericks car here on the screen. Is
No,
that correct?
this is the Summit one.
Oh, is it? This is not your car?
Yeah, the Monster Mavericks are on the tow challenge right now.
You guys are on the tow challenge. I
Yes.
beg your pardon. This is the Summit
Yes,
Racing
this
team
is our
there.
cyber.
There you go. There we go. We get a camera on that car. So
Yeah.
maybe talk us through the chassis and the design of
Actually,
that, if you
we
can.
had multiple prototypes for our chassis. This is our final one. For us, we had 3 materials where we can go through. This one is from foam board, but the last 2 materials which we nominated one are the cardboard and 3D printing like PLA, ABS. So the problem which arose in carbon in 3D printing is that in cardboard, either like it bends a lot, we can't find a right thickness, or it just sometimes when you're handling it breaks sometimes. But that we thought of 3D modeling and 3D printing out this time, but another issue arose that like too much print time. For this exact model, half of the body took like 1 full day to print and be in good shape. So we decided not to go for that. So we
Was
made
that with sustainability in mind? Is that why you went down the
yes.
cardboard route?
Actually, the format which you see here is actually recycled. We found a store which is throwing away some foam boards which was not being sold. So we decided to took those and use them for our car body.
Okay.
And if you don't mind me asking, your name, the Monster Mavericks, were you inspired by Top Gun Maverick?
Actually, yes, we all watched the
I knew it.
Well done. Very good. I know you went out on a limb there.
We every single member of our team watched the Top Gun Maverick. They all like, including me. Even I like it. It's a great movie. So we were like, why not put Monster Maverick just to take some inspirations?
Oh, just about the only good movie they've released in the last 5 years, if you ask me. But you guys seem to be doing a pretty good job on this fiddly little intricate challenge. This is the trailer tow challenge, although your chassis has come a little bit askew.
Yeah, I can see that.
But not to worry on that front. I don't think that is not cause for a penalty in of itself.
Actually, we prioritize that we don't lose lot of points in this competition. We read the regulations lots of times just to make sure it didn't cut points in the overall competition.
And how much practice have you done on track? How have you, if you haven't been able to access these obstacles, how have you simulated those obstacles?
So
in
what we have
practice?
done actually, we were not able to take the kids home from school, actually. So what we did, we had a stay back time, 2 hours. So in that 2 hours, what we did is that we made from a track from books. From our notebook, from our textbooks,
Okay,
we made
nice,
tracks.
nice.
And we told to drive around several times, made them get a feel of the car. And then we also tune it in such a way that it will be best for the traction and stability.
Okay, we're getting to the final 30 seconds here, and looks like the team are having a few continued issues, and one of our technicians has had to jump in to help out.
Actually, when we came to the competition, a lot of things went wrong. Even though we make sure it didn't went wrong in the school, but it went wrong in this time. They were like rushing to like fix everything. It was like a chaos in our pit stand. It was like chaos.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, wow. And that was just when you arrived on site today?
Yes.
What went wrong, if you can tell us, Arif?
First of all, the LDR, sometimes the LDR light detection photoresistor will not either, when we like lock it, will either not light up the LED, or it will just not respond. The LED will just keep lighting up, even though we put our finger away from the LDR. And the second issue we arose, we have a Bluetooth module, okay, to control the servo motor from our phones to the servo motor. We do control it.
Yeah.
And then sometimes this thing will be on, but due to being many Bluetooth modules in other teams, we didn't we didn't have it in mind that okay, we'll just spare it and then we'll go. When it came, we saw, oh no, it's not. What's our Bluetooth module's name? Like, we didn't rename it because it's a complicated part. If you want, if you want to rename a Bluetooth module, it takes lots of coding, lots of tinkering to just get it right. So it was a heck of a time just to get it correctly done.
Wow. Okay. Seems like you've had quite the day so far, Arif, and a lot of last-minute scrambling. But it wouldn't be a national finals without that kind of drama, would it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's just part of life, you know, having to deal with these last-minute, unexpected problems. But I think this is a great learning experience. I mean, you know, learning how to come up with solutions on the spot. That's something that's indispensable in real life.
Actually, this is my second time being in this same competition. Second time.
Oh, so you're a professional?
Professional category. But this problem never happened to us last year. So it was okay for us, but then I don't know what happened today.
Okay, well, best of luck with the remainder of the competition, Arif. Arif from the Monster Mavericks team from our own high school, thank you so much for being with us, and we appreciate you, and we wish you the best of luck going forward into the remainder of the competition. Thank you so much, Arif. Wow, I mean, every time I look at the big screen showing what's going on out there on the track, Aisha, I see chaos, I see carnage unfold. Very few teams are finding this plain sailing.
Yeah, it's cutthroat out there. I mean, the smallest misstep will cost you so many points, and it seems like the pipe bridge has claimed yet another victim. And
yeah, that's
they're
the
just
Summit Racing team, I think. Pretty sure that is the Summit Racing team who have just come a cropper on that pipe bridge, and that is that. That is all she wrote for their challenge, because the pipe bridge is the finale to a very difficult, a very sort of deadly second terrain challenge.
Yeah, and the Mavericks are actually just going into their first terrain, while our new guest, his team, is actually going into the trailer challenge.
Great stuff. Well, we are delighted to say the guests keep on coming. It is a revolving door here in the studio. Someone out there at the Yas Marina Circuit is clearly rugby tackling students and forcing them to come here and chat to us, because I can't imagine they're coming on their own volition, Aisha. But we are joined by another student, and it's a delight to introduce him as well. So a warm welcome to, and I'm going to guess this again, our own high school's Fecta team. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fecta, right.
Fecta.
So what is your name?
My name is Mahir Masihuddin.
Mahir from Team Fecta.
Yes.
Great to have you with us, Mahir.
Thank
and give us a little flavor of how you've been enjoying yourself so far today.
So a lot of things went wrong. There was a lot of stress. And then
Don't worry, everyone else is in the same boat. Everyone's been having problems today.
In the end, we worked it all out, and now everything is working. My team went for the trailer tow, so that should go well.
I like your outfits as well. Where did
Thank you.
Where did you get the outfits?
Merch list.
Sorry?
Merch list.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
I like that, yeah.
Thank you.
And you branded them, you designed them, sent them away and got them all sorted out.
Yeah.
Nice, okay. Mahir looking the part as well.
Thank you.
Talk to me about how your team came together. How long have you been together
So like,
working on this?
I did this competition last year. I'm returning now. We are professional category, and we have staybacks in school, so we formed a team. We, like, 2 members, they knew each other and they came as a team, and then me and 1 more member, Chris, we all came together and we formed a team of 4 members.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
you're a team of 4. You are a quartet. Have you ever done anything in the Yas in Schools program before? Have you done F1
Yeah,
in
I
schools?
have done 4x4 last year.
Oh, you did 4x4 last year.
Yeah.
Ever tempted by F1 in schools?
No.
Okay, just this. We're all
Yeah.
about the robotics, we're all about the coding, we're all about the programming for Mahir. What have you found most challenging about this whole process, Mahir?
It was easy enough, and then when we come here, we keep finding problems, and even when we had a lot of innovative ideas. So I'd say the hardest part was choosing which ideas to implement and which to not implement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with that innovation in mind, I actually just saw you doing the trailer tow challenge, and I saw you had solar panels on the top of
Yeah,
your
we
car.
have
Was that
solar
one of them?
panels because like that's sustainable, and we have a big focus on sustainability. This solar panel, we can use it to charge our car batteries. So yeah.
Yeah, we take a closer look at your car now, Mahir. This is the car of the Fecta team, who are running in the 220 slot, and 5 minutes still to go on the clock, so you've got plenty of time still to go. The chassis and the design of this chassis and the color scheme and everything about that, Mahir, what were your inspirations and what was your thinking behind that particular aerodynamic?
So my favorite color is blue, and we came together and we settled on this color, cyan.
Like a teal, isn't it?
Yeah, teal.
Yeah, nice. I like that. I like that a lot.
And did you 3D print your chassis?
Yeah, it's 3D printed. We first used foam, but then it's too flimsy and it breaks very easily. So we decided to use PLA 3D printing instead.
And how much practice have you had driving your car before you came here?
Yeah, we had a lot of practice driving it around in school, and then we made ramps and stuff with cardboard. So yeah, I'd say we had a lot of experience.
Okay, and of course you did take part in the challenge
Yeah.
last year. So from last year, what obstacles stand out to you as being the most hellish, the most difficult to navigate?
The worst was trailer tow because the rack mechanism, it got stuck. So this time we're not using a gear.
Okay.
We're using a pinion and rack basically. So no, scotch and yoke.
All right.
So it has a pin and it moves the trailer, the hook down and up. So instead of an underhook, we have an overhook.
In all the hours that Aisha and I have been in this studio looking at the footage, and things kicked off around about 10 a.m. this morning, so we've been going now for nearly 5 hours. I'm not sure I've seen a single beautifully maneuvered trailer tow yet. Can you recall seeing one?
There was one with no, I'm afraid not.
Right, okay. So
got to create a false
basically,
memory,
trailer tow is giving everyone a headache.
Yeah.
So Mahir, you're not alone on that front. Your team is currently struggling, and I think we might be running a little bit low on time as the hub claims yet another victim. The hub is proving to be the most dastardly of obstacles, it's fair to say. So that's still to come for Mahir's team. Where do you hope this takes you? What year are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in grade 10 now.
Grade 10, so you're 15 now.
I'm 13.
13?
Yeah.
Really?
You're 13. You did this last year at 12?
Yeah.
You're the Lionel Messi. You're the Beethoven of 4x4 in schools. Child prodigy.
I'm gonna turn 14 next month.
Wow. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, you have to forgive me. I've been upgrading your age. I do apologize. So you've still got years in this program potentially.
Yeah.
Where do you think it might take you?
I only have one more year left really in grade 11, and then, so I've done this last year and I've done this again. The reason I returned was I didn't feel satisfied last year, so I wanted to give it another shot.
So you don't think you're going to do it maybe in higher school?
No, maybe I might return, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch this space on that front.
But yeah, the Mavericks have just had their chassis completely pop off. And it looks like they're having some electrical issues with that. But yeah, that first track is actually unforgiving. I can't believe I'm sure I don't understand the psychological attack that is to have only the first track and then your car is falling apart.
Yeah.
It must really emotionally set them up for not success.
Right.
In the
Well,
second,
yeah, you gotta.
in the second terrain.
I think the key is you've got to keep your composure and don't let a mistake lead to another one. That's kind of the key.
Yeah.
It's easy to let things spiral out of control, to snowball away from you, but you've got to try and reset. And I guess in many ways it mirrors professional sport as well, because that's all about not compounding errors, and we're seeing that out there on the track as well. If you do make an error, not the end of the world, you can recover from it, but don't let an error lead to another one and another one and another one. And that's what we've been seeing so far, certainly from my vantage point and Aisha's as well. So Mahir, this is your second go, Fecta team. And what would be a good result? What would you be happy with coming out of this? Is a win? Is it win or bust for Team Fecta?
I think all the other elements like our portfolio, our pit display, and our verbal presentation, they were all up to the mark, and we might get an award for one of those, but the track, I'm yet to see.
Okay, right. We're not going to be quite as confident, perhaps, as on this particular discipline as the others. But this is the one where, I guess, under pressure, you got to perform. Are you going to be doing some driving yourself?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, which track are you? Which obstacle course?
Section 1, the ramp.
The ramp?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, which is not far away, so we need to let you go quite shortly. In fact, I think your team has essentially gotten rid of, or at least shed, the chassis. And, or are we watching
No, these
the
are
Vector
still the
team?
Mavericks. These are still the Mavericks. They took off their chassis.
They did. They removed their chassis. Is that something you'd consider for the first obstacle course, Mahir? Is taking off the chassis?
No, that's not our
yours,
team.
but would you remove the chassis? Does that give you a better chance, do you
I
think?
mean, no, I don't think that would make a big difference. Yeah.
Okay, we'll try and do that with the chassis as well. Okay, right, so we're going to let you go. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mahir, for joining us. Mahir from the Vector team, our own high school. We're going to see what you can do
Thank
on
you.
the obstacle course. Thank you so much and best
Thank
of
you.
luck for the competition. Hope you
Thank
go
you.
far, okay? Great stuff. That is Mahir as we check out what's happening out there on the track. And we are shortly going to be interviewing another special guest. So many coming through to join myself and Aisha as well. And we have got, let me just grab my pen if I can. So I'm shedding pens all over the place. You start off with 4 or 5, and then you end the day with none. How does that work?
They
Anyway.
go off to another land, I guess.
They do. Right, so I'm going to have another guest here. Offset, our own high school. Am I right there?
Yeah.
Our own high school. So that means by process of elimination, we must be chatting to off-center.
Right, yeah.
Off-center, what's your name?
I'm Hisham, and
Hisham from off-center. Great stuff, Hisham. And thank you so much for joining us in our little makeshift studio just to the next, just to adjacent to this obstacle course. We've got 3 challenges for the teams. We've been witnessing how much can go wrong, how much carnage could be caused. How confident are you feeling, Hisham?
very confident. We've done a lot of work for it, so our efforts will pay off. So.
Okay, well there you put the work in and you get out what you put in. That is always a motto to live by. How long have you been working on this project?
For around 6 months now, but we've worked until the last week. Yeah, we've continuously tested and make sure there are no points of failure happen.
Okay, interesting, right.
And I know you just came out of scrutineering, so I'm assuming with all the effort you put in, there was nothing wrong with your car at all.
Not at all.
That's great to hear. And how confident are you that all the elements will perform correctly in the tunnel or the water trail or the tilted ramp?
Yeah, I think I'm very confident that it should go all without any mishaps because we've tested multiple times rigorously. Like the past week, we just kept it entirely just for testing. So there should not be any points of failure.
Okay, Hisham, explain to me about how our own high school has gotten involved in this project. I've seen you've got 3 teams consecutively, and earlier on in the day, we had Agito and Terrain Titans as well. So all told, we've actually got 5 teams, 6 teams even, from our own high school. So your school is clearly really invested in 4x4 in schools. How much inter-competition among the teams has there been?
Our school has been very supportive on extracurricular activities such as robotics, and 4x4 has been one of the flagship events. We've been participating from the past years, and there were around 10 teams who are competing for the national finals, and out of that we have 6 teams competing today. So it was a highly competitive experience.
Yeah, all 3 of the teams currently on the obstacle courses right now in the race zone, in the obstacle zone, are from our own high school. You are dominating this little corner of the competition, Hisham, and this is the off-center car. Very futuristic. I love the it looks a bit like a moon rover. Am I right there? Is that the look you guys were going for? It's quite futuristic.
Yeah, we're going for a minimalistic look, and if you see the car body, it's made up of cardboard, so it's actually more sustainable also. So it gives a sleek, futuristic, and sustainable at the same time.
What's the material that you've used for the hood?
It's like an acrylic sheet.
Okay.
That makes it easy to repair. Like we don't have to remove the entire car body. It's stuck by Velcro systems. So stuck by Velcro, so you can just take it off and repair it on the spot without having to reassemble the car again.
And that strip at the back, is that like rear lights?
Yeah, what we did this time is, from last year we just placed the LED bars like that. From that you can just see the points on the LED. But this time what we did, we added a plastic diffuser. So that when it goes through through the pipe, when it's dark, the diffuser just it diffuses the light throughout the area.
Okay. So did you put any other innovations into your car design?
The car design.
Car design, yeah.
Yeah. So
Programming as well?
yeah, there are some. We have two innovative features this time. One of them is the active suspension. So normally what we'd have is suspension systems based on springs, but this time we've used servos. And what these servos do is, based on how the car is tilted, it automatically has a counter tilt system. And yeah, that is programmatically using Arduino. And another thing is the smart tow bar system that uses AI assisted, it's AI assisted to latch onto the tow bars. Yeah.
Okay, we're watching footage of the other car from our own high school. This is the Fecta car, I believe, tackling the first of those obstacle courses as Off-Center continues to battle with the trailer tow challenge. Is this something that you've attempted yourself, Hisham, this trailer tow challenge?
I haven't.
You haven't attempted it?
No, not at all.
You've kept well clear of it. You're a very smart man for keeping clear of it. Which of these obstacles are you going to be taking on?
I'll be taking on the last challenge through the rocks.
Through the rocks,
Yeah,
okay, the rock
yeah.
crawl,
Yeah.
and then hopefully the pipe bridge as well. It's great to know how this is going to kind of help the sort of overall education for you, your further and higher education, in terms of how there's going to be synergy between what you're doing with 4x4 in schools and also what you might end up doing professionally one day. Do you see there being synergy between those two?
Yeah, there's a lot, and it's not just the technical aspects like robotics, engineering. It's like a multitude of aspects that we've learned, like communications, like when contacting sponsors, we've learned about how to market business, and regarding the technological part of it, when we're going into STEM fields, it enhances our practical experience into the field rather than just theory. Like we've learned to apply it. And further, we've learned teamwork, communication, and all the modern 21st century skills to work on this project.
Yeah, that is vital. Communication skills, teamwork, and have there been any arguments, late night disagreements, or has everything gone smoothly from that point of view?
There were disagreements, and that's a good thing, because that leads us to come on a better opinion. Like it's not a one-sided opinion, there's always a counter-argument, so that helps us to, that gives us an idea of what can be improved, because there's constant feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Off-center once again. Back on your camera screens, you've got that pink strip at the rear of the vehicle. It's a black and white design.
And I've seen this quite a lot, that during the tow challenge, it seems like it's quite hard to actually keep the trailer on the hook. Oh, and Vector had a little tumble.
Yeah, Vector have tumbled. They have gone sideways on the side hill slope, so that will be a big X against their ledger there, and they will have to move on to the next obstacle. There's no redo, is there, of an obstacle? If you do ultimately fail that obstacle, you've just got to move on to the next one, as once again Off-Center into their final 2 minutes to negotiate this trailer tow challenge. This is the second year you've been doing this.
Yes.
Hisham.
And
you've got a lot of experience from 12 months ago.
Yeah, and a new thing we've added this time is a dual steering for the tow bar challenge, so the car can smoothly move around the circle as the wheels, there's dual steering, the front and back wheels can move at the same time.
Yeah, I see that now.
And I'm interested to know, given the fact you did do this 12 months ago, how much has the AI landscape changed in 12 months for you?
Drastically, like from last year to this year, the AI has grown exponentially. We have seen the rise of LLMs and machine learning, particularly from OpenAI. Like several machine learning technologies have greatly improved, and one of them we have used here. The model we've used here is custom trained. Like we've taken images of the tow bar latches, then we've put it onto a model, and that led to trained it using machine learning.
Right. Does that excite you? Does that concern you in terms of the growth that we've seen in that area? You are so involved in it. What is your overall feeling towards it?
I think personally it's not a bad thing. So we're getting progressive. This has so many helpful implications. But one thing that has not been taken into account as much is the safety concerns. Like
security, you mean?
Yeah, like security of AI, because like preventing from deep fakes. Deep fake is it's a huge threat, and as we've seen from it has grown significantly more realistic. The deep fakes, it's hard to differentiate between what is real and what is not, and there needs to be more governance on that issue.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Completely agree with that. Here's the off-center team on camera. Who are these two gentlemen?
They're the team manager, Abhinav, and Shadan, the software engineer.
Okay, I think we might be close to admitting defeat on this trailer tow challenge. The off-center team still grappling with it. It has given a headache to almost every single team that has come through here as the Fecta team tackles the hill climb on the first of this obstacle challenges, the terrain challenge 1, and the hill climb proving a steep challenge for Fecta.
Yeah, it seems like they're having trouble getting lined up onto those grips, which will help them immensely, because going over those rollers will really throw off the differential of the car, and yeah, just like that.
Yeah, that is game over for Fecta. I think they're going to run out of time. They've still got the articulation to complete on the terrain challenge 1, but as you can see on that clock there, they are out of time. 5 seconds still on the clock, not enough to complete the articulation. So my word, I mean, penalties left, right and center for all of these teams. I'm still waiting for a team to come and just conquer everything, but I don't think it's as simple as that. I think penalties are inevitable.
I think
Abdullah
was the only one today who was actually managed to almost flawlessly go through this whole terrain. But even then, even he was hitched by that hub.
Yeah,
even
indeed, yeah. Even
bumped the tire.
he had warned us as well. He said, guys, watch out for this one. This is the tricky one. And then he went and proved it by making a mess of it. And I hope he's not listening to me. He's not. He's too busy judging this competition. Right, Hisham, thank you so much. Hisham from the Our Own High School, thank you. And good luck for the remainder of this to off-center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right, great stuff. We are inching closer, Aisha, not to our own home straight, but certainly we are in the business end of this competition as we prepare to welcome another student into this competition. And hopefully we're on track as well from exactly who this individual is. We've got eyes on the track, and I think we can welcome in from the Repton School, Dubai. No, of course, no. Of course I was gonna make a mistake eventually, wasn't I? Right, we are from Alain Juniors. Yes, perfect. Velocity Vortex. Great stuff, Velocity Vortex. We got there in the end, or at least I got there in the end. Alain Juniors School, Velocity Vortex. What's your name?
My name is John.
John, great to have you with us, John. And how excited are you to be here, first and foremost?
I'm really excited to be here. Like, it's a one of a kind of an experience. So, like, I'm really, really excited to be here with my friends too. 6 months back, if you asked me, I would never expected to be here. So yeah, it's very...
Okay, so we're in June now. Your team was formed at the start of the year?
Towards 2 months later, towards March, because I was preoccupied with my exams. As you know, CBSE curriculum is very tough for us. Like, we have barely get time to merge our time with extracurriculars. So yeah, we found a way. We found a loophole in our time. So yeah.
But that's about 5 months, so that's still quite a time crunch,
Yeah,
right?
but like we formed the team towards the end of March. We started on the project towards April mid, and we got maybe 1.5 months or 2 months to plan the full project.
Okay, so in that time, talk me through the journey that you guys have been on. From the start, when you get that starter kit, to where you are now, what has really stood out for you?
The funny thing is, we made the portfolio in 1 day. So like we came to know that the last day for registration is the day when we came to know we had to submit. So then that full night, all of us pulled an all-nighter and we had to form the portfolio.
Okay, good
and
story.
We ended up getting qualified. So we are all really surprised.
So you were like, we cannot miss out. We're not going to wait an extra year.
Because it's our last year in the school too. So like we want to.
So you're in the senior school now. You're in year 13.
Year 13, or like in CBSE we call it grade 12.
Grade 12.
Yeah.
Grade 12.
And
okay.
I noticed that you have a McDonald's sign on your shirt. So did you actually get them as your sponsors?
Yeah. So basically, we contacted a lot of people in our class. We tried for big companies, but then due to the time constraints, we weren't able to properly contact them. So then my parents and my grandparents, they were willing to sponsor, and like we managed to get like around 1,000, 2,000, and like from my friends too. So we made a total budget of around 3,000 dirhams, yes.
So do you have a member of the McDonald's hierarchy in your family, John?
Yes.
Do
No,
you?
not my friend. My friend's
I was going to say.
His dad is a
do
regional
you
manager.
secretly own McDonald's? Is there something you're not telling us here? Wow. Okay. So this is a family friend, is it?
Yeah, family friend, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Great stuff. You've got to lean on everyone you can when it comes to these projects. Trust me. And it won't change in the real world as well. It'll all be about using your contacts and trying to find your way through that network as well, John.
That was like a big experience for us. Contacting sponsors, not something that is used.
It's difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult. But
no one wants to knock on someone's door,
Yeah.
particularly when asking for something, particularly
Exactly.
when asking for cold hard cash. It's not particularly pleasant. But what's been your specific role in the team, John?
I'm the research expert to find the innovative additions which you can add to the car.
And what kind of innovations have you come
Yes,
up with?
so but it's a funny story. So then I had the idea of including a solar panel on the car. So we included a solar panel on top of our car. And the original plan was to...
Oh my goodness, let's get eyes on the track. I think you guys are in the trailer tow challenge segment.
Yeah, yes.
Right, wow, okay. This is one of the more unusual looking cars.
Yes.
It's a striking vehicle, this. Talk to us about this solar panel, John.
So the original plan was to make a car like in the shape of a G-Wagon with the solar panel on top. But the code was too thick and we couldn't cover it with the box. So then we had to cover it with a small box and place the solar panel on top of another box. So it ends up looking like a space rover, but
Yeah,
Nice.
this is one of the more creative ones we've seen today.
Because last year we are on the professional category, so like last year we just used the base kit, so we took up the challenge to make a whole new body by ourselves.
Yeah, but it looks like your chassis is having an issue staying up straight.
Oh right, yeah.
So what modifications did you make to the body?
So the main modification was we had a function in our school where it was sponsored by Ferrero Rocher, I think. So like
you're ticking off all the FMCG brands, aren't you? all of those products. McDonald's, Ferrero Rocher. Wow.
So like there are a lot of plastic boxes and the wrappers left with us. So I just went up with this idea to my friends. We're like, hey, we are making the project sustainable. So why not use the materials available with us? So then a lot of them were hesitant, but then at the end we used the plastic boxes. So as you can see, the golden part is actually the plastic box from the Ferrero Rocher, and the wrappers is from the Ferrero Rocher too. So like,
wow,
it's a sustainable project.
It is. Yeah, no doubt.
Gives it a very striking appearance.
So like most of the money went into the coding of the car rather than the body because we didn't want to spend a lot of money on the body. And like we have like around 1/4 of the budget left, and we are planning to donate to charity. So like,
that's nice. Any specific charity in mind?
Red Crescent, yeah.
Oh,
Red
lovely.
Crescent, yeah.
Okay, great course. So in terms of the money that you spent on coding, how did you allocate that money?
The thing is, we had an initial code. The code had a lot of faults, so like we had to seek professional help. So like for that, it took a bit of money, and like for the Arduino chip too, we had to buy a whole new kit compared to last year's. So then for that modification, along with, we have 2 pairs of headlights. So that's an additional feature. So one pair of headlights is powered by the Arduino chip. The other one is controlled by the solar panel and a sound sensor within the car.
Right, okay, I understand.
And how confident are you that your electronics will actually work? You know, when you go into the
Pardon?
tunnel, how confident are you that your electronics will work? You know, with like the headlights, the buzzer.
We are confident the lights. We are really confident. We tried a lot with the light part, but like the balance part is very shaky on our end because as you can see, it's a very unusual shape, so it's very hard to make the balance.
And have you had any practice on tracks? Or have
Yeah,
you tried
we had.
driving it?
Till yesterday, we had practice on tracks because last time when we went for development, we had no practice on tracks, so like we couldn't do it at all. We couldn't even pick up the tow for the trailer tow. So now that first part itself is a big success, taking the tow itself. So like, yeah, we practiced for that, but like, yes, till yesterday, the balance was okay. Today, I think due to transportation, some errors might have happened. I'm not really sure.
And how do you feel your car is going to perform on the rest of the obstacle courses, John?
We have the person who's dedicated himself as a car wizard. So we hope he does everything for a team.
Is he the designated driver?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so you're going to be hanging back.
Yeah.
You're going to be spectating.
He told he'll take it by himself. He'll take it all by himself, and
But
he'll
you
put
are
on a show.
required, each person is required to go over at least one element.
Yeah,
so
so like
have you all like chosen what element
Yeah, yeah.
only you will go over?
Yes.
Okay.
So like the hardest part, including the tow bar, he told he'll do it himself. The smaller, easy ones, he told he'll give it to us.
Oh, right, okay. That's one way of delegating it as we look at the hill climb there. You can see the acute angle. You can see the steepness of the terrain that these cars are having to navigate. They've got to negotiate every single one of these obstacles. The cones are right there. If you dislodge a cone, if you see that pink sticker, you do incur a penalty. It is almost unheard of to do a completely flawless run across all three of these different disciplines. As we watch the off-center car, we heard a little bit earlier from Hisham and his team, and off-center are now making their way towards the end. They're on the articulated segment of this first terrain challenge before moving on to the desert surroundings of the second terrain challenge, but they seem to have navigated that articulation, and they can then proceed down the exit ramp and on to the next challenge. It's all absorbing stuff. We're still watching John's car here. John's car is the Velocity Vortex, and we're still having issues with that chassis, John.
Yes. It's not very unfortunate. Hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I've got to ask you for your choice of name, because Velocity Vortex sounds more like something we'd see in F1 in schools, not 4x4.
Yes, thank you. Initially, we wanted to go for F1, but like no one in the team was ready to go for F1, so then we went for 4x4.
Okay. You might have, you're in your final year of school, right?
Yeah. So next will be probably university stage.
Get some fake IDs and maybe pose as 15-year-olds. Could you reckon you could do that? Maybe enter an F1 in schools team. Get some fake IDs. You know, make up. Do some AI. Maybe some deep fakes. Hey, I'm not advocating that, by the way. I'm certainly not suggesting that.
We pick up on the suggestion, to be honest.
Yeah, he didn't hear it from you. He heard it from a wind.
Yeah, right, okay. Here's John. He's wearing a disguise.
I have never seen you before. Who are you?
No, listen, I'm sure you're getting a lot out of the program. Do you feel like you've really taken a lot out of this? You kind of came to it late, you discovered it late, but...
A lot. This is one of a kind of experience. I've never had something like this, because I've never had, I think, not even with my exams, such a strenuous last month. Last month was heavily strenuous, and only with the help of our teachers and my family, our family, we were able to complete this project.
How do you focus on something like this when exams, as you say, are taking up so much of your time?
You're forced to take breaks. Our curriculum is really strict. So like no time for extracurriculars during the time of exams. But after that, it's more lenient. So like we had to focus on exams. We had exams, I think, 2-3 weeks back. So like we had to take a break for 2 weeks, then come back again, do the last 2 weeks. Yeah.
Now that's a lot to handle, but the car in the track is only about 25% of the grading. So how did you prepare for, you know, the verbal presentation, your pit displays, your portfolios?
Right. So verbal presentation, from my personal point of view, the team I have gathered here is pretty good at speaking. Everyone's pretty good at speaking. We've gone for multiple debate competitions together. So like we were confident on the side of verbal presentation, and I feel like that's our strongest point, is the verbal presentation. And
yes. Off-center, sorry, just to break away, off-center has come a cropper there straight out of the gate on this seesaw, which is the entry point to the second of our obstacle courses, the second terrain challenge.
But they seem to be one of the few teams that have actually kept their chassis on for the second terrain.
Wow. And that in of itself is a bit of a triumph. Sorry, John, I interrupted you quite rudely there.
Sorry, I forgot where I was.
No, sorry.
Yeah, I was asking you about, you know, how you prepared for your verbal presentation. Your
all right, verbal presentation. Yes, right. Verbal presentation. So we are confident, really confident on the side, and like we took a lot of time for the PowerPoint. So like we divided our group into 2 halves. 3 of them were working on the car for most of the time, and the other 3, like which includes me, we were working on the PPT, because I was done with my research part. So like I was like, I don't want to mess up the part which includes the design, so I was like, might as well work on the PPT. So yeah, and the PPT went pretty well for us, yeah.
That's great.
Nice. Okay, right. So the presentation has gone well for John and his team. Velocity Vortex off-center, trying to make this very tight turn without dislodging any of those cones. You can see just in the bottom of your screen there that it's no easy feat navigating from the seesaw onto the camber dome, which is the next obstacle. It's not so much the dome itself, it's the angle that the dome is positioned adjacent to this seesaw, which makes the whole thing quite a fiddly exercise. John, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Those cones are going to give you a heart attack, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot. You see already how unbalanced our car is. Hopefully the body's not the one touching the cones, but yeah.
Maybe it may just be time to admit defeat on the chassis and whip that thing off and maybe go alone, right?
We'll try. We have
We'll
to.
give it a go. We'll try. Yeah, I have to say, off-center, breaking away again. It's a great-looking car. I'm a big fan of the design of the team from off-center, as are the team from Velocity Vortex as well, John's team. That all of these cars, you know what, Aisha? I think we've seen a lot more variety this year than in previous years. Most of these teams have come up with something quite fresh when it comes to the chassis. I haven't seen too many similar.
Yeah, especially during my time, everyone went for a G-Wagon.
Right.
So it's great to see, like, you know, people actually putting their own team's personality into these cars. It gives great variety, and there's also a lot to consider for us as commentators about how that body will affect their performance on the terrain.
John, your design is maybe one of the boldest we've seen. And we talked about it at the top of this show. You've got to take a risk to get a gain, right?
Yes.
And you guys have taken a risk, and okay, you might have been having some issues there, but you know, it's nice that you stepped out there, out of your comfort zone, and I guess that was probably one of the concerns that you had.
Yeah, if you don't take risks, you won't win much, you know. That's the motto of our team too. You have to take a risk for whatever is there. Because if we always played in the safe zone, like last year we played heavily in the safe zone. We used the car, the body that came along with the kit, and it was fun, okay, sure, but like we weren't able to win anything. So like this time we are like, even if you don't win anything, the experience is what matters for us. So like, yeah.
Just go for it. I wish the England football team would follow that that logic as well, but that is a totally different subject. This is John's car. This is the Velocity Vortex car
Fingers
that is
crossed.
loading itself up to head into the tunnel. Let's hope those lights come on. And John, we're going to let you rejoin your teammates, I think, before they complete too much of this course. I know you want to be part of the action. Thank you so much for joining us in here in the studio in our broadcast position. But get back to your teammates and go help out. Thank you so much, John, from the Velocity Vortex team at Alumni Juniors School, as we watch footage on the screen of Velocity Vortex heading into the tunnel.
Yeah, but it seems like their electronics are in fact working well. They've just entered the tunnel and their lights have come on, so that's more points for them.
Wow, okay, there we go. Yes, the lights are on, and it is lights on and action when it comes to the Velocity Vortex team from the Alumni Juniors School, who did struggle. They weren't the first team to do so, but they did struggle with that trailer tow challenge as well. Right then, we are joined by another student, another competitor at this 4x4 in schools national finals. And I'm going to go for another bit of a guess here, hopefully get my introduction right. Al Zuhur Private School?
No.
No.
Repton School Dubai.
Oh dear, okay, right, sorry, Repton School Dubai, Project Luna.
Yes.
There we go, right, we got there in the end. What's your name?
Vivian.
Vivian, great to have you with us, Vivian. Great to have you in the studio, and welcome Project Luna to the national finals here at 4x4 in schools. How did you get involved in the project?
So my friend Anna told me about it, and I wanted to do it because they needed a software engineer. So I wanted to get involved.
And you happen to be one?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so how long have you been involved in software and learning your craft?
Probably like 2 years. Like
Okay.
basic Python. I've learned Python like online through YouTube and in school. And I wanted to like use my coding skills in an actual competition because I've never done that before.
That's great, to actually be able to apply something you learn in the classroom to an event like this, which is, as you say, it's sport, it's competition, you're going up against other teams. Did you find you had a bit of an edge with all that experience you'd gained?
Yeah, it was definitely very beneficial, lots of learning experiences. Definitely things I would change if I did this next time. I'd probably do this next year, so I learned a lot
What
of
age are you,
things.
Vivian? What age are you?
I'm 16.
You're 16, okay. So you're heading into your last 2 years at school.
Yeah.
And this is something you'd like to, are you in the development class?
No, we're in professional.
You're
We're
in
the youngest
professional.
professional team.
Oh, wow. Youngest professional team, okay. Have we got your car on screen here?
Is this your car?
Is this your car on
Yes,
screen?
this is our car.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, you can talk us through it.
Is one of your innovations your tires actually? Because I see they're different from the standard ones that are given in the kit.
So I'm not really involved in the tires. And
Oh, I like that.
The innovation behind
Okay, I like that. You've split your work into silos. I like that.
Yeah, so Arhan, our team leader, he was in charge of the tires, and he went through a lot of different prototypes, and this was the one that we ended up using.
But your chassis is remarkable, Vivian. I mean, there's so much going on there. and it looks completely different to every single chassis that we've seen so far. And I'm seeing, are these sponsor logos on the top here?
So we decided to extrude the sponsor logos for higher visibility because
Brilliant.
that is what they asked for. And
Well, they're getting their pound of flesh here.
yeah,
They're on the
well,
live stream.
We ended up regretting that because it added too much to the weight.
Don't
So-
say that. The sponsors might be tuned in. don't say that. But I love. Listen, even if it did add a bit too much to the weight, it's a great design.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really nice design. So let's go through some of these sponsors. You've got Nikon there on the bottom left. Nikon is your sponsor.
Yeah.
Who else have you got there?
So we have Melconian Cranes, Mina Stroke Organization, Hero Donuts, which gave us donuts for our pit bull.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
Celestial Trading.
Poking over there for a few donuts if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
exactly, yeah. I
Um,
might be stealing one or two.
and
I
X-Pro.
might as well. Okay, so we've got Hero Donuts, we've got X-Pro,
And Celestial Trading.
Celestial Trading as well. Nice, nice, very nice. And you've gone for a very flat chassis design. What was the thinking behind that?
Also not involved. in
Okay,
that
not
process.
involved, not involved.
So you were almost purely programming?
Yeah, programming and the circuit.
So how did you find that?
It was definitely challenging. We faced a lot of challenges. There was a challenge at the end. So like 2 things, we're trying to send data through the same port, and that caused a big error. We had to like change the circuit and the app and the code very last minute.
Oh,
But it
wow.
ended up working.
So you basically started from scratch, maybe a little too soon towards
We
the
made a lot
competition.
of changes to the circuit and the code.
Okay, and did that involve like cramming in hours of work into the last few days
Yeah.
leading up to these finals?
Yeah,
Oh, it wouldn't be a national finals without some last minute panic, would it?
of course.
That's it. Okay, so has this impacted your schoolwork? I would imagine that. Did you have big exams at the end of
Yeah, we
this
had
year,
our
Vivian?
GCSEs. We
Okay.
finished them a week ago, so we spent this whole week just on 4x4.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So GCSEs do probably just about take priority, but then once they're out of the way, straight into
Usually
4x4.
the 4x4 ECA is reserved for the year 12s and year 13s, but this year we were the ones doing it.
Yeah. In terms of all the school projects, and be careful how you answer this question, okay? Because we want to be, look, we're not too biased. I pretend to be impartial, but I feel like this is a very special project because it reaches all elements of all ages of school students as well. And no matter what your particular proclivity, whether it be F1, whether it be something a bit more intricate like robotics or coding, it sort of gives any student any opportunity to get involved in what, let's face it, is the future. It is technology. So how have you found the Yas in Schools program from that perspective?
I've loved it because it was something that I've never done before, and it was something that really challenged me. And it was like new to all of us, and we've never worked as a team. We've never worked together before. So it was interesting to see like how we work as a team. There was definitely some miscommunication sometimes, but it all worked out at the end. I think like I'm really happy with the car.
Yeah, because you get thrown together, and
Yeah.
then, you know, the thing is, as a student, you're used to being told things by a teacher. So yeah, you may work in small groups, but at the end of the day, you are ultimately there all communally to learn from the teacher. When you actually have to figure things out among yourselves, that introduces a much more real-world dynamic. So how did you guys go about figuring that out? And ultimately, a leader emerges. Were you that leader?
No, I wasn't the leader. The leader was Arhan because
Okay.
he's really into engineering.
Right.
He knows his stuff. He knows a lot about engineering. So we all agreed that he was the leader.
Fair enough. Well, that's easy. When you can make that decision,
Yeah.
you can say, right, Captain, I'm following your lead. You take us forward from here.
He was in charge of like most of the innovations, the hood, the tire.
And since you're the programmer, did you implement AI into any of your programs?
Not really, no.
No? Okay, that's. I think that's good. You know, all human done. So I'm in support
Hey,
of that.
I've resisted AI as well. I haven't even used ChatGPT yet. So to me, AI is still, I'm still going, no, it doesn't, no, even though it is encroaching on all elements and areas of our life, Vivian. But will you be tackling any of these specific obstacles?
I'll be doing the terrain challenge.
The terrain challenge, okay. Are you going to go for 1 or 2?
2.
2, okay. This is the more desert-like challenge. Any of these obstacles keeping you up at night?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them.
I'm doing the more easier ones because I'm not that great at driving.
Okay, okay. I think, are any of them easy?
I don't think so.
Certainly the pipe bridge. I'd stay away from that one. We've seen a couple of cars take a tumble off the pipe bridge, but the V-gully isn't quite so difficult, but the V-gully leads into the pipe bridge.
Yeah.
So you've got to get the descent from the V-gully correct to do the pipe bridge correctly. I tell you what, here's my free advice, not that you need it really, but the low mew and the rock crawl seem to be among the more straightforward of the challenges. So maybe that's the section
I think that's the one I'm going to do.
you want to focus on. There you go. Don't take my word for that. That's just purely from my observations, Vivian. But it's great to have you with us from the Repton School, Dubai. Has Repton has taken really Yasin Schools on board under its wing and really embraced the program, do you feel?
Yeah, we won last year, well, the last 3 years.
Ah, yes.
So Project Velocity last year and the 2 years before Project Dune.
Project June, I remember they were the champions in 2022, I think. So Repton has got a history in this competition. Are you confident that maybe you can continue to fly the flag?
Yeah, I think we will win this year as well.
Oh, okay. Bold statements there from Vivian from the Project Luna team. And we await to see how you get on, and we watch along with interest. Vivian, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank
and
you.
for joining our broadcast down here at the 4x4 in Schools National Finals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff to hear from Vivian. We'll let her go and rejoin her teammates. The confidence there, Aisha. I'm sure you were confident back in the day. You didn't even entertain the thought that you might lose, right?
Not really. When we, I think actually my team was really panicking the day before because, as I mentioned earlier, our chassis didn't quite fit onto the skeleton, so we were really considering whether or not we should even show up.
Right, right.
But yeah, we pulled through it, and we actually became the development category champions.
Okay. And when you competed in F1 in Schools, be honest, did you know you were going to win?
When we were rookies, yes.
I love your blunt
rookies,
honesty.
yes. Because we could, okay, well, I don't want to be mean, but we could see like the differences in quality of our, our pit display,
Right.
as well as the performance of our car. But after we got into the professional category, we were kind of sweating because we were in close competition with the runner-up, the second place. And even on the day of the awards ceremony, we were on the edges of our seat because
I remember that.
Yeah, because we kept.
Who came runner-up? Do you remember?
Uh,
Or did you block them out of your mind
I completely blocked them out of my mind because all I thought about is that we won, and I just remember the tension building up because they would win a category, and then we would win a category, and then they would win a category, and
I remember they were really fast, if memory serves me correct,
yeah, they
on
actually
the track.
came first in racing, and we came second.
Right.
But I think we might have come out just a little bit on top with the other elements of
The presentations and
Yeah.
the verbal presentations and the marketing and all of that kind of thing that goes into an F1 in Schools team. We are here for the 4x4 in Schools National Finals, and we're delighted to be joined by another special guest in our studio. The broadcast continues. We're going all the way through until past 5 o'clock this evening, and looking forward to seeing all of these teams in action. Plenty of drama. If you thought it was going to be straightforward, if you thought they were all going to waltz through these challenges, you're very, very, very much mistaken. A lot of these teams have been encountering difficulties straight out of the gate with the trailer tow challenge. But we've got another special guest in studio, delighted to be joined by a member of...
Cyber Crawlers.
Cyber Crawlers. This is the famous team, is it not? Fun Robotics?
Maybe, yes.
For sure. What's your name?
Abdullah Muhammad.
Abdullah. Great to have you with us, Abdullah. And Cyber Crawlers are past champions of this event.
That's correct.
Right, okay. So you are a recent member of the team, or you've competed in years past?
I'm actually a recent member of the team, but the rest of the members, most of them have been participating for the past 3 years.
Okay, so they've built a rich heritage in this competition. Have they been generous in passing down the knowledge that they have acquired along the way?
Absolutely, yes.
So do you get like a cheat sheet when you join the Cyber Crawlers? They hand you a document that says, right, welcome to the Cyber Crawlers, an all-conquering team. Here you go. Here's all you need to know.
Well, kind of. We still have a long way to go to perfect the car and make let's say the best car. But we're trying to make it as perfect as possible.
And we see you every single year, so I got to ask, what brings you back every single year?
Well, I guess it's more like the passion for the competition itself and the whole electronic development, developing electronic components, and the whole car development process as well.
Explain to me about Fun Robotics, if you can, Abdullah, because a lot of these students are coming from specific schools. What's the background to Fun Robotics? Are you guys out of a school, or how does it operate?
It's basically like a educational institute that teaches about robotics, programming, pretty much everything that's related to technology, as like the newest technology that is being showcased or developed
Implemented,
right now.
yeah. And I think we can see this is Cybercrawlers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
I
that's
recognize them from. You've made a few modifications to the chassis. The color of the car, has that stayed the same year on year, or have you made some changes?
The color of the car itself has seen some more changes, but this year we've made some drastic changes for both the shell of the car and the insides of the car itself.
What are we witnessing here? That was very smooth. Whatever just happened there, that was slick.
6 and 32 seconds.
Good to see we still got
He's in. Oh my goodness me.
That they have.
You guys, is this even fair? Should these guys be competing?
They have.
Fun Robotics, the fist bump there. Fun Robotics want to win their trophy back.
Yeah, they have 8 minutes to do that trailer challenge, and they finished with 6 minutes and 32 seconds. So they didn't even take a minute and a half to do it.
Oh
That's
my
crazy.
goodness me. Most teams have been stuck there for the full 10 minutes. We've seen that, Abdullah. So you guys have currently just taken an 8-minute jump.
This is
on
what
the competition.
years of experience.
Yeah, we need to handicap these guys.
Yeah.
Tie a hand behind
Did you
your
just
back.
go, hey guys, I'll leave you to it. Right, I'm off for a little interview. I'll see you when you finish, yeah? Yeah, if they continue like this, you're not even going to get a chance to do any of the maneuvering yourself. We need to let you at least go and do that, but not just yet, I might add.
Oh dear.
Still, once my part, once we reach my part, I'll probably switch with one of the other teammates.
Okay.
But for now, I'll be staying here.
Great stuff. Well, it's great to have you here, and I want to learn more about the history of Fun Robotics. So how much in terms of modifications to the car, when you've got a successful car like you have, how much do you look to tweak and change year on, year out? Are you like an F1 team, just fine-tuning?
Well, in the previous years, we were making drastic changes. As like year after year, we started more fine-tuning some of the stuff. So for example, one of the problems that we encountered last year was Bluetooth connection. To fix that, we had to change some of the electronic parts, and that was a huge change this year, because by changing that, we changed a lot of things in the rest of the car. Once we reach to a point, as you said, we will begin, instead of making drastic changes, we will be more fine-tuning the car itself.
Yeah, I guess as technology evolves, Cybercrawlers has to evolve with it. I mean, we just heard from another student how they've taken part in the program 12 months ago and then this year as well. AI has made an exponential leap in that time.
Yes.
So you also have to adjust your strategy accordingly.
We've actually heard about not one of the teams here, but someone outside. He was developing an RC car similar to this, and he included some AI components in the car. So we were thinking next year we can add some sort of AI that could help us with the track.
Okay. The chassis, which is a very successful design, I might add, what's the thinking behind the actual design of the chassis, Abdullah?
Well, initially we were going for more of a futuristic car look, and then as year after year, Cybertruck came out, and we began taking inspiration from the Cybertruck design. But this year we've changed it. We've strayed away from the design, where we have some more curvy design, let's say.
Okay, great stuff. Well, listen, we wish Cybercrawlers the very best of luck. Not sure you're going to need it because of the way you've just absolutely smashed through that trailer tow challenge in about 3 minutes flat, or maybe even less than that.
A minute and a half.
Minute and a half. Oh my God, that is definitely a warning shot across the bows for the opposition there. Abdullah from Cybercrawlers, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
We are going to take a quick break. Aisha and I need a coffee, and we're going to be back very shortly with continued coverage right through to the conclusion of the final day of this year's Yas in Schools, presented by ADNOC for 2024. Don't forget, you can watch along on the live stream right here on YouTube. You can also comment if you're following on social media. Our hashtag is Yas in Skills, hashtag Thrills and Skills as well. Our coverage will continue in just a few short minutes.
again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse, jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in her hearse. This is absurd, change to berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real, that's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. Really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on in? Should I get involved? God surround me, they love to talk. I take it all with a grain of salt. This is what that I'm doing, they never see through it. And all of this rap that I see that they ruin. I came in, I'm trying to undo it. And still they all say they don't know if to shoot it. I gotta see through it, man, won't be deluded. With all these illusions, I know it's disputed. I gotta keep growing, they see what my root is. I tell you I run this, I'm done with excuses. Give me for a minute, trying to get what I've been giving out. Do it for the tickets, I don't listen to the critics. I'ma push them to the limit. And these rappers getting timid, I've been balling like a pivot. I don't step into the scrimmage, I just play them when I'm in it. Trying to run it till the ribbon. And they know that I've been tripping when I make them see the vision. Man, I put them in the prison with these bars that I've been spitting. And this life that I've been living, I'ma go, I'm on a mission.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do it soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know, I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on.
I just get it 24 song in a bed. In a building, they already know my name. At the show, she gon' want a picture, she get hand. Just to tell a friend, oh be there. I shoot my shot with this gold on my wrist while we throwing the parties, they throwing the fit. Grew up finesse, can spot me a sucker. A lot of you really is holding the lick. All of my homies legit, really is sick. I probably throw up my clip. I sell a boat to a fish. I sell a record, you know it's a hit. They see the effort I put in this music, and I ain't been giving no favors at all. All of this shit when I got in the shop, and I think that I probably could cater them all. I love the way that she answered the phone. I know that she ain't expect me to call. I got my eyes on you, my eyes on you, yeah.
Take two for the drop, jaw plotting on the boy. See me putting in the work, whole milk, I don't do it soy. Always been about my king, never about the money. Now you know, I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. I'ma drop before I stop the grind. Said I got my eyes on. My eyes on. Yeah, I think they gon' need a minute. Shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished by the mother in it, nothing out the building. Yeah, the victim co-defendant. Even Nike witness, we the next to kill it. Show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They be stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy, James Burke. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this fitness, but still they want me in the kitchen with the bacon soda whipping. The thought of Lewis so offensive, cause my guy, they gave his body just to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait. If I never see a million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Look, they're the greatest when they losing. Gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Rapping VA, Tony Bennett. His kingdom can never be bought cause it's given and I live that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Welcome along to the final session of the final day of action here at the Yas in Schools National Finals, presented by ADNOC down here at the Yas Marina Circuit for 2024. It's 4x4 in Schools National Finals. We have reached the closing stages. We've reached the home straight, and myself and Aisha Torbet are pretty knackered, it's fair to say. After Aisha, I mean, 5 days of unrelenting action for you. You must be exhausted.
Well, for the first 4 days, I got a little bit lucky. I was just a reporter, so I had quite long
you've been
breaks.
thrown into the lion's den now, into the studio alongside myself for 4x4 in Schools. We have been really kept entertained here. We're right next to the obstacle track, which involves 3 different components, 3 different skills: the trailer tow challenge, the terrain challenge 1, and the terrain challenge 2, which all throw up different obstacles and different things that the students have to overcome in order to navigate their vehicles to the finish line and ultimately impress the judges, who are lurking over their every move, their every press of the button. We've got the team down here led by Abdullah, Saish as well, alongside him, doing a stand-up job, as has every judge who's been involved in the competition thus far. So let's kind of recap where we're at, I guess, before we launch into more interviews, before we bring you the last sort of 4 or 5 teams from today's action. It all got underway at 10 a.m. this morning, Aisha, and we were, I guess, taken aback by how young some of the students were who were coming through the program.
Yeah, and also a thing that I noticed was that they came into 4x4 right away. They didn't have any like background of F1 or even Formula Thara. They just jumped right into it, and they're giving it their best shot. Yeah,
they're almost confounding our expectations, because it's, I suppose, designed as a sequential program. Ithara for younger primary school age kids, we had those over the weekend. They brought a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, but not much technical know-how, it's fair to say. But I really enjoyed hosting them down there at the race zone, where they were racing the cardboard cars, where there was, let's be honest, not too much in the way of engineering. It was a kit that they would assemble and then race. F1 in Schools kind of kicks that up a notch, and then you're dealing with the CAD software and actually the 3D printing and all of those intricate things. 4x4 in Schools is the logical progression from there.
Yeah, with all the electrical circuits you need to do, the programming. I thought it was a logical step up, but I mean, if you want to go straight into it, Godspeed.
Fair play. Yeah, fair play to you. And that's exactly what some of these students have done. 14 years of age, 15 years of age. We've even interviewed a 13-year-old student here. I couldn't believe it. A real prodigy, a real star of the future, although he alluded to the fact that he's going to be pulled into his coursework and his actual curricular studies as opposed to his extracurricular studies as his school journey continues. But we are waiting for our first special guest of the afternoon evening session. Still to come, we've got a trio of teams from the Rochester Institute of Technology, Teravolt, Terrain Tigers, and Runtime Terror, Aisha. And then a pair of teams to close the show from the Heriot-Watt University, 4x4, you can see what they've done there, and Apex Cruise as well. And it's been the Heriot-Watt University who've also been showcasing down the other side of this Yas Central facility, the AI vehicle, nicknamed Susie, or named Susie, a first automated AI 4x4 vehicle. I just nodded along as they were explaining what that was all about.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how they may even implement this kind of AI into the actual competition.
Right, I think we are ready to welcome our first victim into the studio and hand him a microphone. He is with the Rochester Institute of Technology. How do I know that? I haven't even spoken to him. It's because he's got the initials RIT on his shirt, and even I can join those two dots and form there. So I'm assuming we're talking Team Teravolt. Am I correct?
Yes, exactly.
Right. That's 2 from 2. We're into a good start for this afternoon session. What's your name?
Mustafa.
Mustafa, it's great to have you with us, Mustafa. Welcome along to our broadcast position here. And how are you feeling ahead of competition?
We had the other competitions, other parts of the competitions done quite good. Just the terrain challenge and the tow bar left, we are feeling quite confident.
Okay, and talk to me about your vehicle. What's the origin story of Teravolt, the name behind it, and how you guys have kind of come up with the finished article?
So Terra means the earth, Volt with the electricity because a lot of it is circuitry and stuff. Terra with the obstacles of it. So it's supposed to do 4x4 in off-road and natural habitat.
Okay, great stuff. So Teravolt, if we can get a camera maybe over on the trailer tow challenge. I think, are you guys, is that your teammates over there by the trailer tow challenge,
Yes,
Mustafa?
exactly. They're there.
Great. Okay, so this is Teravolt. Love this with the TV and from the Rochester Institute of Technology with that lightning bolt coming through those initials there on the side of the vehicle. It is a sleek aerodynamic design, enjoying the chassis. And it's kind of a fusion, really, between some of the more military-grade vehicles we've been seeing and some of the more road-purpose vehicles. Can you talk to us about the chassis design, Mustafa?
So the first initial design we had was similar to a pickup, a Hilux or one of the Toyota brands. So we had that as initial design, but to have more components, the height adjustments, we looked at other more modern, sleek designs. Cybertruck, for example, look, you can see that it's very similar, not just the front, but the back especially. So it's very sleek, aerodynamic for future concepts, and covers most of the aspects of the rules.
And I also noticed that you put a solar panel on your car as well. What use does that have?
While it charges the motor battery, which is the bigger battery. So for 2 hours, supposedly, if you go out, it charges it automatically. We just have to put crocodile pins over there, and it perfectly charges it, full voltage 8.5 to 7.2.
Okay, talk to us about some of the things that are going on beneath the hood, if you can, Mustafa, because of course we get the kit and everyone gets the same. What modifications have you made and how have you arranged the electronics to be most efficient out there on the course?
So we have not the stock platform for the chassis. It's a different one which we 3D printed ourselves. So it has more space for components to go in. So the receiver and all will go inside it. There's more space near the DC motor or the motor of the car. So we could place more components downwards. So electronics are easily flushed in, way more concise and way more pretty looking. And we have a 4-wheel steering mechanism in action over there. So for this challenge, especially 4-wheel mechanism, it won't collide on the sides or inside. So we can easily crawl around. So it's a really innovative way of handling it.
Nice. Okay, we are getting to the denouement of this particular trailer tow challenge. This is the tricky bit. This is the reverse that has caused so many problems for so many of the students throughout the course of today's national finals. I wonder if the Teravolt team are going to navigate it without any problems whatsoever. All eyes on the screen. The color scheme as well, Mustafa, very striking. I like it a lot. Has it caught the eye of the judges?
Yes, it obviously did. They commented on how consistent it was and how it matched our university, as well as the presentation. All of them had the same color scheme. So we decided on that color scheme. looks good. Yellow for the electricity, red because it's our university logo, and red matches with most of the stuff, and it's eccentric for our group.
Nice. We are watching as this very delicate reverse takes place. 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Plenty of time to go still to get this done. You'd expect to get this done
I
in the
hope
time.
he does. He has practiced a lot. I hope he does it.
Okay, yeah, it's by no means a foregone conclusion.
Yes.
That is for sure. But Team Teravolt seem to be getting on top of things. How do you hope this helps you with further studies, with external things that you're doing, maybe things that you might go on to do in the future, the experience you've gained from this program? How do you feel that's going to help?
For me, I was in charge of 3D printing most of it. So I learned how filament works, how PLA works. We even had a PLA recycler in our university. So that is recycled 3D printed parts. So even if we were to scrape this, it'll get recycled, used again in the filament for other students. Now next, the way 3D printing is done, thinner filament comes out, the nozzle. So I learned a lot of how 3D printing works. For other team members, they have even greater accomplishments. Heather, one of the navigators we have over there, he's a mechanical student and he learned electronics from scratch. This helped him get an internship.
Wow.
So helped him a lot. Set
Where
his
did he
career
get an
goals.
internship?
One company in Jabal Ali.
Oh my, wow.
It's an electronics company itself, robotics. They make media displays and robotics related to it.
And now the RIT has had a lot of teams in the past. So are you a new team or have you competed before?
This is our first time competing.
But have any of your other members competed before?
No, none of us have had this.
And have any of the other teams that RIT has produced, have they like maybe collaborated with you or helped you in any way?
Yes, somewhat. We had a really experienced instructor who was not exactly helping. He gave us the viewpoints of it, how the terrain works. He wanted us to innovate on it, our own thinking, out-of-the-box thinking. So he gave us points how turning radius could be improved. He told us, could be improved, you guys look into it, research, tell me what you come up with, and I'll tell you my decision.
And some of the other interviewees we've had that are in the the development and the professional have actually mentioned that RIT has their own 4x4 competition. Would you know anything about that?
Yes, it's an internal competition to select which students go forward. So we have a preliminary round just to test out. We have 5 teams initially. So just to test out who is actually working for the project. So to further enhance the finances and give it to teams who are actually working and innovating on it, they got the chance.
Oh, so you're taking it upon yourself to qualify people. That's
yes.
Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, Mustafa. And we're just lining ourselves up here. We've got 1 minute and 40 on the clock for Teravolt to successfully park this trailer. And slowly but surely, we are, yes, I think we're getting into position here. I think this is going to be a big tick in the box for you guys, for your team. And we might be seeing a high five or two in just a few seconds' time as the trailer is positioned alongside that fence and the Teravolt is able to detach from the trailer. So, minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Do things look good for you? You've seen these before?
Yes.
Are you happy with how things are playing out?
Yes, perfectly. Slight issue.
Slight issue there.
No. But we will handle it, hopefully. We have an experienced driver in charge and a navigator to help him around. So I'm confident in our team.
Okay, some of the teams have actually removed their chassis for other parts of the obstacle course. Are you going to be following suit, or is the chassis staying on for the duration?
Chassis will stay on. We are confident.
I like that. That's the purist, I think. The teams that really know their business keep that chassis on and display their colors and their design proudly throughout the course of this competition. So Team Teravolt just disengaging from that trailer, just maneuvering it right onto that arrow. It's got to be precise, and that's it. It's been intricate. I tell you what, oof. You'd need to have a very steady hand. And here we go. We've detached. We get a little round of applause, and there you go. Mustafa, you've got to be happy with that. You have successfully negotiated the first of these 3 challenges, and it'll soon be on to the Terrain Challenge 1. Any of the obstacles causing you too much concern, or are you fairly au fait with all of them?
So, as I talked about the 4-wheel mechanism, during the preliminary rounds in the university, we observed that not only the four-wheel mechanism is sufficient. So we have the app, obviously, that changes between two-wheel and four-wheel.
Right.
So for the pipe challenge, we can automatically change to two-wheel because if we have four-wheel, it deflects a bit, might fall down. So we thought of that as well and innovated two-wheel steering, easily done.
Great stuff. Mustafa, listen, we're going to let you get back to your team because you've still got 2 challenges to face, and I don't want you to miss any more action out there on the obstacle course. But it was great to learn more about your team, Teravolt, and we wish you the very best of luck for the remainder of the competition.
Thank you very much.
Mustafa there joining us from the Rochester Institute of Technology, where we've still got 2 more students from that very same institute to interview. One of them is ready to join us in just a few seconds' time. In fact, we're not going to stand on ceremony. We're going to dive straight into our very next interview with, I believe, the Terrain Tigers from the Rochester Institute of Technology. Terrain Tigers, welcome into our broadcast booth. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Yogesh. Yogi is good, though.
Yogi is
nice
good.
To be here.
All right, Yogi, listen, great to have you with us. And Yogi, how has your own story, your own journey been evolving with the Terrain Tigers? How did it start for you?
It's quite, been full of lessons, to say the least. A lot of stuff going on, lots of engineering, a lot of people skills being learned. But, we're here. We had a lovely time. Stressful, but, it was fun in the end of the day.
Hey, listen, all the good things in life are stressful. Trust me on that. So when did you first join the team?
I think it must have been either start of Jan or end of December.
Okay, so 6 months or so, you've been with the team, and it's how many people involved?
6 people, but
6 people.
unfortunately, only 3 of us made it today.
Okay, right, so we've got a 50% turnout
50%.
for your team, which is okay. It means more work for you guys. I hope you've all been divvying up who's going to be doing what when it comes to driving.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
You've got all that sorted.
I'm the worst driver here, so,
okay.
they're handling most of the difficult stuff.
Worst driver, best speaker, I assume. Is that how it's working out?
Possibly.
Great stuff, Yogi. Right, so, okay, you don't need to worry perhaps about the trailer tow challenge, which has definitely been keeping a lot of our students occupied and preoccupied, it's fair to say. But talk to me about some of the engineering behind the Terrain Tigers. What interesting new modifications have you introduced?
Okay, so one of the biggest issues we saw that, the cars, all of them, had difficulty dealing with was that incline back there, that big 60-degree incline.
Right.
And we're like, okay, how can we fix this? Why is it that it keeps toppling over? And we're like, oh, well, it's because the center of mass isn't up high enough. It's not close enough to the front of the car. But then, wait, sometimes you want the center of mass, well, at the center of the car, right in the middle. So, how do we switch between these 2 modes? And so what we've actually come up with is if you look over, well, when you see the car, you're going to see that
we're going to see it very shortly. I think you guys haven't quite started your trailer tow challenge yet. As soon as you do, we'll get a camera on the car and we'll get to see it. But yeah.
There's a moving weight that will be able to, detect the tilt with a gyro sensor. And if it's tilting up, it's going to move that weight up front. If it's tilting down, it's going to move that weight back up.
Nice.
So that, you've got dynamic center of mass.
Wow, so that's a modification that was not on spec. You've introduced that yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant stuff. Who was in charge of that introduction?
Oh, that's me, actually.
That's you, Yogi?
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Thank
Great
you.
stuff. And how did you design that?
Lots of trial and error, to be honest.
Right.
The version we ended up with, what we ended up using, I think that was maybe the 6th iteration of that particular idea. So initially, we were planning on using bevel gears, similar to, like a differential. But then that was just a lot of moving parts, a lot of stuff to mount, and it really just wasn't looking nice either. And then we moved on to using linear actuators, but that was just bulky, and it wasn't really giving us, good success rates over continuous testing. So in the end, what we came up with is, what I personally think is quite the elegant solution, honestly, is a pulley system using some fishing line that's been wound around a spool. So, when the gyro senses that there's been a tilt, the motor switches on, turns the spool, and the weights move forward and back accordingly.
Wow.
Did you understand any of that, Robbie? I mean...
He lost me at actuators. No, I'm only joking, of course. Listen, you did a very good job explaining that. And I love the way you've taken an everyday object, like a fishing line, and actually implemented it into your vehicle. So I guess that might tick a sustainability box.
Well, I mean, I didn't think of that, but it probably should.
Yeah, you could throw that in
to
the verbal presentation.
But no, sustainability has also been something that we've really tried to take a priority towards. Our 3D printed parts, we try to use recycled PLA as much as possible. And every time we fail to print, we'd use that failed print and make it back into filament to go back into prototyping. So, you know, as much as sustainable as we could be in the prototyping process, we were. Like cardboard prototypes or biodegradable materials wherever we could. And, you know, I'm proud of that. That one particular aspect, at least, that I'm glad that we did end up going forward with.
How has AI played a role in your team project?
I'll have to be honest, AI, we didn't find too many use cases particularly within this challenge, but what my team and I were discussing was a progression of this challenge where we could use AI to maybe automate the entire performance over this obstacle course instead of it being manually controlled. So, you know, put some cameras on it, get some computer vision running, and make it completely automated, you know, remove the human element. So that way, you know, it's not about steady hands, it's not about a good navigator, it's not about sensitivity of the remote. It's just all about code, you know, AI is doing all the thinking for you.
I think you got all your bases covered by the sounds of things. Yeah, very confident young man.
Now, I hate to interrupt, Robbie, but I think we did just miss witnessing a miracle on the screen because the last RIT team that just came in,
Teravolt,
actually managed to get through the hub without falling off.
Oh, wow. Okay. The hub has, well, caused a lot of teams to come a cropper. That is for sure. But Teravolt from the Rochester Institute of Technology have successfully navigated it. They're now making their way onto the side slope. And then they seem to be doing a pretty good job of that. They also navigated the trailer tow challenge. It's a high standard you guys set. It's fair to say. I mean, the teams that we've seen, Teravolt, Terrain Tigers, and Runtime Terror, is there a bit of friendly inter-competition, Yogi, between those three teams?
Quite a bit, actually.
Is there?
You know, it's all in you know, in good spirit though, and we help out each other. In fact, like we ran out of batteries earlier in the competition, and you know, we were like walking around trying to find some. And you know, as long as we're from the same uni, the goal is a team from RIT wins. I'd love it if it was Terrain Tigers, but I'm going to be celebrating if it's a Rochester Institute of Technology team that does end up winning. So, you know, lots of rivalry, but lots of friendliness, lots of, you know, helping each other out as well.
That's good. You need rivalries to push each other forward, right?
Competition helps.
What's your study at the university?
Oh, I'm a mechanical engineer.
Oh, wow.
Going into my 3rd year at RIT.
Brilliant. Okay, so what's the game plan when you fly the nest?
Well, game plan as of now is, you know, I'm thinking of being a sales engineer. I think I'd be good at it.
Yeah?
Love meeting people. Love talking about tech.
Okay.
And I think, you know, it's a good match, good mix between the two worlds. And if not that, I'd love to work at maybe, you know, sound and acoustics design with maybe a company like Bose.
Oh, brilliant. Nice. And it just goes to show as well that doing this program opens a lot of avenues to not just a very narrow industry, but gives you so many more transferable skills.
100%. Like, purely the people skills and like really understanding the idea of an engineering process by working in a competition like this has been extremely valuable because we learn this stuff. Every college student, every engineer is going to learn about the engineering process and design thinking. But then coming to a competition like this and then applying it and then seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, being a little bit frustrated when stuff doesn't work out. I think that's a really valuable experience, and I'm glad that I had to have it, or I got to have it.
We've seen tech change every single industry, whether it's media, whether it's engineering, whatever industry it's been, tech has had such a massive impact, particularly in the last 10 years or so. And you, as you come to the end of your kind of higher education, how are you kind of staying abreast of changes and advances? Because it's happening at a dizzying rate, isn't it? And an exponential rate as well, particularly with the advancements in AI. How are you kind of staying on top of all of that?
Honestly, I'd have to say I'm excited, and as to how I'm staying on top of it, it's always been my belief that an engineer is meant to be well-rounded.
Yeah.
Okay, like think about like the greats from the past, right? Like Leonardo da Vinci, he was a painter, engineer, writer, poet, everything. It was eclectic. And I think a modern version of an eclectic engineer is a person who's comfortable around both software, hardware, coding, you know, programming stuff, working with AI, working with people. And I think it's to be encouraged, this particular spirit of engineering where there's eclecticism involved.
I think we can see, are those your teammates, Yogi? Are those your teammates taking to the stage?
Yes, they are. That's Malik and Valen. Valen in the brown over there.
Okay, so I think there were maybe just 1 or 2 issues with the vehicle from Terrain Tigers, but Terrain Tigers is ready, I think, to take to the main stage and to take on the trailer tow challenge as well. It's been great to catch up with you, Yogi, and to find out a little bit more about your team. Confident of overall success? There's a lot of stiff competition here, but would it surprise you if you guys bag a couple of awards come the end?
I believe we did a good job of meeting the rubric in, so far all the sections of the competition, and now we have the tow bar and the terrain challenges left. And I can't lie, slightly shaky about the tow bar, but I am pretty confident in not only the car, but the drivers themselves.
Yeah.
And, I think we'll handle it. At least the terrain challenges should have it in the bag. So, no, I wouldn't be too surprised if we got a pole position today.
All right. Yeah, that's good to see. There's a quiet confidence there from Yogi. We're still waiting. Is this the Terrain Tigers vehicle? No, I've not seen it yet. It hasn't emerged from the paddock just about yet, or at least the pit garage. So maybe one or two last-minute changes are taking place. In fact, I'm getting a word in my ear. Yogi, you're needed by the rest of your teammates, I think.
All right, then.
But listen, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck with the competition. It's been great to have a little chat with you and to find out more about your team. We wish you all the very best of luck, okay?
Thank you for having me, and I'm about to rush off, I guess.
Great stuff. Yogi there from the Terrain Tigers, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on how they get on, because Yogi was a confident man there, Aisha.
Yeah, I find it quite impressive, and I mean, if he knows his stuff, then I guess I'll take his word for it.
Yeah, well, we'll soon see. Proof will be in the pudding as the Teravolt team take to this second obstacle challenge. If we could get a camera on their car right now. That is Teravolt. They have done a good job thus far in negotiating the first and second of our obstacle zones, and this is the second of those in terms of the obstacle challenges. This is the seesaw, which hasn't caught too many out, and we're getting some live commentary here. Maybe we're going to make things a little bit more difficult for these guys, but Teravolt just trying to get lined up. You don't want to be sprinting up that seesaw if you're not lined up correctly, do you?
No, because if you come across it too fast and you end up bouncing off of that, the end of the seesaw as it, oops. Anyways, it hit a cone. You could, well, do that and hit a cone as you bounce down. So, yeah, if they get to good on those grips, they should be okay, because they also need to stay on this seesaw after it's flipped over for 3 seconds, and then they can continue.
Right, so they need to demonstrate adequate grip. Can they do that? Yes, they can. Impressive. 3 seconds there. Well done. The lights are on, and they mean business to the team from the Rochester Institute of Technology as Teravolt makes a dramatic left-hand turn and goes straight into the Camber Dome to take on that before the rock crawl. It's one thing after another. 5 minutes and 15 seconds now on the clock for Team Teravolt, who have done a good job so far. They finished the trailer tow challenge, became one of the few teams to successfully do that. They navigated Terrain Challenge 1, and they're making a pretty good effort. Yes, okay, they moved a cone, but that was smooth there through the rock crawl, Aisha.
Yeah, now they're entering the low mu, so we'll see how their grip is, and it seems like they're making it look like it's no problem for them.
No problem whatsoever. They are absolutely showboating at this point. That was very, very good indeed. The low mu really testing the friction of the vehicle, and as Aisha mentioned, the grip there, and they've got their rhythm, they've got their momentum, because straight up, without any further delay, they are through the V gully. Now a 3 to 5 point turn is required as they descend from the V gully, and they line themselves up for the final obstacle, which is the pipe bridge. So we're going to stay with this one, as the alignment very crucial here from the team at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Looks to me to be pretty good. They've descended from the V gully deftly, and that pipe bridge, as you can see from that camera angle, not much margin for error. There's enough room, but if you do stray off the beaten track, you will come a cropper and you will go awry very, very quickly. Can the team from... This is the Teravolt team, who are just about up to their last obstacle. And you can see there the judge, the face of Abdullah, looking on from that camera angle as the Teravolt team makes sure you do not want to be halfway through this challenge and then discover that you're completely out of line, because I wouldn't fancy reversing down the pipe bridge, would you?
No, that would be, at this point, I'd probably just give up.
That would be disastrous, I think it's fair to say. That would end in a calamity. But we are onto the bridge, and Teravolt is inching, it's eking its way very carefully, very cautiously along this pipe bridge. As you see, testing the suspension, those front wheels stretched to the full limits of their capability. Great angle there to show the balance of the vehicle as well. It's a low-slung, sleek, aerodynamic chassis, but it's got just enough room to perform all of those different challenges and all those different tasks, although we're losing a bit of grip there. We're sliding just a little bit, and this one, we might be losing this vehicle. It's hanging on by just a thread, just 1 centimeter of tire gripping on to the side of the pipe bridge. Are we going to try and reverse? Yes, we are. We're going to try and go backwards and realign. Have we saved this obstacle? Is there anything left? In fact, we could be looking at a full reversal here. That was some very, very skillful driving from the pilot there, because I think we might have just about given ourselves a second chance, Aisha, at this pipe bridge. Tense stuff down here on track.
Yeah, my eyes are glued to their progression on this. And some have dropped out in the beginning, and some have very slowly but surely made their way across. But Teravolt is fighting until the very end on this. So I'm interested in how they'll overcome this.
They're fighting, but at the moment they look like they might be fighting a losing battle. They've backed up almost to the edge of the bridge. They're going to take another turn at trying to go forward. Are they going to cling on? It's that right-hand tire that seems to be struggling, that seems to be a little bit offline, and this obstacle, which has caused so many grievances, it's caused so much heartache, it's the last one, so tantalizingly close. We've lost the back tire. I think that's game over for Team Teravolt. I don't see how they recover from this, Aisha. Is there any way back?
I don't. Oh.
Well, definitely not now. Definitely not now. Abdullah has come in. Abdullah has, well, he hasn't come to the rescue. He's come to lift the car to the finish line. That is it. That is game over for the Teravolt team. Shows how difficult that pipe bridge obstacle is. And we get a round of applause. Otherwise, a very good effort from the team at Teravolt. But it was a penalty there at the final obstacle for them. So the judges will mark that accordingly, and the team will go on and continue with the rest of their day. Right, then we've got another team who are now taking on the trailer tow challenge, which you can see on screen. We've got down to our last 3 or 4 teams. We've already spoken to the Terrain Tigers as well, and we're joined by another special guest in studio who will shortly be introducing you to. In fact, let's do that now. A very warm welcome to, and you're going to have to forgive me here, I'm going to have a guess. Al Zahur Private School?
I'm from Harriet-Watt University.
Oh, Harriet-Watt University. I do beg your pardon. So you must be...
The Apex Cruise.
The Apex Cruise. I was going to say 4x4, but no. We've got Apex Cruise. What's your name, please?
My name is Ariba Anjum. I'm the resource engineer for the team.
Ariba, great to have you with us. And you are with Apex Cruise. We've been impressed by the work that's been done by the Harriet-Watt University already with AI in particular and all of those components. But how did you get involved in this 4x4 project?
I've always had a passion for learning more about cars. And I thought this is one opportunity where I would get to understand deeper into the car knowledge. Now, I don't come from the mechanical background, but I do come from the chemical engineering background. And I must be, if I'm not wrong, the first chemical engineer from Harriet-Watt University participating in this challenge. So it's a great honor for me to be participating in this from Harriet-Watt University, because they have had a history of well-deserved performances.
And that's quite a large difference between chemical engineering and what most people would assume is needed, mechanical engineering. So how did you find that learning curve and getting up to speed with, building the car, managing resources for it?
So I try to link my education course with my passion. And as I'm more interested in cars, and there was one big criteria about sustainability, which is very much looked into for a chemical engineer. So they look into it, they try to make things as cost efficient as possible and try to work with it. So I've tried to involve myself in the sustainability bit of the team and try to get them resources that are cost efficient and try to manufacture it with like that.
So I'm fascinated to know, in chemical engineering, what are the key focal points for sustainability right now, Ariba?
So since I'm just a first year student right now.
No, not expecting you to know everything, but what have you encountered so far in your journey?
Yeah, so what I've understood is that chemical engineers try to repurpose everything they use.
Right.
They try to minimize cost with great impact. So we've learned about oil and gas industry in the first year, a bit of it, where they teach us how to be cost efficient with all the parts we use for site building, going to sites, making any kind of pipes we have to do in this course. And I think that's what inspired me. And obviously, it's a big opportunity. I wanted to participate in this.
Yeah, no, I mean, you say your passion is cars. A big F1 fan?
Not a very big one, but I am.
You are an F1 fan, but it must be special because for the UAE to host the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix later on this year, for you to be at the venue that hosts the Formula One Etihad Airways Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, it must be a bit of a pinch yourself moment in many ways.
I was in awe when I went for the challenge tour, the tour outside. It was fascinating. I got to take pictures outside with the team. I got to interact with the faculty over here. It was a great experience.
Brilliant stuff. Right. Well, is your car ready for action, Ariba?
Yes.
Is it down there at the Trailer Tow Challenge now?
Yeah, it is.
Can we get a camera on it, if possible? And we can maybe get Ariba to go through some of the design elements of the car as it attempts this very intricate, very difficult trailer. I'm sure you're glad you're not doing the Trailer Tow Challenge.
Yeah.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Love the look of the car, though. Really, really nice design. Can you maybe walk us through some of the features?
So it has an aerodynamic design. All the 4x4 cars don't really require an aerodynamic design. It does have one because it's inspired from a sand car. So it's to use not only for heavy duty, but also for high-speed performance.
Oh.
You've got the Vulcan logo as well. Is that a nod to the UAE?
Sorry?
Is that a little nod to the UAE, that Vulcan logo? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, right. So we've maybe had one or two issues with the car. Might be just having to reset it. We've still got a timer on board for that particular challenge, 10 minutes to get it done. And in terms of the design itself of the car, any modifications specifically that you guys introduced to the vehicle?
So we did add front dams, but because of some issues, it fell apart. So we couldn't really put it right now. But our initial design did have the front dams to avoid the lift. So although the car is like really lightweighted, it could just lift. So that front dam was to prevent that. And the design itself is really impressive to me because our manufacturing team, they really worked hard on the design of the car itself.
Yeah, it looks great, I have to say. And Aisha, you must be impressed by that because, again, a very unique looking chassis, something a bit more unusual, definitely not straight out of the box. They've worked long and hard at creating, as Ariba mentioned, that aerodynamic design.
And you mentioned that sustainability was something that you worked on. So did you also implement sustainability when you started making the chassis of the car?
Yeah, so we implemented it through the material that we were using. So we were researching on the materials to use while forming the shell of the car. And we went through ABS material because it's recyclable. It could be repurposed. And to make the small parts of the car, we use PLA, which is a plant-based plastic polymer. So we use that, and I feel like that's sustainable. And then we also used ABS sheets for vacuum forming. That was a new experiment we went through, and we pretty much enjoyed it, but that was done for the car's body. We vacuum formed it through ABS sheets.
And you also have solar panels on your car. Are these used to recharge the battery?
Yes, it is used to recharge the batteries on the car.
Nice, nice, love it. Really like the design. It's one of my favorites that we've seen so far. It's really good, Ariba, and you've got to be really proud of your efforts. Apex Cruise, where do you hope this kind of joins up with your studies, with your chemical engineering studies, and maybe helps you in the field of perhaps going forward, maybe into a career path?
I feel like the future is really bright. I feel like the two as the two fields of engineering will collaborate in future, because UAE is moving a lot forward and they've been surprising us with new things every single day. And I feel like chemical engineering and mechanical engineering will combine in the near future, where I will find my aspect, where I'll find my scope.
And you'll be at the sort of confluence of that, having had a bit of experience.
I can say that I knew this will happen.
There you go. If you can predict it, then that gives you a massive advantage over everyone else who perhaps isn't maybe as far-sighted as that. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, because I think with mechanical engineering leaning more and more on sustainable elements, chemical engineering, of course, comes into play that much more. So for sure, you've made a very perceptive analogy there and assessment of the situation. So I think we're going to go and let you get on and join the rest of your teammates, Ariba, because I think we're now lining up for an attempt at the Terrain Challenge 1 for you guys and for Apex Crews.
Yes.
So we'll keep a close eye on how you get on and wishing you the very best of luck.
Thank you so much.
In this competition. Thank you so much. There's Ariba from the Apex Crews from Heriot-Watt University, and we're down to our last few teams here this afternoon. Aisha Torbit, Runtime Terror, still to chat to them, and 4x4 as well. I think we've got a new car taking on the Trailer Tow Challenge, so we're right into the business end of competition here, and I have to say, generally speaking, the standard has really impressed me.
Yeah, I guess once you get into that university category, the strength of the competitors and what they bring to the table just takes a massive leap up. It's like they're basically in a whole world of their own. Because I guess that comes from their more professional, and the fact that they come from the university means that they have more targeted education towards stuff that will be used here, rather than more holistic that you would find in a high school.
We are just waiting for the Terrain Tigers, who were just held up. They had a bit of a battery issue, is what I'm hearing on my earpiece. So they will be taking on the Trailer Tow Challenge. I can see Yogi. In fact, Yogi is holding the vehicle right now. He was, of course, joining us in studio just moments ago. So they're waiting their turn for the Trailer Tow Challenge, which is an 8-minute challenge. And we are watching Apex Crews navigate the first obstacle course, the first terrain challenge. This being that very finicky hub challenge, which is not just a left-hand turn, it's more than that. It's a 3-point turn, and this one, you got to be so precise, because one wrong move, that back wheel spills off the edge of the hub, and I'm afraid it's curtains when it comes to that obstacle, and we might have just seen that happen right before our very eyes, Aisha.
Never mind, they actually popped that wheel back up, and it looks like they're about to finish the turn.
There you have it. It's not, as I say, Abdullah explained it right at the start of the day, it's not just a left-hand turn. It is that 3-point, in this case, more like a 5-point turn, but they've done it. They have successfully navigated the dangerous hub and into the much more straightforward water crossing. Even I would back myself with the water crossing. I'd back myself not to sink, especially with those tires. And as long as you get lined up properly, that one should be a formality.
Yeah, round of applause from her team for getting through the hub. And they're just entering the water trone now. But it does seem like Yogi's team actually dropped their chassis and have decided to use the skeleton available for teams who don't want to use their own car.
Okay, so a couple of problems for the guys from the Rochester Institute of Technology, the Terrain Tigers, to circumnavigate as we continue to follow the progress of Apex Crews. Nice to focus in on one car as it makes its way around this track. We've been chatting to so many of our students, Aisha, that we haven't done too much commentary on track, so it's nice to get a chance to do that. And then, as you can see, a very abrupt left-hand turn, and now the judges are looking forward to the automated responses from this side slope. We want to see some beeps, we want to see some lights.
And just before this, they actually switched out their drivers.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, no pressure. It's almost like a relay. The baton has been passed, and that cone on the left-hand side, uncomfortably close maybe to the tire, but it's safely navigated. We're all the way through. Little bit of an adjustment there. Just a slight reverse, and it's about getting that car situated on that side slope. And at the moment, just a little bit too low, in my very uneducated opinion. It needs to be a little bit higher up the slope, right?
Yeah. I think, oh no, because their back wheel is still on the ground, so
Right.
they may need to either pass it by or reverse all the way and try and hit a different angle with it.
But of course, time is of the essence. 3 minutes still on the clock. And as we've seen, the hill climb can be problematic. They've still got the articulating ramp to get through as well, as we now focus our attention on the Terrain Tigers, who have ditched their chassis and they've gone with the supplied kit, did you say,
Yeah,
Aisha?
'cause
So
you
they're
can
having some issues.
Yeah, you can actually see Yogi holding their car, so yeah, this is one of the supplied ones from the competition.
Okay, so the Terrain Tigers showing what they can do with the supplied vehicle. They look like they're doing a pretty good job of this trailer tow challenge. Just getting into position there, so they need to pull forward, miss that cone, get into a position where they can reverse precisely, get that trailer backed up without knocking down a palm tree, ideally.
Yeah, throughout this competition, we've seen a lot of ran over lawns
We
during
have,
this
yes.
part, so.
Just as well, it's artificial grass that is being used for those lawns. But yeah, the trailer tow challenge, much harder than it looks. I've had a go at it. I had a go at it last year, and I gave up. I actually threw a bit of a strop, had a little bit of a petulant strop, and I gave up after about 4 minutes of trying unsuccessfully, even to drive it around in a circle, let alone reverse. But these guys have practiced long and hard. They put the hours in, and they are ready to deliver under pressure, under the bright lights of competition here at the national finals, as we focus in on Terrain Tigers using a makeshift chassis, and they've encountered all sorts of mechanical problems in the build-up to this, so probably the day is not panning out how they expected it to go, but they've managed to pivot successfully, and they've managed to make adjustments on the fly, which is what's required.
Looks like they're trying to get lined up so they can reverse into its original position. Strategy.
It's like a game of chess, isn't it? And I see we've lost the trailer there, so they're going to have to rehitch the trailer, or with 33 seconds on the clock, maybe they are running out of time to get this done. Not entirely sure what's happening there, but it is a bit like a game of chess. You've got to think 3 or 4 moves ahead, haven't you?
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy. Oh, okay.
I think we've accepted defeat on that one. I think the Terrain Tigers are moving on to the next obstacle course, which is Terrain Challenge 1. We have seen the successful completion by Apex Crews of that very Terrain Challenge 1, so they move on to the second, the final one of our terrain challenges, the desert terrain, if you like, and the seesaw awaits, the entry ramp awaits, and the tension is mounting here. Last few teams of the afternoon, and we'll shortly be chatting to another one of the students who will be lining their teams up, but just the Terrain Tigers still trying to figure things out as they prepare to tackle the next obstacle course. We'll keep an eye on Apex Crews. But we're shortly going to be joined in our studio position by yet another member of the Rochester Institute of Technology, but a new team is joining us. A big warm welcome to Runtime Terror. And what's your name, sir?
My name is Momin.
Momin?
Momin, yeah.
Momin, it's great to have you with us. Runtime Terror.
Yeah.
I love the name. Has it struck terror into its opposition?
I hope so.
You hope so, okay. How have things been going for you so far? You've got an afternoon slot. You confident?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great, to be honest.
Talk to me about the journey you've made so far, Mohammed, in terms of your association with the team.
We started our journey in November 2023.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we were a team of 6 people, but a few of the people dropped out of the challenge. They didn't have enough time, so it was just us 4 So it's two mechanical engineering students, one cybersecurity, and one electrical engineer.
And which one are you?
I'm mechanical.
You're mechanical?
Yes.
Okay, you're a mechanical engineer. So you have been lifting up the bonnet and dealing with all the mechanics of
Yes.
your Runtime Terror vehicle.
Yes, exactly.
What changes have you made? What innovations have you brought to the table, Mohammed?
Okay, so first of all, we used wood PLA for the shell,
Okay.
which is very biodegradable and it's good for the environment and stuff. We also added four-wheel steering to help us have a tighter turning radius in all of the obstacle challenges. We also used smaller diameter wheels at the front to make sure that the weight is shifted to the front and down. And it also helps with the turning radius.
Okay, so you've added a whole new steering component.
Yes.
Wow. You're one of the few teams to have done that, I think, at least from what we've gathered today on our information hunts. And that's going to give you a big advantage because we've seen how tight some of the turns are
Yes,
here.
exactly.
You don't have that much space to play with, so how much of an edge does that give you?
I think that gives us a very good opportunity to actually be competitive on the obstacle course because our car turns pretty tight.
No, that's going to be great. I mean, we've been seeing some of these turns, and they are not for the faint of heart.
No, I mean, we're watching there on the screen, Apex Cruise. This is an example of that, Mohammed. Of course, you know it better than us.
Yes.
Coming off the seesaw and then onto the camber dome. And, I mean, you've got no room whatsoever, really, to play with from the external perimeter of the obstacle course to that cone. Not much room, and your vehicle is proving itself pretty capable. Are we looking at it on screen now?
Yes.
Is that your vehicle?
Yes, that's our vehicle right
Walk
there.
us through the chassis design, if you can, Mohammed.
So basically, we used Fusion 360 to 3D design the car. We also 3D scanned the chassis to fit the shell around the chassis. And we 3D printed it using wood PLA. We split the body into two so that it can fit into the 3D printer. And then we fused it with 3D printing pen.
Great. 3D printing itself, of course, does pay homage to sustainability.
Yes.
What other aspects of that particular enterprise have you paid close attention to?
Yeah, so basically, we chose to do additive manufacturing because it's more sustainable because when you do subtractive manufacturing, you waste a lot of material. So we didn't want to do that. Plus, we used wood PLA because PLA is biodegradable and wood PLA is even more biodegradable.
Okay.
And I just saw you started the trailer tow challenge, and you've actually used a different mechanism for your towing. So can you talk through that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, we didn't want to go with a traditional pinion design because whenever we 3D print that, the tolerances on a 3D printer is very off. So what would happen is a lot of slippage would happen. So we got rid of that completely, and we chose a rotational to linear mechanism. And as you can see now, my teammates there are performing it.
Oh, wow. This is slick. I'm enjoying this. I really, really like the look of this vehicle as well.
Thank you.
Was there an inspiration behind the shape?
Basically, before that, we had another design. It was basically an inspiration from the Tesla Cybertruck, but we completely got rid of that, and we thought we want something
Too clunky? Too bulky, maybe?
Exactly, too bulky, too boxy. We wanted something that's streamlined. We wanted something that's futuristic, something that looks like the brand new vehicles.
Okay. Yeah, it does look like it might be up there on the Mars, on the moon, maybe, or even on Mars, maybe one time in the future. It's a very sleek aerodynamic design, and your teammates have made short work of this challenge so far. The difficult bit is still to come.
Yes.
So maybe I'm going to get your thoughts on how your fellow team members navigate this, but you've still got a lot of time in the bank to play with, Maman.
Yes.
4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, but this is all about, and I equated it to a game of chess. You've got to think a couple of moves ahead. You've got to line things up so that reverse is smooth in the end.
True, very true.
Okay, what about the obstacles you're going to be taking on? Have you decided which those are?
We still haven't decided. Our designated driver is actually my teammate Maher.
Okay.
So he's going to be doing most of the stuff. Once he gets, a bit tired, a bit fatigued, we will take over.
Right. Okay. So you're the backup quarterback.
Yes, exactly.
Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
How much has doing this program helped you in other aspects of your educational journey?
This definitely has been a great learning experience because, as Germans say, to learn is to do. So I spent a lot of time on the laptop for 3D modeling. I spent a lot of time in the lab doing tests on materials. I spent a lot of time doing statistical analysis for the printing parameters of the wood pellet. So I definitely learned a lot, and it was a very great experience.
And how much is what you've learned going to make a bearing on how you kind of go into the workplace and maybe showcase what you've learned to a future employer, for example?
Yeah, so we had a career fair a couple of months ago, and the moment they saw a 4x4 chance, they were very interested into knowing what that was. And they
Really?
were like,
That's interesting.
Yeah, and they were like, what type of skills did you learn or use over there? So I mentioned 3D printing, I mentioned a lot of other things, and they were actually very impressed by that.
Wow, yeah, I'm not surprised, because I think this is certainly, in terms of the detail, in terms of the intricacy, this has to be among the most, you know, thought-provoking and detailed school challenges or university challenges out there in the marketplace.
I definitely agree.
Yeah,
It's been a fun
right.
experience.
Right, okay, so we're watching 2 cars out on the track as things stand. In fact, 3. In fact, each one of the obstacle courses has got a vehicle attempting to negotiate it. That is Apex Cruise coming to the end of their mission. That's the V gully that they are about to climb up into. As we watch them navigate that V gully, you don't want to be, no quick acceleration. You don't, there's any bursts of pace inevitably leads to disaster. The whole thing almost has to happen in slow motion, Mohammed. And you know, the cars that have successfully navigated all of these obstacles, it's been done carefully, it's been done deliberately, it's been done in a very measured way. And we've seen there with Apex Cruise how they've descended from the V gully and they're about to climb up onto that famous obstacle, the famous final one, the one that accounted for Teravolt it was a little bit earlier on, the pipe bridge. Luckily, I guess for you, Mohammed, you won't be having to take on the pipe bridge.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Oh dear, here we go. Oh my word. There you go. It was too much speed, too much pace, and that was a bit cavalier on the pipe bridge. That is the end of Apex Cruise's run. We're going to go straight to the conclusion of it as we see footage. I believe this is back to Runtime Terror, is it not? On the 1 minute 33 left on the trailer tow challenge, and just trying to back that challenge up, or that trailer up, into the correct spot. So we're going to keep an eye on that one to see how that one plays out. But of course, 25% of the entire course is just what we see on the obstacle courses. It's much more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the whole obstacle course is very challenging for the car, and I think it really does test the limits of each car very much.
But since being on the track only accounts for like 25%, how do you feel you've done for the other parts, like your pit display, your verbal presentation, your portfolios? Because I'm assuming you've already finished all those?
Yeah. So I think we have done a fantastic job at putting everything together and balancing out between the performance of the car and our actually like behind the door, behind the stage work.
In terms of the teamwork amongst yourselves, how much has that kind of given you a new appreciation of what it's like to work in a small team?
So I met with the guys just a couple of months ago. So
you didn't know them?
I didn't know them before that.
Wow.
I spoke to our supervisor and I was like, I need electrical engineers on the team.
I need talent.
I need talent. He was like, this is talent. So
brilliant. And have they lived up to your expectations?
Yes, they were really good people.
That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Yeah, it's always good to have good teammates, that's for sure. As we see one of the cars, I think that is the Terrain Tigers, perhaps, still making their way off the track there and still trying to navigate. That was the first of our obstacle courses, Terrain Challenge 1. Mohammed, I think you guys, that you're ready to tackle the first obstacle course, first terrain challenge, having completed your trailer tow challenge. So we'll let you go back to rejoin your teammates, but thank you so much for joining us in studio.
It's been an honor.
We appreciate your time and good luck for the rest of the competition. That is Mohammed and the team from Runtime Terror. We are inching towards our own finish line, Aisha. Not many teams left for us to chat to, unless we go round again and chat to them all one more time, but I don't think they'd thank us for that.
No, I think I've actually seen some of them leave.
Oh, right.
They came for the action, they did their part, and they're like,
right.
All right, I'll see you later.
Okay, well, joining us now in studio is another member of the Heriot-Watt University. So by process of elimination, I have established that you must be 4x4s.
Yes, we are 4x4s.
4x4s. I did
Yes.
well there because we've already spoken to Apex Crew, so you have to be 4x4s. What's your name?
Kabir. My name's Kabir, yeah.
Kabir. Yeah, great to have you, Kabir. And talk to us about 4x4s and the formation of the team. I can see what you've done with the name.
Oh, right. So the formation of the team is 6 of us, and only 4 of us were able to make it today.
Okay.
The formation of the team was, we have a team leader. I am the fabrication engineer, so I was responsible for making the car. And then we had 2 people on electronics. One of them is present here today. His name's Laith. And the second one is present here as well. His name's Talal. The other 2 were innovation and design specialists, and they're the ones that weren't able to make it today.
So fabrication engineer,
Yeah.
specifically, what's all that about?
So my focus was on choosing the materials that we would use to make the car and how I could make sure that the car holds on and holds up in the course. I did that by choosing PET plastic. It has greater tensile strength than PLA, and other plastics are better known in the 3D printing worse.
And you mentioned you had not 1 but 2 innovation specialists. So what kind of innovations did they bring to this competition?
So we had a lot of extra stuff that we added to the car, and one of that was changing out the battery because we realized we needed a bigger battery for our servo motor, which also is different from the one that they provided by default. Another thing that we made different, and what we feel like our unique selling point is that we recycled plastic bottles to make the chassis of the car.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Recycle plastic bottles to make the chassis of
Yeah.
the car. I'd love to get a camera on that car. I think you guys, is that your car there?
Yeah, that's the car.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It does look like, I mean, I'm not just saying this, it looks very sustainable. You can
Thank you.
obviously see you guys have paid attention to that component. So I love it. It's very cool. It kind of blends futurism with sustainability in a way, because it kind of looks like something straight out of 2035, but at the same time, you can see what you've done there with the materials. So great job there. Does it perform though on the obstacle courses, which of course is crucial?
I hope it does. I hope it does. We tested out the parts a few times, and they seem to be working. I just hope it holds up on the course.
Holds up under pressure. That chassis, is it lightweight? Was there a specific reason for that quite narrow design of the chassis?
Yes, actually, it was because of the fact that if we went for a wider chassis, first of all, we were concerned about the first obstacle on the first course there, the tunnel through which you have to test the automated headlights. That was the concern number 1.
Okay.
Number 2 was 3D printing each iteration of the chassis when you had a wider body needed 4 days.
Oh, wow.
4 days each print. So
Wow.
we decided on a narrower design to lower that time and be able to make changes faster.
Okay, we've got 6 minutes 44 on the clock, and I'm afraid, I hate to say to your teammates, but that tyre ain't going in that direction to successfully hitch that trailer. So, oh dear. If in doubt, just knock the trailer out of the way. We might have to replace that and go again. But this has been a challenge that has caused so many problems to so many of the teams. So it's just been really interesting to see how the teams have tried to overcome those obstacles. How have you found that teamwork aspect, Kabir, in terms of working with a team, obviously assigning all different roles? You guys are all very busy. You're all at university. You've got higher education to attend to. So how have you made the time?
So actually, we had exams, and then right after, we got to know about the competition
What are you
quite
doing
late.
at uni, incidentally?
Sorry?
What are you specifically studying at university?
Mechanical engineering.
Mechanical engineering, okay.
I just finished my first year at Heriot-Watt University.
Right, okay.
Right.
So you had exams, you had to get through that obstacle.
Yeah. We got to know about the competition almost a month and a half ago, so not very long.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's the time frame we had to work within.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But you thought, you know what, I'm going to have a go at this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it must be just so much fun to sort of try and problem solve on the fly, even though, yeah, 6 weeks is not a lot of time.
Yeah.
We just actually had a chat with someone who's been working on this for 6 months. So, you know, it's difficult to go up against teams that are that experienced.
And that's already 1 month is already an extremely short time,
Right.
not only for like development of the car, but also other elements. So
Right.
did you actually manage to find any time to practice with your car and, you know, get used to driving it so that you can easily maneuver it through these terrains?
I'll be very honest, we did not actually have the time to be able to practice thoroughly with the car. And so whatever you see is pretty much just skill translating.
Skill, yeah, just pure natural talent, Kabir.
Pure natural talent,
Just
yeah. There's not much
a combination
practice
of winging it and just a bit of natural ability.
Yep.
That's what I've been doing my entire career, and I don't have much natural ability. I do have an ability to wing it, though. That's a good thing. But anyway, we've just seen the completion there. I think, is that Terrain Tigers? Are they still completing that second obstacle? Yes, they are.
They just finished over.
They have done that. They completed that pipe bridge with aplomb. So well done to them there. And it's been great to see, actually, what's been really fascinating, Kabir, is that the national finals themselves present a whole new set of problems in a live environment, which you've got to solve on the fly. So you've got to have the ability, which again is going to really affect you in the workplace, to work under pressure.
Oh yeah, I would say so. We ran into a lot of issues, especially with the filament that we made using the water bottles. And that was, I think we made at least 6-7 different types of parts for each mechanism in the whole machine, yeah.
Right, wow, yeah, you've got to keep trial and error, right, is the way forward on that front. Are you in a position to maybe have a go at this next year as well, or is this a one and done for you?
For me personally, I think it's going to be a one and done, but I was speaking to a couple of teammates as well. The other two, they're very invested in it,
Really
and they're
into
like,
it.
we're going to be here every year.
I love that. Right, we're seeing on camera the car that we've just actually been having a chat with there. That is Runtime Terror, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? Are my eyes deceiving me?
That's the one from RIT.
Yeah, that's the one from RIT. That is indeed Runtime Terror. So I just love the difference in design. I just love the fact that you guys all come at it from a different angle. We don't see these identikit cars. There isn't a quote-unquote winning formula. I mean, it makes F1, by comparison, look rather uniform, quite frankly, because we see so many different chassis put to use. And, you know, you come up with a design, you have a go. Some work, some don't. But that trial and error is the heart of innovation, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
This is the hub. The hub is breaking hearts today at the Yas Marina circuit, Kabir. It looks innocuous. It looks like just a little ramp that you drive up and then exit off the down ramp, but no. There's some hidden terrors behind it, but this team seem to be handling it pretty well. They've made it look easy. Yeah, they have, as they just inch their way off it. And this is one of those rare occasions where slow and steady really does win the race. You can actually apply that little idiom quite accurately here, because as you can see with Runtime Terror, they are just inching their way along this course, but they're doing it with 3 minutes to spare as we watch live footage here of the team through the water obstacle, the water crossing, and down the other side. And of course the water on those tires is another factor to consider, another variable as they continue into a sharp left-hand turn. And as we saw with one of the earlier teams, you've got to get up all the way onto this side slope. You can't be hanging off the side of it. You can't have a wheel on that flat surface. You've got to be on that side slope correctly in order to trigger the automated lights and the automated beep system as well. I call it a beep system. It's probably got a much more technical term to it, but that's the word I'm going to give it for now. So there we have it, just making sure. It's almost like aligning correctly. That's part of the riddle, isn't it? And then you go forward.
It is.
And yeah, I think their buzzer has gone off. We can hear it ourselves from here. But it seems like those smaller diameter front tires really pulled through the way they said they would.
Yeah, they've lived up to a lot of the promises that they made, and once again, really catching design. And it's up to the hill climb now, which is, again, testing the grip of the vehicle, testing the balance, testing the control of the driver as well. You must be glad to be sitting here chatting to us and not having to worry about any of this stressful stuff.
I really am. I am.
You don't want to leave. You don't want to leave us. We might throw you back into the wolves, by the way, because I know your teammates need you as well. They want to see you take on at least one or two of these obstacles. But a word for the course designers as well, if you can, because the guys that have come up with this course have left no stone unturned.
Yeah, I think that is terror right there.
That is terror. Luckily, that is not simulated in the real world environment. Otherwise, no one would ever use a 4x4 ever, I think, if you had to circumnavigate all of that. But and as we're seeing, you never know which obstacle can cause a problem. But for Runtime Terror, it's the hill climb, and they have had to skip that obstacle and move straight on to the next, but at least you get to continue on with your journey. And if you do have to skip an obstacle, it's a penalty, but you get to come back and go again, which is a good thing. So don't be afraid that you don't do this perfectly, okay?
I won't
Kabir,
be, yeah.
every single team has had issues on this obstacle course. It has really tested every team to the limits. So this is, okay, as you've just said, a one and done for you, but what's been the biggest takeaway from being part of this very intense 6-week journey for you, Kabir?
Part of the takeaways is definitely a lot of engineering aspects that we gained through this. Like you said, trial and error was a huge deal for us. Team management, and in such a short span of time, you don't have the time for errors. In the sense of managing time and figuring out all the parts, bringing them together, assembling it. So definitely a lot of technical aspect to it in terms of using CAD. So we use Inventor.
Right.
And it was quite the learning experience packed into 90 days.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 90 days. It's not much when you put it like that, but you guys have done a great job. And at the end of the day, you've given it a go. And
Yes,
I'm
we
sure
have.
you've taken a lot of experience out of it. So
Definitely, yeah.
we thank you for being part of our broadcast team. I am
Thank you so
unfortunately going to
much.
discharge you now. You are going to rejoin your teammates. I know you were hoping not to have to do that, Kabir, but 4x4 need you. May the 4x4 be with you, okay?
Thank you, yes.
There we go. Right, Kabir has joined us from the Heriot-Watt University. And I'm not sure if there's anyone left to interview, Aisha. Have you got your eye on anyone? Have you got your roving eye on a student we haven't spoken to yet?
I'm afraid not. I think we actually have come to the end of our interviewing, but that leaves me time to have my eyes on the track where I'm really interested in, where there's lots of accidents and drama going on.
There is.
So
Yeah, well, Runtime Terror have reached the final obstacle course, and the judges are just explaining all of the different components from that. From the Rochester Institute of Technology. They did a good job, not a flawless job, at the Terrain Challenge 1. The hill climb was too much. It was too high a hill for them to summit, but they did the articulation smoothly enough, and now it's a case of taking on the seesaw as Kabir rejoins his teammates from Heriot-Watt University for 4x4 as they take on obstacle challenge number 1.
And as the day has gone by, I've begun to notice that teams are finding the articulation like harder, especially because it seems like the water that they pick up, their tires pick up from the water trough, actually managed to follow them all the way over to the articulation. And having water on stainless steel is not easy to grip onto.
Right, there is method to the madness of this obstacle course. That water challenge comes as the third part of the first challenge. And then, as Aisha pointed out, the side slope and that hill climb, well, if you've got water on the tires, it's not exactly going to help you, is it? But that is the real world for you, and it's trying to simulate as best it can real world environments and real world conditions, and it does a very good job of doing just that. Into the final throws of our coverage down here at the Yas Marina circuit for 4x4 in schools. We get some closing thoughts from Aisha Torbit, our co-host, a former alumni of the program, both in 4x4 in schools and in F1 in schools as well. So the perfect person, I guess, to offer a summation to what we've witnessed. It's been brilliant so far. I've really, really enjoyed it. I think 2024 has been the best year in terms of students, in terms of record number of entries, and in terms of the strength of competition that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's great to see that there's so much varieties and so much different, formulas students are trying out, and with varying degrees of success. But I think all of these new ideas that are being tested and implemented, the future generations of those who take on 4x4 will definitely have, a lot to look for, a lot to, look upon, absorb, and kind of improve upon.
Yeah, I guess. And as we learned earlier on from cyber crawlers, that knowledge is passed down from year to year. It happens in F1 in schools as well, right? You do get a little bit of a leg up, a little bit of a head start if you happen to have a school that has embraced the program, has acquired that knowledge, maybe has trial and errored its way to a point where, you know a little bit more than some of your rival schools, and you can pass that knowledge down to the students.
But then again, that's the thing. It's always the students that need to be there to really take in those teachings. And I mean, throughout this whole week, I've just seen tons of students who are just so into what they do, whether it be an F1 or 4x4. And I think these are the students that'll definitely, you know, carry their knowledge on into the future, no matter where they go.
Runtime Terror has lost its chassis. We're looking at them as they approach the Camber Dome, and they have decided that no chassis is better than chassis when it comes to this course.
I've actually been watching them. This is not a bare chassis. This is actually the one supplied by the competition, because it seemed like there were some mechanical issues with our car that when they didn't touch it, it would still move. So
right, okay. Runtime Terror then experiencing difficulties out there on the track as they approach the rock crawl, and the final few teams out on this track trying to negotiate, trying to avoid those penalties, trying to avoid those cones, which are incredibly inconveniently placed. It's fair to say if you happen to be a competitor of 4x4 in schools. I'm not sure there'd be a single cone left standing if I was let loose on that track, Aisha, but there we go. Thankfully, I'm not. Thankfully, I didn't get to have to demonstrate this. Abdullah did that for us at the start of the day as we switch our attention back to obstacle course number 1, back to terrain challenge number 1, and the 4x4 team, where Kabir has explained to us just now that this has come together in 6 short weeks. Some teams spend 6 months. These guys from Heriot Watt spent just 6 weeks putting this together, and it is a very innovative chassis design that they've brought, made from reconstituted plastic, I believe. Sustainable, futuristic, and safely negotiating the tunnel and onto the hub. Let's see if they can survive this hub, or if they're gonna come a cropper on it, as so many have done before them. I think that's your answer. I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's any coming back from that.
No, maybe. They've got one wheel on it. They might be able to reverse, but they're definitely going to dislodge a cone. And they may just decide that discretion is the better part of valor, and they may just decide just to head on to the water crossing. So there you have it. The hub claims another victim. This is now camera back on. I'm losing track of which team we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think this is Runtime Terror back with
Runtime Terror,
chassis.
the chassis has made a return. It's confusing me. 1 second it's got a chassis, the other second it hasn't, but it's currently in the V gully, and it's going to need to back up just a little bit because it just sank into, oh dear, that is not the way you want to descend from the V gully. We've capsized, we're on our side now, and you do not want to be heading onto the pipe bridge in anything other than perfect formation. But that being said, the chassis design, and I think they were telling us about that 4x4 steering as well, that is helping them almost circumnavigate. Muamman was explaining to us how they had made adjustments to the steering, and it's helped them out there, Aisha.
Yeah, but now I kind of wonder whether that smaller diameter will be a boon or a bane when they come into this pipe bridge.
We're going to find out very shortly. All eyes on Runtime Terror approaching their final obstacle of what has been an absorbing session of action down here at the Yas Marina circuit, and they are right on the edge there. In fact, that tire is just about ready to go. They've got to back up, and it's gone. It's gone, as has happened so often in the past. The pipe bridge has claimed another victim, and for Runtime Terror, the show is over.
With just 7 seconds to spare.
7 seconds to spare, so they completed the course at least, albeit somewhat circumnavigating the final obstacle. We're back on 4x4, and that chassis looks distinctly unstable to me. Aisha. I am no expert, but it looks like it's ready to go.
Yeah, I guess it's experiencing far more wear and tear from the bumps and lumps of the first terrain.
So this is the hill climb for 4x4s, and pretty good, pretty solid through that hill climb. And now it's all about the descent. Is the descent going to be slow and measured, or is it going to be somewhat more chaotic? Looks to be pretty good, showing certainly more than adequate grip there. And it's then just a case of really pitching into that right-hand turn, ensuring that those cones remain undisturbed. This is a tricky bit. Oof. It's not much room to work with, is it?
It looks like they are slowly lining themselves up.
Not bad, not bad into the articulation. And just trying to navigate that articulation. I'm having a few issues here on that particular part of the course, but safely through. Not bad for 6 weeks work, Aisha.
Yeah, a little bit more of 30 seconds to finally get down that ramp and finish their first terrain.
25 seconds left on the clock. They've still got to exit ramp. Smoothly does it. A little bit of a rush there. Somewhat of a, you know.
More of a slide than a ramp.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Not the most graceful of exits off there, but nonetheless, 4x4s have reached their final challenge, which is terrain challenge number 2. Not bad from the team there. Not bad at all. So Kabir and team just at the head of the ramp here. And we are into the final throes of our coverage down here at the Yas Marina circuit. 5 days of action, records tumbling, and this is it. This is our final team, our final challenge, and the last task for myself and Aisha Torbit is to commentate this last challenge. 4x4s, showing their skills, showing what they've acquired in just 6 short weeks as they move up the entry ramp onto the seesaw, and slowly does it on that seesaw. We need to see 3 seconds at the very minimum on the descent. Whoa. Okay, we've ticked that box, and now we move on to the camber dome. And again, it's a tight turn, Aisha. Those jerky movements, they always put my heart in my mouth there. I think one of those cones has been dislodged.
Yeah.
I can see the entire pink spot underneath where that cone used to be, but the camber dome has been negotiated.
Well, to be fair, if once, because you always get 1 point deducted, even if there's, you know, a millimeter of that that circle shown. So you might as well just knock it completely out of the way and use as much space as you need, seeing as you already lost that point.
Right, exactly.
So you might as well set yourself up for success for the rest of the scene. So
take out your frustration on said cone as well.
Yeah.
It's a good opportunity just to knock that thing into oblivion. Here's the rock crawl. The rock crawl showing suspension showing balance of the vehicle as well, and they've done a good job there with what I would describe as a jaunty chassis. And we're going up to the next challenge. And that is the low mu. That is for low friction, safely over that, banking hard left into the V gully. And so far so good for 4x4s. Still got just under 5 minutes to play with, so they can take their time on this V gully, and then they can really save themselves for one final push at the pipe bridge. But they're going to need to take out this slightly jerky movement, Aisha, here, because you do not want that on the pipe bridge.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a little bit of trouble getting lined up for the V gully. But they do have quite a bit of time left, so there's no real need to rush.
That is well done on the V gully. That was well driven. And slowly but surely, gently does it down into the little defile there before we climb up onto the bridge. And I tell you what, looks to be pretty nicely aligned. It's just whether the team can stay in position, and those tires are going to be stretched to their absolute breaking point. But this is good so far, guys. Really good. And we might just be through the hardest part of this bridge. Slight reverse there, just backing up slowly. What an angle that is. And we're over it. We did it. 6 weeks, 6 short weeks for 4x4s, but showing that it doesn't really matter when it comes to the pipe bridge. They've done it. Big round of applause for the team from 4x4s. Well done. Well done, Kabir.
And to think they did it all with 3.5 minutes left to spare.
They did it all with 3.5 minutes left to spare. They could have been a little bit, certainly a bit more slow, a bit more measured, but I think they wanted to give us a chance to go and grab a donut and get out of here, Aisha Torbit, because that was swift.
Yeah, I honestly could not be more thankful for that.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day for us.
Yeah.
It started at 10 a.m. It's gone all the way through to nearly 5:30 this evening, but that brings to a conclusion the action on the track, the obstacle course for the 4x4 in Schools Challenge. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in this Yas in Schools National Finals presented by ADNOC for 2024. A record number of teams, a record number of students, teachers, schools, you name it. We saw thousands of students come through over these last 5 days. It began on Thursday at the F1 in Schools professional category. It went all the way through to today. Great action from Formula Athara on the weekend as well. What's been the highlight of your last 5 days, Aisha?
I think it's going to be having Reese next to me as my assistant, you know, to push a little bit of my work off to him. Having him, you know, fill in for me when I can't figure out any words to say.
Wait a minute, the highlight of your time here is offloading your work onto poor Reese. Is that what you're saying? Wow, okay, at least more blunt honesty from Aisha Torbit there. Brilliant stuff. But no, listen, thank you so much for all the hard work you've put in all seriousness. You've done a great job as my co-host today, and you did a great job with those AI demonstrations as well, because I know there were a lot of those to get through over the course of the weekend. You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, actually it was quite fun to do that with Reese as well, to figure out how to use AI.
Reese is an up-and-comer, 13 years of age, and already an adept presenter who's going to have me out of a job by next year. I'm pretty sure of that. We've got the awards coming up on Wednesday, so if you have been a participant, if you have been a student who's taken part in the national finals for 2024, you want to be tuning in to our live stream on Wednesday. I think that one gets underway around 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, but follow the socials for all details on that. Yas in Schools across social platforms, and you can tune in for those awards where we will be crowning winners from F1 in Schools, from Formula Athara, and from 4x4 in Schools as well. And of course, we will be sending those F1 in Schools teams to a place that Aisha Torbit knows well, the World Finals. From myself, Robbie Greenfield, from Aisha Torbit down here at the Yas Marina circuit, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you over the course of 5 days of action. Join us for the awards, and until then, we'll see you for the National Finals 2025. Goodbye for now.